It all kicks off in a scene of pure destruction, where our protagonist, standing in the middle of the rubble, asks Lua why, if they weren't brothers who would lay down their lives for each other. But the only response he gets is the silence of the traitor turning his back, as our hero questions why he's going through all this. Just then, a memory surfaces of how this whole disaster started in their world. It all happened when terrifying monsters appeared from strange rifts and wreaked havoc all over the city. Back then, he fought bravely against the creatures to try and save the people. These mysterious places were called secret realms, and anyone who entered them gained powers called classes. With these new powers, warriors formed legions to attack the rifts and advanced with incredible force. But the enemy leader confesses that it's precisely because of all this strength that he had to eliminate the protagonist, since he couldn't control him anymore. After all, people with powerful classes could easily shatter the Empire's order. Hearing this, completely covered in his own blood, he's told that someone who surpasses the max level is the worst threat imaginable. The Emperor declares from his throne that peace can only be guaranteed if absolute power remains in the hands of the royal family. Outraged and consumed by fury, the hero questions if that was the lame excuse for taking out his family and friends. Showing no remorse, the tyrant simply reaffirms that everything was done for the stability of the empire. Overcome by an uncontrollable rage, the warrior screams the traitor's name and charges in for an all-out attack. He lands a devastating blow on the ground, creating a destructive shockwave throughout the entire hall. The explosion consumes his body in an immense flash of magical energy. The Emperor reveals that he sabotaged the hero's armor a long time ago, ensuring the impact would force a fatal poison into his wounds. Already drained of strength and coughing up blood, the protagonist realizes it's impossible to resist after fighting such an extreme battle. And to make matters worse, an entire army was already in position to make sure he wouldn't leave that place alive. The villain says he should consider it a sign of respect, only to be met with a glare of pure fury. Collapsing to the floor, the hero laments having believed in that fake loyalty, and the lie of them being brothers for life. As his body sinks into the water, the system announces that the hidden skill of the mirrored world has met the activation requirements. Decades pass before the scene shifts to a peaceful river near a forest. On the bank, a boy is tied upside down to a tree while bullies laugh, thinking he's playing dead. One of the aggressors yanks the rope and grabs the boy, annoyed by his motionless state. The poor kid wakes up coughing up water and tries to explain he wasn't faking it, but the bully orders them to toss him back in the river. He's brutally dunked, struggling and fighting to breathe underwater. The aggressors are having a blast with the situation and decide to prolong the torture by pulling the boy out to rough him up some more. However, as he's lifted up again, the boy's aura changes completely, revealing a terrifying and hate-filled presence. The protagonist's consciousness has just awakened in this weak body, and he desperately wonders why he's there. The body starts to emit a blue glow as he freaks out, wondering why this kind of crap always happens to him, until he notices a sound. A boy with glasses asks the leader to stop, warning him that the tied-up kid is going to meet his end for real. Annoyed by the interruption, the aggressor scoffs, telling the target to just use a healing spell, since he has the Singer class. Just then, another bully grabs the kid with glasses from behind, calling him a fake and a snitch. He makes sure to remind him that he was the one who led everyone there, pinning the blame for the kid's demise entirely on him. Desperate, the boy tries to explain he was forced, only to be threatened with being drowned too. The coward forcefully grabs the boy's collar, mocking him, saying the punching bag thinks he has an opinion now. Without an ounce of pity, he throws the target to the ground and tells him to know his place. Suddenly, an intense blue light appears behind them, leaving the bully completely frozen in shock. A giant portal to a secret realm has just unexpectedly opened right in the middle of the river. Panicking at the sight of the rift appearing out of nowhere, the leader sprints desperately towards the forest. His cronies flee right behind him, screaming in terror that they don't have the strength to deal with this. Still left on the ground, the boy with glasses looks fearfully at his friend, who is still tied to the tree. He realizes his buddy is completely immobilized in the face of the imminent threat, but fear gets the best of him, and he bolts, deciding to leave the boy behind. Going against the cowardly escape of the others, the boy runs back, determined to save his friend first. But the situation gets drastically worse as several monsters start pouring out of the portal, heading right for them. The boy desperately tries to untee the rope on the tree, struggling with the impossibly tight knot. One of the creatures leaps fiercely from behind him, ready to deliver a fatal attack. At that exact moment, the rope magically snaps, and the protagonist lands skillfully on the ground, radiating power. The monster doesn't waste any time and lunges with its sharp claws, eager to tear the hero to shreds. Without hesitation, he gathers energy in his hands to cast one of his most lethal and freezing attack spells. The system issues an alert, stating that the spell cast was minor heal, and that the magic failed because the target's health was full. Witnessing this, the boy with glasses completely loses it, asking why on earth he was healing the enemy. The protagonist is totally confused, giving the monster a perfect opening to slash his arm. He opens his stat window and is outraged to discover that this kid's class was just a support singer. Looking at his own glowing hands, he finally accepts that this wasn't his original body. He then remembers that coming into contact with a secret realm links a person to a system and grants them a random class. Defeating enemies in these places was the fundamental way to get stronger and gain new skills. Filled with frustration, he laments his terrible luck, because in his past life, he had been the greatest warrior to ever walk the earth. In his mind, he recalls the battle where he activated his ultimate ability, which had the power to reverse anything. After his sacrifice, his soul floated in a mirrored dimension until he heard the desperate cry of that boy in the water. Putting the pieces together, the warrior concludes that he somehow activated his resurrection by taking control of the boy who had the accident. Gripped by a dark desire, he mentally thanks the deceased for giving him the perfect chance to seek his revenge. His friend screams for help against the horde of monsters, yelling that he can only hold off 3 at a time. Coolly assessing the situation, the hero realizes his current body is far too weak for a straight-up fight. Looking at the list of skills focused on healing and vine control, he sees he doesn't even have the strength to run away. It becomes clear that the singer was a class considered total trash, focused on helping others and dependent on warriors or mages. Because it had no attack power, people in this category were always humiliated and cast aside in combat missions. But, trusting his past martial experience, he gets into a fighting stance, confident he can survive. Even so, he knows he needs to find a way out fast to avoid getting wiped out by exhaustion in the middle of this endless horde. The only viable way to win this fight was to rely on his hidden mirrored world ability. He extends his hand confidently and tries to cast the special spell directly at the approaching monster. To his surprise, the system panel announces that the conditions have not been met, leaving the protagonist disappointed. With the creature about to rip his head off, he tries to figure out if the failure was due to his level or the lack of a nearby lake. Trying to use his hidden magic on the aggressive beast, the protagonist gets a system notification that the operation level is too low. Frustrated, Yunchi realizes the mirrored world spell probably requires a real mirror to work. Just then, he nimbly dodges a fatal blow and deduces he needs to try the ability on a different target, since he can't bridge the power gap. The error on the panel persists as he focuses on the enemy's axe, while Qiao Zhai screams desperately for him to stop with the useless spells. The scene becomes a true chaos of survival, with beams of pure magical energy destroying everything in their path. A grotesque beast emerges, roaring terrifyingly, revealed by the panel to be a level 10 demon of resentment. The boy with glasses gives into total panic, warning that only max-level warriors could handle a monster of this magnitude. Powerful explosive attacks continue to rain down from the dark sky, devastating the surroundings and making it hard for the boys to escape. Collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, the hero observes the chaotic situation, desperately searching for a viable way out. The disaster only worsens as a true horde of shadow demons begins to march relentlessly toward them. Searching for any alternative, he tries to apply the reversal on a common rock, but the system reports the same level error. Outraged by the failure, the protagonist wonders if the power gap between him and the environment is too vast for the magic to work. A new idea quickly pops into his head, leading him to test the power directly on his cowardly friend's basic protection shield. The operation fails miserably once again as a beast advances, and the panel informs him it's impossible to reverse others' spells. Understanding the restrictions of his secret ability perfectly, he concludes he can't modify other players' techniques. The big idea finally hits him, and the warrior understands that the mirror magic was designed exclusively for his own abilities. Without a second's hesitation, he activates the command, and a brutal storm of magical thorns erupts from the ground, tearing everything apart. The system immediately confirms the action's success, revealing that chaotic thorns were conjured in their reversed form. The attack hits the elite creature that was about to finish off the protagonist with full force, breaking its offensive stance. The mysterious energy enters the demon's body, causing direct damage to its reasoning ability. Completely disoriented, the beast switches its target and savagely attacks its own allies in the middle of the battlefield. Qiao Zhai watches the bizarre scene, totally confused by the monster's sudden change in behavior. Observing the perfect result of his magic, Yunchi notes that the original immobilization effect turned into a mind control spell. The initial support skill cost 10 mana and created weak vines that relied purely on luck to trap some useless target. However, transformed into chaotic thorns, the spell now forces any enemy hit to attack random targets around them. The hero is amazed to find that a pathetic support skill had become a weapon of relentless destruction after the inversion. He mentally acknowledges that the mirrored world truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme, level hidden ability. As the demons tear each other apart in the background, he analyzes the panel and notices that all the spell's characteristics have been enhanced. If he had used the old version, the success rate would have been embarrassingly low, and the binding effect wouldn't have lasted more than 2 seconds in practice. With such absurd power in his hands, the protagonist's confidence returns, and he prepares to turn the tables for good. Curious about the potential of his spells, the warrior opens the list and wonders what the damage increased spell will become. The original technique becomes the reversed burning blade, which now grants a 10% strength increase for every bit of mana spent. Maintaining a deadly focus, he understands that the new passive will trigger an infinite power, up every time he casts any other skill. Right after this realization, the system issues a positive alert, informing him that the boy has just leveled up. He notices how easy the advancement was, seeing that the violent demise of the confused monsters yielded a huge amount of experience. With the elite beasts taking each other out, the accumulated points came at the perfect moment to aid his recovery. Leveling up brings immediate relief, as his mana reserve has been completely restored to continue the fight. Taking advantage of the fact that the creatures are still under the chaotic spells effect, he decides to test the true destructive limit of his blade. The hero starts casting the thorns repeatedly without mercy, forcing the passive abilities trigger with each command to spend mana. The insane stacking raises the weapon's attack to over 120%, emitting an extremely dense, luminous aura. Filled with pure determination, he charges at high speed toward the enemy lines, without a shred of fear. The supercharged blade cuts violently through the air, hitting the massive trunk of one of the demons with surgical precision. The thunderous impact of the weapon creates a purple energy rift, ignoring any physical resistance the target had. In a continuous flow of pure martial combat, he spins across the field, slicing through dozens of monstrous beasts in a single sweep. The dark blood of the enemies splatters frantically everywhere, as he obliterates the entire horde in the blink of an eye. Watching the absurd carnage, the boy with glasses is floored. Seeing his ally shred through fierce beasts like they're nothing, he mentally questions how a level 5 healer could possess such agility and deadly combat mastery. Far from his friend's doubts, the protagonist quickly checks his stats, which have just risen to level 6. With his blade bathed in blood, he calculates that his current base strength allows him to deal just over double the normal damage. Riding the momentum of the massacre, the hero launches himself and skillfully leaps off the shoulder of another slain demon. Keeping a realistic mindset about the situation, he acknowledges that the level 11 beasts already require his full effort to defeat. Suddenly, a gigantic wave of reddish energy sweeps through the area, sending the remaining smaller creatures flying. The warrior feels the deadly pressure in the air and freezes in place, realizing something colossal has just invaded the combat zone. A monstrous chimera in the form of a savage beast rises menacingly, bearing a terrifying level 21 in the system. Driven by pure savagery, the animal brutally smashes any living obstacle in its path with its giant claws. The monster lets out a deafening roar as it charges heavily toward the hero, focused solely on tearing its prey apart. Shocked by the unexpected appearance, Yunchi doesn't understand how a low-level secret realm could hide a boss of that caliber. The titanic beast gathers momentum and throws itself violently at the boy, its sharp fangs aimed directly at his neck. Betting on the same life-saving tactic, the boy quickly fires the magic thorns to try and disorient the animal mid-air. But desperation takes over when the alert panel appears, warning that the target is completely immune to confusion effects. The piercing sound of a warning cry echoes through the area a second before the beast unleashes its brutal attack on the protagonist. A magical barrier shines in front of the hero as a figure bravely leaps to block the boss's charge. A young warrior equipped with armor and a gleaming shield uses all his strength to try and stop the monster's sharp claws. Struggling to hold his ground, he calls his ally an idiot and grumbles that he had given clear orders not to get in front. But the absurd strength of the elite animal completely shatters the magical block, causing the boy to spit blood from the violent shock. The monster finishes its move, causing an explosion of rocks in every direction. Gaining a small window of opportunity, Yunchi runs swiftly to his allies, who were gravely injured. He quickly reaches the boy's side. He positions his hands and begins to emit a green light, channeling his basic restoration magic on his fallen, glasses-wearing friend. The panel reveals that the spell achieved a critical hit, but it restored a pathetic 5 hit points for the injured boy. Maintaining control of the situation, the protagonist tosses a healing potion to his friend and tells him to drink it without wasting any more time. He stares at the massive back of the Hell Wolf and admits that even with all his reversed spells, he doesn't have the power to take it down head-on. The beast's immense health bar and overly high defense make a direct attack impossible for his currently weakened body. Just then, he spots a hidden advantage, noticing that most of the surrounding monsters are already on the brink their end from their own fights. The protagonist summons his sword with determination, telling Qiaojai that it's time and asking him to hold on for just one more minute. Qiaojai is completely confused by this attitude, as he hears the hero guarantee that he'll take down all those monsters at once. Without wasting time, the warrior charges forward and fires a massive blast of shining energy that cuts through the beasts in its path. The system displays the continuous use of magic, as he mentally calculates that to defeat the boss, he'd need at least a 400% attack boost. His ultimate ability has a short duration of only 1 minute. At that moment, the panel confirms he leveled up again in the middle of combat. To reach the necessary power, he realizes he'll have to cast Chaotic Thorns 40 times within just 50 seconds. Fueled by adrenaline, Yunqi moves like a flash, stating that he needs to reach at least level 10. Far from the front line, Qiaoji watches this absurd display of power, completely shocked and paralyzed. A deafening roar cuts through the air as the gigantic monstrous beast rises threateningly to its full colossal height. Thanks to the continuous slaughter, the hero's attribute window flashes, confirming he has finally reached the desired level 12. With his eyes glowing with an intense purple light of pure power, he confidently assures that this is more than enough. The warrior leaps with all his might and delivers a brutal blow charged with magical energy toward the giant. The force of the impact is so devastating that it creates an immense flash, tearing through the air and destroying everything around with the shockwave. The colossal boss can't withstand the absurd damage and crashes onto its back, sliced apart by the boy's ultimate ability. Faced with such an impossible victory, Qiaoji's jaw drops, and he desperately wonders if he's just dreaming. As the dust settles, the hero stands victorious with a system notification questioning how a useless class cleared the entire portal. Qiaoji cautiously approaches through the scene of destruction, asking if the person in front of him was really Yunqi. Without looking back and maintaining his imposing demeanor, the protagonist just tells his friend to collect all the loot dropped by the dead monsters. Completely stunned, the boy desperately questions how he managed to get so absurdly strong all of a sudden. Qiaoji stares at the hero up close, trying to find some explanation for this extreme and sudden change in strength. Ignoring the question, the warrior asks directly what his relationship was with Qiao Benben. Hearing the old childhood nickname gives Qiaoji the chills, and he blurts out that it was his great-grandfather's name. Focused on the horizon, the hero reflects in amazement that this timid boy was the great-grandson of an old acquaintance. Memories of a snot-nosed kid playing in the bushes flood the protagonist's mind, bringing a heavy weight from the past. A dark feeling overcomes him, as Yunqi was sure that everyone he knew had been eliminated by the tyrant. Qiaoji lowers his head, annoyed, saying there was no need to bring his great-grandfather into it at that moment. Maintaining his coldness, Yunqi calmly replies that the boy wasn't obligated to answer if he didn't feel like it. Holding back tears, Qiaoji begs his friend not to humiliate him any further after everything that had happened in the rift. He admits he doesn't understand anything, but concludes that his friend had obviously been hiding his overwhelming strength from the very beginning. Grabbing the hero's bracelet, the boy pulls him along, warning that they need to hurry back to school for a field trip the next day. Walking out of the secret realm, the warrior deduces that investigating too much would make his friend suspicious and agrees to leave. The mention of a modern history memorial catches the protagonist's attention, sparking great curiosity about the place. He thinks that this archive would be the perfect place to find the official records of what really happened in the Empire after his demise. The next day, the students travel crammed together and making a racket in a huge vehicle on their way to the much-talked-about school event. The protagonist remains quiet in his seat, thoughtfully watching the landscape pass by the window as he tries to process his new reality. Staring outside with a serious expression, he reflects on how time truly hadn't stopped after the tragedy of the past. The sight of the city greatly impresses him, as he notices that people now even used magical items to make carriages move on their own. The giant buildings and floating vehicles showed surreal advancements that he never even imagined seeing in his past life. Navigating the system, he tries to use logic to understand the current world's rules about moving items from the portals. He analyzes the shiny epic ring he got from the boss, aware that only rewards could be taken to the outside world. Inside the memorial, a guide begins to speak passionately about how people in the old days lived in suffering and fear of the portals. Pointing to a war mural, she explains that King Luo personally led an army to conquer a terrifying rift. The carved panel showed the monarch being wounded in combat, illustrating a tense event that would soon be detailed for the whole class. In the middle of the crowd of students, the guide reveals that the ruler faced a planned rebellion and points out who the great culprit was. Oblivious to the heroic explanation, Yunqi observes the floating skills in his inventory, confirming that items were now sold freely. The hero continues to deduce that things that couldn't go into the inventory must simply disappear after the boss was taken out. With this rule in mind, he wonders deeply about what the heck really happened in the world after his cowardly elimination. The site of the old battlefield has transformed into a gigantic plaza boasting stunning architecture under the morning sun. The proud guide points toward an immense golden statue to present the biggest attraction of the entire school trip. She loudly praises the supreme ruler of the entire nation, glorifying the emperor who ended the disasters, calling for Luo. The students walk in awe up the main staircase as the teacher explains that this exact spot was the battlefield 50 years ago. In the middle of the hall, the protagonist hears his own name mentioned and pays attention to the unfolding of the distorted history. The woman says that the king was brutally betrayed by the one he trusted most and names Yun Shi as the miserable traitor of the empire. Overcome by a deep hatred, the warrior mentally seethes for having cleared the rift only to be labeled the villain because of the ambush. One of the young people present clenches his fists in anger, commenting that it must have been incredibly painful to suffer such a betrayal. Continuing with a dramatic tone, the guide reports that the monarch overcame his sorrow and fought bravely, shedding blood for the crown. A marble plaque is displayed showing a hero named Ding Kun, who supposedly helped the empire crush the entire rebellion. Hearing this specific name shocks the protagonist, as he perfectly recognizes that figure amidst all the fabricated lies. Far from all the patriotic commotion, a student mutters quietly in the middle of the group, asking who the heck this guy nobody's ever heard of is. Suddenly, everyone's attention is stolen when a few boys arrive, questioning how the missing students had survived the rift. The young people whisper in the hall, finding it impossible that they could have escaped a portal so quickly, unless an expert was nearby. Ding Shu sneers maliciously, mocking that the loser squad must have had extreme luck to run into someone strong. Keeping a straight face, the protagonist analyzes the aggressive group from a distance that had arrived, causing a commotion in the memorial. The crowd of students begins to whisper, pointing at the newcomers and anxiously commenting on the emergence of another disaster. Two girls from the class stare with their arms crossed, completely impressed and commenting that it was almost unbelievable they were alive. Without any shame, Ding Shu wraps his arm around Qiaoji's neck, praising the absurd luck he had to come back in one piece. The friendly tone vanishes in an instant as the bully whispers a heavy threat directly into the scared boy's ear. With an aggressive look, the bully blames Qiaoji, saying that his group almost got wiped out for being dragged into the rift. Ding Shu shoves the boy against the wall, demanding to know how he would pay that debt, making it clear that the fault was 100% his. Completely panicked, Qiaoji tries to stand up for himself and screams desperately that he would report these cowardly threats to the school administration. Ding Shu scoffs at the reaction, leaning on the victim's shoulder, stating that he really didn't understand the gravity of his own situation there. He points his finger toward a gigantic stone monument, right in the middle of the hall, and tells the boy to pay close attention to it. The sculpture depicts a legendary warrior cruelly stomping on an enemy, serving as a hook for the aggressor to mock the boy's family. He aggressively grabs Qiaoji's head, revealing to everyone that the boy's ancestor was Qiao En, the great traitor of the past. Overcome by a sudden fury, Qiaoji screams at the top of his lungs that he would accept being insulted, but he wouldn't let anyone offend his grandfather's memory. The sudden noise in the hall leaves Qiaoji completely confused about what was happening. Frightened, the students begin to gather quickly, asking if a fight had broken out. Observing the scene from afar, Yunchi coldly recalls that the bully's grandfather was the fake hero, Ding Kun. At that moment, the crowd recognizes Qiaoji and starts gossiping about how the hair of a traitor dared to insult the legend. The protagonist reflects on the dark irony, as the story told that his friend's ancestor had massacred innocents. Ding Su keeps the boy pinned and furiously states that the hero saved countless lives, becoming enraged by the disrespect. At that exact moment, a teacher intervenes, placing a hand on the aggressor's shoulder and telling him to apologize for the commotion. Crying, the scared boy tries to defend himself, swearing his innocence and trusting that the teacher would resolve the situation. But the man ignores the victim and coldly informs him that the boy's family was only spared thanks to Ding Kun's kindness. With an authoritarian posture, he demands that the target stop spreading lies and show a minimum of gratitude. Taking advantage of the support, Ding Shu scoffs, guaranteeing that everyone would applaud if he beat up the boy right there. He cruelly mocks that no one would lift a finger to help a coward that everyone at school hated. Pulling the victim's hair forcefully, the bully arrogantly questions if someone from his lineage could ever be wrong. Blinded by rage, he prepares a brutal punch, promising that he would never forgive that direct insult to his family. Before the blow could land, Yunchi appears swiftly and delivers a devastating kick directly to the aggressor's face. With an imposing stance, the protagonist glares at the fallen bully and questions if the famous elite didn't educate their own children. The students are in absolute shock, perplexed to see that the quiet boy had the courage to beat up Ding Shu. The teacher points his finger indignantly, freaking out at the student's audacity and asking if he had lost his mind. Gossip spreads like wildfire through the crowd, with everyone remembering that the hero was the weakest in the class and finding this attitude suicidal. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ding Su gets up laughing and deduces that the depressed orphan's mind had finally snapped. Getting into a fighting stance, the aggressor states that the punching bag should just be grateful he wasn't getting beaten up too. Annoyed by the surprise attack, he charges forward, promising to give both boys a heavy beating at once. Without showing any fear, Yunchi just lets out a murmur of pure disdain, facing the pathetic charge. Easily dodging, the warrior counterattacks with a brutal sequence of swift punches across the enemy's body. The continuous impact breaks the bully's posture, making him retreat while spitting blood, unable to defend himself. With that, the aggressor's body collapses heavily onto the memorial floor before the incredulous eyes of the students. Face down on the floor, Ding Su lies paralyzed, trying to process how he had been so easily humiliated by that loser. The girls in the class comment, terrified by the absurd speed of the fight, frightened by the ease of the victory. Maintaining a dark gaze, the hero provocatively questions if the famous descendant was really that weak. Consumed by hatred, the bully activates his rage ability, freaking out for losing to a level 5 support. Convinced it was luck, he summons a gigantic fire hammer, drastically increasing his attack power. Fueled by pure aggression, the boy takes a huge leap, swinging the flaming sledgehammer to crush his opponent. Sliding to the side, Yunchi calmly points out that his opponent's guard was wide open. Seizing the opening, he activates the reversed blade in his hands and lands a massive purple blow to the bully's face. The shock of the impact distorts Ding Shu's features as he desperately thinks it's impossible for this to be happening to him. Thrown like a doll, the aggressor's body collides brutally with the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. The crash immediately draws the attention of the memorial guards, who run over desperately, wanting to know what happened. Arriving at the scene, they find the boy completely knocked out and cry out in distress, calling for a healer. The students remain astonished by the speed of the beatdown, speculating that the protagonist had been hiding his level from everyone. Getting an earful from security, the teacher freaks out, stating that battles were forbidden there to avoid damaging the exhibits. Pointing at the hero, the teacher demands he stop immediately and accuses him of attacking the heir of a legend. Calling the student shameless, the man summons a shining magical weapon, preparing to discipline him by force. The teacher charges, delivering a cowardly blow, but Yunchi blocks the attack with his purple aura without difficulty. The surrounding crowd watches the clash of energies, completely anxious about the chaotic turn of the school trip. Keeping the protection active, the protagonist mocks that the supposedly fair adult had only listened to the aggressor's side. Breaking into a cold sweat from the exposure, the educator tells the boy to shut up, denying that he was trying to suck up to the elite. He backs away slightly, extremely confused as he observes the magical barrier, wondering what kind of item it was. Noticing the hesitation, the hero sarcastically comments that he didn't imagine the teacher acting in such a dirty and premeditated way. Fearing the student had powerful backing, the teacher plays it off, saying he would investigate the conflict thoroughly. Meanwhile, the protagonist assesses the durability of the epic ring, admitting it was only from a low-level boss. Calculating the real odds, he understands that his equipment wouldn't be enough to defeat a level 35 adult. With his pride wounded, the teacher ends the matter, calling Kyojai to leave the place as quickly as possible. Awed by the scene, the boy adjusts his glasses, reflecting in shock on how a student had stopped an educator. Right beside them, healers rush to help the fallen bully, using magic to quickly restore his health. Surveying the environment, the warrior bitterly laments, having it confirmed that all his friends had been taken out. Taking advantage of his friend's admiration, he asks directly what that fake hero had done that was so incredible. The boy stammers a bit, trying to recall information from history classes he never paid attention to. He reports that Ding Kun discovered the traitor's plan in advance, setting up an ambush in the rift to save everyone. Hearing the distorted version, the protagonist repeats the part about the ambush, his eyes glowing with pure rage. The image of the past chaos flashes in his mind, bringing painful memories of the bloody battlefield. In those dark times, the original warriors fought side by side, facing armies to protect the citizens. He himself had shed blood and nearly lost his life several times on the front lines, leading massive attacks. Returning to reality, Kyaoji continues the lie, stating that the idol had trained hard to end the crisis. The fabricated legend told that after being promoted by the king, he traveled for years, saving the continent from destruction. As an example, the boy mentions saving the famous Winter City Cataclysm, which was overrun by relentless monsters. Hearing that specific location hits the protagonist hard, completely changing his expression to one of angry shock. After all, the memory of personally slaughtering the horde in that frozen region was still fresh in his mind. Shifting his gaze, he notices a sword on display identical to the one the memorial statue held with pride. Full of excitement, his friend tells him that was the high-level blade used to punish the miserable traitor. Overcome by a deadly coldness, the warrior processes that this trash had stolen the achievements of his entire life. Brimming with fury, he mentally vows that he would begin his revenge by eliminating the imposter legend first. Far away, the fake hero's massive family estate stood sovereign over the capital's noble district. Outside the imposing walls, armed guards patrolled, ensuring the safety of the entire elite. Walking through the illuminated gates, one of the heavily armored soldiers turns suspiciously, sensing a presence. Using the night's shadows, the protagonist's silhouette stealthily approaches the mansion's perimeter. A mansion guard hears a suspicious noise and looks distrustfully into the dark alley, trying to find the intruder. Hidden in the shadows, the protagonist deduces that the security uses tracking skills due to their exaggerated attention. Just then, Qiaozhai arrives out of breath and begs them to flee, afraid the bully will come back for them. Maintaining a dark gaze, the warrior mentally admits that his real desire was to finish off that fake hero right then and there. However, he knows the target lives in a high-level rift, making it impossible to invade freely as he did in his past life. Currently, these supreme locations are guarded by the Empire's army and require an official access pass. Walking around the perimeter, the protagonist imagines that the aggressor's house must have some kind of portal like that. His friend with glasses thinks the absurd number of guards is overkill for just a secondary branch of the family. Even so, he remembers that the fake hero's lineage has the privilege of housing a secret realm within the property. Hearing that makes the hero stop in his tracks, surprised by the idea of having a portal hidden inside a house. The boy confirms the information, explaining that these smaller rifts are bought and sold secretly by the rich, but he makes it very clear that people without influence or power would never get close to such a luxury. While the elite can bring guards to level up at will, common students have to compete for space at school. The warrior lowers his head, reflecting on how much the rules of this world had changed for the worse over time. Qiaozhai frustratedly concludes that the richest will always be the strongest there, fully supported by his friend. Yunqi assesses that most people graduate at a very low level and end up stuck forever after losing access to portals. The only way out for the poor is to get some manual labor job in mining or risk it as a guard on the frontiers. With this, he understands that the elite security guards suck up experience from easy fights and gain strength effortlessly. Beyond that point, only high-ranking army officials or members of wealthy corporations can truly level up. The protagonist analyzes all this system bureaucracy, trying to find a viable loophole to begin his stealthy plan. It becomes very clear in his mind that he'll need to get an official pass if he wants any chance of becoming strong again. Very apprehensive, Qiaozhai tugs on his friend's sleeve, begging them to leave because of the absurd level disadvantage. The warrior remains focused, aware that his current strength isn't even enough to take down the fake legend, let alone the great emperor. Planning the invasion, he deduces that level 30 tracking spells have a very short area of effect. Normal sight and hearing spells would definitely not be enough to cover the entire property's walls. Besides, since it wasn't a deadly rift, the personal guard of those rich folks would be totally slacking on the job. His friend is completely confused by the reasoning as he hears that getting into the mansion would be the easiest thing in the world. The boy stumbles over his words, warning that getting caught trespassing on elite land gave them the right to take you out right there without punishment. Ignoring the cowardly warning, the hero forcefully grabs the boy's shirt collar and cuts off his desperate fit. Keeping a straight face, he asks directly if his friend wasn't tired of being humiliated and wanted to change his life. Qiaozhai admits he wants to improve, but states it would take a miracle unless he joined a major corporation. The warrior throws the harsh truth in his face, reminding him that carrying the lineage of a traitor prevented any social advancement. The weight of reality hits the boy hard as he realizes his future at school was always completely ruined. Turning his back, the protagonist advises that destiny can only be changed by acting in the present, not by depending on luck. He walks toward the mansion, stating that he would enter the portal one way or another, leaving the choice in the boy's hands. Watching his friend leave, Qiaozhai faces a major internal dilemma about following the same dangerous path that condemned his grandfather. Overcoming his own fear, he runs determinedly toward the wall, deciding he wouldn't let his ally meet his end alone there. The hero gives a quick signal for absolute silence, confirming that the area had no advanced surveillance spells. Watching the elite patrol from a distance in the courtyard, he guarantees they could pass unnoticed by staying calm. Taking advantage of one of the armed soldiers' blatant negligence, the two of them jump the fence, easily escaping his line of sight. The boy with glasses quietly follows his friend through the luxurious garden, completely amazed that they were managing to invade the place. Suddenly, the pair stops walking, and the rookie's eyes widen as he notices a strong purple light coming from the dark ground. A gigantic magical portal lay hidden right beneath the main grounds, pulsing with a lot of unknown energy. Once inside the area, they find that the shadow zombies there had a slightly higher strength level than normal. From atop a rock, the protagonist observes the somewhat empty environment and deduces that the guards regularly cleared the place out. The warrior points to two zombies walking in the scene, and tells the cowardly boy to take them on in a direct fight as a test. Totally shocked by the absurd idea, the boy immediately refuses, swearing he didn't stand a chance of winning. He's thrown toward the beasts and screams desperately, creating a defensive shield, freaking out for having trusted such a plan. One of the monsters sinks its rotten teeth into the boy's light shield, as he cries bitterly, regretting having invaded the place. Cowering on the ground under the impact of continuous brutal blows, the victim desperately begs, just wanting to go home. Watching the humiliation from afar, the protagonist tells him to fight back a little, only receiving hysterical screams of refusal. Maintaining a very relaxed posture, the hero reassures the rookie, guaranteeing that he wouldn't let any tragedy happen. The system panel appears on the screen, confirming that the shielder's health attributes were miraculously full at level 6. Just then, the shield's dense glow forcefully repels the creature's attack, causing it to retreat, roaring from the automatic counterblow. Blinded by panic, the boy raises the barrier again, instinctively protecting himself from a stealthy lunge. The heavy impact spreads a wave of light around, proving that the defense class was incredibly resistant against threats. Watching this physical adaptation in combat, Yunchi lets out a satisfied murmur, confirming his deductions were correct. He mentally assesses that the rookie has impeccable spatial awareness, but ruins it all by focusing only on escape out of pure terror. From the beginning, the situation seemed catastrophic for the screaming shielder, even though he hadn't taken a single scratch. Feeling the weight of the monstrous force, Kyoji complains with trembling legs that his energy was about to run out for good. The warrior takes the lead, delivering a lethal purple energy slash, reflecting that people freeze up because they lack courage. Completely caught off guard by the beast's demise, the shielder checks the panel and is shocked to see he had leveled up. With a stained sword in hand, the hero coldly informs him that the system's points were distributed based on contribution in battle. He explains that doing all the dirty work alone would result in a miserable leveling reward for the hidden ally. Past the initial shock, the boy adjusts his glasses, confessing that he had distributed his past gains in a completely balanced way. The warrior lets out a heavy sigh, outraged by this tactical failure, questioning why a tank would invest in agility. Kyoji tries to justify it, saying that being slow would make everyone at school reject him from teams, as he'd never reach the fight in time. Cutting off the cowardly excuse, the protagonist faces the boy and tells him to start focusing his stats with the long term in mind. As an example, he mentions that the higher tier classes at level 60 required a massive threshold focused solely on vitality and defense. The brutal requirement makes the rookie break into a cold sweat, as normal students usually grew old, stuck at level 40. Feeling the unrealistic pressure, he whimpers tearfully that reaching 60 was a goal reserved only for ranked legends. The hero lifts his face, telling his friend to focus and warning him that he should start aiming for exactly that supreme level from now on. The shock hits the boy with glasses hard as he hears the insane promise that they would go far beyond that classification. Having resolved his ally's dilemma, the warrior understands that the next step was to urgently structure his own advancement in the system. Holding a luminous tome in his hands, he acknowledges that his pitiful support level only worked because of the supreme magic's reversed cheat. The protagonist analyzes the possibilities, thinking that his ability will probably change shape unless something unexpected happens. Just then, the system confirms the kill of 2 zombies, yielding 2,000 experience points and activating the direct evolution of the mirrored world. Excited by the discovery that the supreme technique can level up, Yunchi charges forward, relentlessly cutting down the monsters in his path. He lands a devastating blow on the creature, tearing its body apart with extreme ease using his sharp purple energy aura. With the monster defeated, the warrior pauses for a moment, and the system soon announces that the duration of the reversed blade has completely ended. The calm is short-lived as a giant demon appears, delivering a colossal punch, leaving the hero annoyed that it was still alive. The impact is blocked just in time, and the panel quickly issues an alert, warning that all the weapon's bonus attack power has vanished. Dragged backward by the monster's brute force, he realizes the magic is absurd but impossible to sustain in a very long fight. Panting before the finally defeated beast, the boy admits that his current stamina can't handle such a stressful battle. However, the panel soon brings the good news of another level reached, leaving him satisfied with the absurd speed of his evolution. Assessing the profits from the kill, he notes that eliminating beasts here generates direct experience for the mirrored world while he collects the loot. Without losing momentum, the protagonist starts moving swiftly through the destroyed landscape again, eliminating any threat that appears. Nearby, guards from the Ding family walk through the area, complaining that the frequency of night patrols has become annoyingly high. Hiding with his ally, Kyoji whispers worriedly, thinking the security guards have already noticed the invasion due to the clear lack of living beasts. Fully agreeing with his friend's fear, Yunchi reflects on the immense fatigue of fighting demons and avoiding guards at the same time. To make matters a bit worse, he assesses a dropped spellbook and laments that not all reversed magic is useful for combat. The panel then shows the hidden abilities progress, indicating that it's still 30% away from the main magic leveling up. Leaping agilely over the rocks, the warrior admits that the basic version already possesses an insane level of destructive power. Full of expectation for his own advancement, he bets that his powers will become much more sinister once this technique evolves for good. Analyzing the area, he deduces that eliminating the boss here would guarantee an instant level 2, something impossible to achieve in other portals. Determined to press on, the hero announces that they need to check the central zone of the rift, where the most dangerous beast should be. Kneeling behind the rocks, the two notice that the surveillance spells and tracking summons are becoming much denser there. Observing a huge bridge full of chains just ahead, the protagonist points to the exact destination they must try to reach without making a sound. The rookie is fascinated, commenting that it's the first time he's seen a tamed boss, as the teachers at school completely block access to them. Looking at the heavy structure holding the demon, the warrior calculates that the chains can only be high-level equipment. Maintaining a cold gaze, he silently notes the excessive number of armed soldiers guarding the entire area. It becomes evident to the boy that trying to take out the boss would draw the attention of the entire army, turning the fight into a living nightmare. With no other viable option, he makes a risky decision and silently leaps from the shadows, aiming to take out one of the soldiers first. The man is brutally subdued and smashed against the cold rock, his attributes completely incapacitated in the blink of an eye. Emitting a totally hostile magical aura, Yunchi warns the injured hostage that he'd better cooperate and speak only the absolute truth. Trembling with fear, the guard begs for calm and swears to tell everything, grumbling that the Ding family pays him too little to sacrifice his life. Getting straight to the point, the protagonist demands to know how to get an official pass to enter the hero's supreme rift. The subdued guard freezes on the spot, imagining that this aggressive intruder can only be a lunatic fan of the old savior trying to steal items. Nervously, the hostage confirms having seen the family's great-grandfather leave the house with the head of the guard, carrying several of these royal authorizations. However, he warns that these passes are temporary and unregistered, guaranteeing that anyone would be stopped at the gate without a noble escort. With an extremely cold gaze, the hero squeezes the soldier's face and tells him to mind his own business, as he didn't ask for an opinion on the risks. Taking advantage of the enemy's total surrender, Yunchi curtly demands that he empty his system backpack and hand over all valuable items. The soldier dumps a pile of shiny junk on the ground and confirms through tears that the dropped manual was a true Singer magic. Holding the object, the warrior listens to the guard's laments, complaining that the house's elite always confiscates the best loot from the portal. Wiping away his own tears, the man cries about his grievances, saying that security only gets the useless trash left over after the sweep. Far from the drama, the protagonist focuses on his reversed magic's passive as the guard gossips about the main house's reinforced security. The hostage explains that all the guards inside are level 30 and use top-tier equipment, making the external patrol merely decorative. Putting the pieces together, the hero concludes that he can steal the papers by entering the main mansion, leaving the guard panicking at such audacity. The guard tries to warn that the family's main master rests inside at level 42, making him impossible to defeat there. To make matters worse, he lists the insane levels of the family's elders, stressing that their only luck is that they're out on business. Understanding the scale of the problem, Yunchi recognizes that invading the house means running straight into a threat far above his level. The gossiping security guard faints on the ground from pure terror as the hero points to his ally, telling him to stay quiet and wait in that corner. Seeing the look of desperation on the boy with glasses' face, the warrior decides that the only logical strategy is to lure the master of the house out of there. He directs his gaze to the magical restraints holding the giant beast, finally understanding the control system of that private rift. The boy reflects that if the monster stays alive, the portal will never disappear, serving as an infinite gold mine of experience for the rich. It becomes clear in his reasoning that the key to the whole plan depends solely on the guards responsible for the beast's main lock. Seeing one of the patrollers drinking nonchalantly, the hero notes that the security scheme only works because no one in their right mind would release the beast. Stealthily advancing through the shadows, he applies an immobilization strike on the distracted soldier, catching the entire camp by surprise. The seal is broken, causing a deafening crack and a bright flash, making the henchman scream in desperation, not understanding what happened. Grabbing both ends of the chain firmly and checking the weapon's absurd stats, the hero is sure the plan has every chance of succeeding. Freed from the seal, the demon breaks completely loose, roaring with hatred, plunging the patrol into absolute chaos due to the beast's uncontrollable fury. Outside the mansion, the security guards flee through the garden, screaming into their radios for the base to send urgent backup to the portal. Calmly emerging from the shadows and dragging the magic chains, the warrior smiles, knowing the commotion has cleared the way into the house. While the invasion is underway, a luxurious imported car parks smoothly at the property's main entrance, greeted by butlers. The noble Ding Hao gets out of the vehicle, buttoning his suit jacket and grumbling about the overkill of having an escort just to pick up an unimportant visitor. Putting on a show of politeness, the rich man opens the back door of the vehicle and invites Miss Yoon Shou to finally step out. Two female students exit the vehicle with very arrogant postures, showing they are not the least bit intimidated by the luxury there. Keeping up the pretense, the master opens his arms in an exaggerated greeting and welcomes them to his modest luxury property. The polite pose is short-lived as he delivers a malicious kick to an injured guard crawling on the sidewalk, asking for some kind of help. The socialites walk up the mansion steps without looking back, completely snubbing the poor security guard left there on the concrete. Camouflaged in the bushes, the fearful shielder watches the scene and whispers, asking why the plan failed with the surprise arrival of the owners. Trembling, his eyes widen in confusion, trying to understand how those big shots appeared out of nowhere right at the time of the stealth invasion. The protagonist shows no exaggerated reaction and maintains a deadly gaze, unconcerned by the arrival of this inopportune visit. Calculating the steps in his mind, he assesses that the enraged demon will be a handful to tame, ensuring a good window for invasion. Ignoring the scared alley's complaints of danger, the warrior focuses on the target and asks if the boy noticed an important detail there. The boy with glasses blinks a few times and affirms that he perfectly noticed the identity of one of the fawning men in suits at the door. With a voice full of shame, he points out that the submissive man was Kiaolai, his own uncle working as a servant for the elite. Lowering his head, the rookie explains that his ancestors' actions resulted in an almost complete massacre of the entire family in the past. Hearing that shatters the warrior's mind on the spot, his eye glowing with pure shock as he tries to process his friend's tragic fate. The dark memory of the destroyed house comes to the surface, revealing that the Empire never forgave the so-called rebellion, cursing any Chiyo descendant. The grim memory of that time returns, revealing that the aggressions worsened greatly due to secret orders from the fake hero. In the end, the entire family was forced to become servants to that elite just to survive. The boy explains with his head down that his lineage lived in humiliation, used as a trophy to exalt the enemy's false kindness. Trying to change this sick reality, the family elders sought ways to resist that unjust system, but the result was tragic, costing his father's sanity, while his uncle accepted becoming a true doormat for the oppressors. Hearing that heavy story, Yunchi silently reflects on whether it was really a good idea to bring his friend along on this invasion. Mustering his courage, the boy with glasses firmly states that he should head straight for the mansion's main residence. He then desperately warns that the bully's father is inside at level 42, meaning it would be certain demise if they were caught. Maintaining his coldness, the warrior replies that in an era where portals are controlled, it's impossible to change one's life without taking risks. With a focused and deadly gaze, he guarantees that certain things will never be done if a person hesitates all the time. At that, the protagonist announces that he can help his ally change his destiny, but he needs to make his own decision first. The boy guarantees that he chooses to resist everything, but soon falters, afraid of that powerful elite, questioning if they could even win. Leaping agilely into the shadows, the hero makes it clear that his true target of resistance goes far beyond that mansion. The shielder is completely shocked to hear the absurd promise that the ultimate goal was to bring down the entire empire. Meanwhile, the gigantic main residence of the Ding family shines imposingly in the middle of the night with all its security. Inside the luxurious room, the owners of the house complain, not understanding how the portal's demon managed to break free from those magical restraints. Sitting comfortably, the distinguished guest suggests they can come back another day if the unforeseen event is disrupting their routine. One of the rich men laughs, guaranteeing that his older brother will handle it, stating that her presence is much more important than the rift. The other noble adds to the flattery, revealing that his father and third brother are already rushing back just to receive her properly. To top it all off, he proudly announces that even the great fake hero has been notified, and is very anxious to meet the girl. Hiding outside the window, Yunchi overhears the conversation and feels his blood boil at the mention of that old imposter. He then remembers that to enter that clan's supreme secret rift, he'll need the official pass and a certified escort. Analyzing the scene through the gap, the protagonist notices that the spoiled student has an absurd influence over that noble family. Hearing the socialite's last name being exactly the same as his, the warrior tries to connect the dots of this unexpected coincidence. Though intrigued, he shakes his head and decides that the main focus of the night must be to steal the entry permit, no matter what it takes. Walking through the fancy corridors, two maids of the mansion are on their routine shift, completely oblivious to the danger around them. Taking advantage of the staff's distraction, the hero uses his stealth skills to invade the inner rooms without being noticed. He enters a gigantic private office and starts searching the luxurious environment for the pass hidden by the owners. Meanwhile, outside, the system indicates that the enraged demon has been finished off by the house's security forces. The patrol chief notices the sabotage and becomes furious, deducing that the intruder disappeared right after intentionally releasing the beast. The master suspects the attack was planned and immediately orders the guards to completely isolate the main residence area. Worried about the visitor, the other noble demands that no one disturb the important girl during this search and capture operation. Rummaging through the office drawers, the intruder doesn't find the papers and finds it strange that they've vanished from their hiding spot. With no time to lose, the hero activates a special stealth magic, focusing his energy on his hand to bypass the locks of the massive furniture. The ability allows his hand to pass through the wood of the magically locked drawer, making it easy to cleanly steal the items inside. Groping in the dark, he finally reaches a thick notebook hidden at the back of that high security compartment. Pulling the object out, the boy realizes it's not an entry pass, but some kind of valuable personal record. Looking more closely, he finds an entire collection of high-quality skill manuals stacked inside. Meanwhile, the movement outside gets out of control with an army of soldiers gradually surrounding the central courtyard. Hiding in the garden's shadows, his friend with glasses panics, seeing the perimeter closing in around the main structure. Scared to death, the rookie whispers that if the protagonist doesn't get out of that house soon, he'll lose any chance of a safe escape. Trembling, Qiaoji imagines the brutal beating he would get from the elite family if he were caught invading the mansion like that. Desperation consumes the boy as he imagines that even the most innocent people around him would suffer the consequences of the invasion. Giving into absolute terror, the shielder slowly backs away, deciding to abandon his friend inside to save his own skin. He tries to convince himself that fleeing was the only viable option, until he hears the heavy sound of the patrol right near him. In that tense moment, the memory of the hero's promise about changing his destiny invades the mind of the boy, who was retreating in fear. Overcoming his own dread, Qiaoji leaps from his hiding spot, screaming at the top of his lungs to draw the attention of all the soldiers in the area. The sudden noise immediately alerts the entire guard, who point their weapons directly at the intruder's position in the middle of the courtyard. Running for his life, the shielder prays mentally that his cowardly sacrifice will give his ally enough time to escape safely. Taking advantage of the perfect distraction outside, the protagonist shatters the glass window, swiftly escaping the locked office. Landing gracefully in the air, he gives a proud smirk at the courageous attitude his ally finally managed to show. To save the boy from certain doom, the warrior lands holding the stolen items and calls the guards to a direct fight. The blatant provocation works instantly, making the soldiers drop the rookie to chase the main intruder through the garden. Using all his agility, the intruder dashes across the mansion's rooftops, quickly moving away from the intense line of fire. The head of security bellows orders for the teams to fall back, realizing the culprit was running straight for the private rift. Hiding in the shadows during the escape, the hero analyzes the scene, trying to understand why so many guards were free outside. He skillfully deduces that the entire army only left the rift because the enraged beast had already been successfully neutralized. And the theory is confirmed when he sees the gigantic portal boss, magically imprisoned and glowing faintly in the middle of the grounds from a distance. A purple glow radiates from the boy's eyes as he realizes the golden opportunity to finally evolve his supreme magic. Far from the chaos in the garden, the socialite calmly sips her tea and suggests the hosts resolve the invasion without worrying about her. Annoyed by the audacity of the theft, the noble stands up from the table, guaranteeing that those idiot thieves wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. On the battlefield, the head of security bellows into the radio, demanding the slow troops to turn around and urgently protect the rift. Summoning only the fastest classes, he dashes off furiously, demanding the hunters to follow his steps without losing the pace of the hunt. Oblivious to the organized pursuit, the protagonist continues his frantic run across the rooftops, taking a shortcut to the final target. During the movement, the boy opens his attribute window, revealing that he invested almost all his recent points solely in agility. Combining this extreme focus with his passive speed skills, he becomes a true untouchable blur in the night. The warrior notes with satisfaction that only experienced level 30 marksmen could even keep up with his running pace. Reaching the edge of the rift, the hero notices that the wounded monster has been surrounded by an absurd defensive shield erected by the guard. With his eyes glowing with excitement, he sees that the beast is on its last legs, making it the perfect time for a lethal strike. Knowing he needs to break the barrier, the intruder channels all his power for a single blow as the defense tries to block him. In total panic at the swift approach, the soldiers form a defensive line, aiming their heavy spells at the airborne intruder. In mid-flight, the warrior ignores the threats and casts the brutal reversed magic, creating a dense storm of cutting purple thorns. The massive energy shower comes down hard, leaving the elite security completely lost in the face of a bizarre and lethal spell. As the soldiers' resistance was much lower, the purple attack hits the crowd, bypassing the block and spreading general panic. Even while trying to withstand the magical impact, one of the sentinels can't take the shock, and is brutally thrown by a strong explosion. One of the guards' eyes widen in shock as he sees the confusion status on his screen, not understanding how that was possible. Just then, another soldier desperately warns that the abnormal status rate of that ability was completely off the charts. Cutting through the middle of the group, Yunshi focuses only on reaching the Lord, who was already on its last bit of health. Confusion takes over the entire guard, with them screaming about the defense failure and begging not to be targeted by that magic. Observing the chaos, the protagonist deduces that this bunch is nothing more than a disorganized mob with no sense of teamwork. Annoyed by the cowardice, the commander yells, questioning if peace had made them soft, demanding that everyone hold their position against one man. Seizing the order, a soldier charges forward, swinging his sword, and guarantees that just tying up the intruder would end the problem. The noble in the suit agrees immediately, bellowing for security to delay the boy by any means necessary. But a flaming warrior leaps in front of everyone, exuding power, taking responsibility for handling this threat. He delivers a brutal fire attack from above, met by the protagonist's purple and deadly gaze without any fear. Without retreating an inch, the hero quickly draws his magical item and blocks the heavy charge using pure purple energy. Spinning the luminous chains, he assesses that even though he doesn't have the required level to receive the bonus attributes from that equipment, the insane durability of the weapon still went head to head with any level 60 item without a scratch. The direct clash of the purple chains against the flames creates a massive explosion that pushes everything around away from the impact. Taking advantage of exactly that absurd force, the boy is thrown and successfully breaks through the layer of the magical seal. Landing safely near the wounded lord, Yunchi mentally celebrates having reached the exact target. With total mockery, he thanks the fire warrior for the explosive ride, leaving his opponent completely furious with his audacity. Turning his back on the guard, the protagonist calmly announces that all the experience from that boss would be his. Without wasting a single second, he lands a devastating blow and finishes off the giant beast once and for all. Watching his own boss being blatantly stolen, the noble stands static, dying of rage. As the monster's body dissolves into a pool of blood and energy, the army charges forward, bellowing to capture the intruder at any cost. But the hero remains completely calm in the midst of all that confusion, picking up a mysterious purple item that fell to the ground. The system panel appears, confirming that the main objective has been completed, showing that the mirrored world has evolved to level 2. Blinded by rage at the audacity, the man of flames lets out an infuriated scream and launches another brutal attack toward the boy. However, the blow hits only empty air, leaving all the soldiers confused as they realize the target has vanished out of thin air. In reality, Yunchi had just entered the hidden dimension of the mirrored world, revealing a bizarre and aquatic landscape. Walking slowly through the surreal environment, the warrior carefully observes the gigantic structures around him. The panel displays a timer with 30 minutes remaining to walk around, making him question if this was a world inside the mirror. He realizes the new ability activated a mirror walk function, allowing him to explore that place safely. Touching the ghostly figure of a soldier, he understands that the inversion of sides made sense, as it was a direct reflection of the real world. Assessing the figures frozen in time, the protagonist deduces that the spirit form guards were just lifeless illusions. But upon picking up a shining stone from the ground, the system informs him that the item was real and could be taken outside. Staring at the crystal clear gem, the boy concludes with surprise that level 2 of the magic allows him to extract concrete objects into reality. Curious about the new possibilities, he opens the attribute window, wanting to find out if the system had undergone any other changes. The list of original techniques appears grayed out, revealing that his conventional spells were completely inactive in that place. He soon notices another floating panel, showing that the inverted versions of all his spells were visible. With a sharp mind, Yunchi understands that the previous basic ability was just a weak sample of the true power of level 2. Sliding his fingers through the options, the warrior gets excited to see that he can select combinations of heavy spells. This absurd advantage would greatly help in planning his future battles, but a strange detail in the background catches his attention. Looking at the frozen landscape, he spots some floating lights in the shape of skulls and identifies them as lost souls. Narrowing his eyes into the darkness, the boy is surprised to realize that the place was filled with those ghostly essences. Suddenly, the ectoplasmic energy begins to gather, taking physical form and transforming into a dark skeleton monster. Without hesitation, the warrior reacts quickly and lands a deep energy slash on the newly born undead creature. The force of the lethal blow tears the skeleton in half, destroying its bones with absurd ease in the blink of an eye. Sliding with his shining sword, the hero coldly assesses that those things posed no real threat. However, an unexpected system notification flashes before him, catching the warrior completely by surprise. Reading the panel calmly, he discovers that defeating the shadow creatures allowed him to form a direct contract with them. Putting the pieces together, Yunchi concludes that the mirrored world wasn't just for stealing magic stones and static items. Staring at an immensity of frozen crystals, the protagonist gives a satisfied smile at the absurd power of bringing an army into the real world. Meanwhile, in the real world, the entire guard waits patiently in the crater, questioning the intruder's disappearance after the rift closed. The soldiers discuss confusedly, speculating if the boy had used some high-level invisibility technique to escape. But the captain dismisses the theory immediately, stating that any stealth magic would leave physical traces impossible to miss. Furious with the incompetence, the noble in the suit grabs the soldier by the collar, bellowing to know how an army let the boy escape. Right in the middle of the hysterical rant about who would pay for the rift's damages, the protagonist reappears like a ghost behind the rich man. The man in the suit feels the dark presence behind him and freezes instantly, his eyes widening in pure desperation. With the time limit expired, Yunchi calmly analyzes if the system would always drop him back in the exact same spot he entered from. Overcome by absolute terror, the mansion owner stumbles back, screaming at the top of his lungs for the guard to attack. Maintaining a relaxed posture, the warrior emits a strong green aura and announces that it's time to return the beating he took earlier. Raising his hands, he conjures a macabre storm of ghostly skulls, unleashing his new army directly into the enemy's backyard. The soldiers panic instantly, attacked by the enraged souls, screaming, not understanding what kind of forbidden magic this was. Trying to maintain order, the captain bellows for the troop not to freak out, guaranteeing he could easily handle simple undead monsters. Obeying the order, one of the guards raises his heavy shield, withstanding the impact of the green spirit savage charge. Another soldier quickly checks the enemy's attribute window, scoffing at it being just a weak level 20 summon. The noble in the suit gains confidence immediately and yells for everyone to stop the drama and open fire with full force. Excited by the promise of a big pay raise, the mercenaries cheer, motivated to slice up the intruder without mercy. However, when the owner of the house turns to give the final verdict, he realizes the darn kid has completely vanished from in front of him. Far from the commotion, Yunchi dashes through the garden's shadows, lamenting that those tamed monsters were far too pathetic. In his mind, he imagines a giant skeletal knight, guaranteeing that the guard wouldn't last a second against supreme creatures. Running at high speed, the warrior admits that he had searched well and had already taken the 20 strongest souls available there. Just then, a memory of the mirrored world reveals that the system blocked his progress, limiting exploration to a very small radius. It becomes decided in his head that he would need to activate the ability in other dangerous regions to get a worthy army. Cutting through the gigantic property, the protagonist flies past the lost security guards without being noticed. Suddenly, a heavily armored guard grabs the hero's arm with all his might, scoffing that he found a great place to hide. Without giving the mercenary time to finish his ambitious threat, Yunchi spins his body, delivering a brutal counterblow with purple energy. With the path finally clear of obstacles, the boy jumps over the mansion wall, disappearing into the night with his pockets full of rewards. Far from the chaos in the garden, Yunchi observes the soldiers' movements and decides it's the perfect time to retreat. Staying calm in the shadows, the protagonist mentally notes that it's finally time to count all his loot. He advances quickly and lands a lethal energy blow directly on the green spirit he had summoned. Seeing the monster easily dissipate, the warrior deduces that those shadow creatures are not strong at all. However, the undead begins to regenerate out of nowhere, leaving the boy completely intrigued as to how they can revive after their end. The ghost fully recovers its physical form and lets out a furious roar, proving that the summon is persistent. Arriving in the destroyed garden, Master Dingji informs the guard that the monsters are summons that consume mana. Maintaining an arrogant posture, the rich man guarantees that the problem can be solved by simply finishing off the creatures a few more times. The scene shifts to the luxurious inner residence, where the noble bows, apologizing to his father for not being able to hold on to the distinguished guest. He reports that the intruder was too arrogant, bellowing outside and breaking the mansion's windows. Hearing the report, the great Master Dingda becomes absolutely furious that someone had invaded the family's inner area. With his head bowed, the son takes full blame for the failure and admits they couldn't catch the boy or even see his face. Just then, an ally tries to smooth things over, reminding him that the girl agreed to go to the secret realm, solving the grandfather's problem. The great master ignores the excuse and vows with hatred that he will take out the culprit as soon as they discover his true identity. Brimming with authority, the veteran orders the guards to search everything to find out what else might have been stolen. Accessing his items, the hero carefully observes the temporary entry permit he managed to steal in the middle of that chaos. With the card in hand, he laments that he'll still need to find someone certified to escort him inside the portal. But the boy remains cool and concludes that solving this bureaucratic problem isn't an urgent priority at the moment. Upon checking the system panel, he is pleased to confirm that he finally reached level 20 during the mansion invasion. In his inventory, he notes that the bone ring is broken but celebrates having picked up a good number of spellbooks. Analyzing the glow of the magical manuals, the protagonist realizes that all the enchantments found are just support skills. He soon understands the advantage, guaranteeing that he can use these weak spells just to stack bonuses for his attributes. The biggest gain of all was discovering that his hidden mirrored world technique successfully evolved to level 2. Thanks to this improvement, the tamed undead creatures can now absurdly increase their own physical strength. Remembering the statue in the memorial, the warrior deduces that the imposter hero must be at least a top-tier combatant. Therefore, he understands that he needs to get past level 50 and acquire a supreme monster if he wants any chance of victory. Sitting nearby, Qiaozhai asks apprehensively if the mansion's guard won't try to hunt them down in the city. The protagonist flashes a confident smile, assuring him that they threw the guards off their trail and didn't let anyone see their faces. Hearing the explanation, the rookie quietly agrees, trying to calm his own nerves after nearly getting scared to death. Even so, Yunchi notices the boy's anxiety and reflects that he can't blame him for feeling so scared at that age. Searching for a viable alternative, the hero reflects on the existence of a secret realm that is completely monopolized by the school. He closes the system tab, convinced that he'll need to resort to some special methods if he wants to get into that restricted place. The next day, a teacher holds a purple level manual, completely shocked upon receiving such a valuable bribe. The educator coughs nervously, deducing that the boy has strong backing, but informs him that access to the portal is already scheduled and closed. Quickly, the man puts the book away and explains that the place only opens for graduating students and is forbidden for freshmen. Without backing down, Yunchi retorts that teachers can recommend exceptional students for the main team. Won over by the bribe, the teacher promises to fight for the boy's spot as the scene shifts to the school's immense, glowing rift. Several students gather at the entrance, one of them commenting excitedly that this might be their last chance to hunt monsters. Another student thanks the Empire's hero, stating that without that wonderful gift, they would never have this opportunity. Staring at the giant pink rift, the protagonist senses a sinister aura and instinctively realizes that something is wrong inside. One of the young people confirms the story, commenting aloud that this is the famous heroic portal donated by the great legend. Right beside them, another boy overhears the conversation and comments excitedly that there must be several traces of the idol's presence there. Kyojai swallows hard and asks quietly if this was the exact spot where the emperor executed the great traitor of the past. Overcome with apprehension, his friend faces a dilemma, trying to decide if he should share that dark detail about the traitor's demise. Cutting off the chatter, the teacher announces that the level there is very high and orders an experienced student to escort the rookie team. The guard in charge complains immediately, indignantly questioning how he's supposed to level up while having to babysit kids. Annoyed, the teacher tells the senior to stop whining, ordering them to enter the already open portal. Walking away grumbling, the escort mutters that it's really annoying to have to babysit two useless freeloaders. He points his finger arrogantly, ordering the duo to stay well behind and not get in the main group's way during combat. Ignoring the fit, the protagonist advances with an intimidating gaze, noting from the system that the area ranges from level 20 to 40. Concentrating on the environment's energy, he mentally questions why this place gives off such an extreme sense of danger. Passing through the portal, the group finds themselves in a gigantic corridor of glowing blue crystals exuding a deep magic. Observing the other students, Qiaozhai points in surprise, noticing that two very well-known girls were also present. The young women wait calmly, while a warrior questions why underclassmen were given a free pass to enter. The same boy points in Yunqi's direction, outraged to see that two more rookies had managed to infiltrate the team. But his posture soon changes, sighing dreamily as he imagines how wonderful it would be to have the famous girl fighting by his side. With a goofy smile on his face, the warrior jokes, guaranteeing he would gain infinite energy if he were surrounded by them. An allied soldier slaps his friend, telling him to stop dreaming, reminding him that the girls had passed level 30 a long time ago. The knight warns that they are too strong for the group, forcing the dreamer to lower his head in frustration, admitting defeat. The two socialites march past the team without paying them any attention, leaving the boys completely confused. The socialite walks snootily right past the protagonist and his fearful ally in the middle of the crystal corridor. Yunchi follows her movement with his eyes, trying to remember where he had seen that familiar face recently. He soon remembers that she was the guest of honor at the elite's mansion and questions why she came to talk to him. Deepening his reasoning, the hero reflects that the young woman seemed to know the original owner of the weak body he was using. Yunchi praises his move at the memorial the day before, but the boy quickly becomes suspicious, wondering if she wasn't defending the bully. Maintaining a sharp gaze, he cuts the conversation short, wanting to know if the girl came all this way just to chit-chat. The young woman flashes a mysterious smile and states that his unique voice made it easy to recognize him, even amidst the sound of shattering glass. With this confession, the warrior realizes with a shock that he was identified solely by the two sentences he yelled during his escape from the mansion. Union interrupts the interaction, cutting the mood, announcing that the time for greetings was over. She turns her back in a hurry and calls for Yunchi, firmly declaring that they needed to start exploring the place. Watching the pair walk away, the protagonist understands that the young woman didn't want to expose his secret to the other team members. Though relieved, he seriously wonders if that quick conversation was just a well-intentioned warning. Confident in his own power, he guarantees that his absurdly fast evolution will nullify any threat, deciding to return the kindness. Turning his head, the boy asks the two of them to be very careful with the completely dangerous aura that enveloped that place. Surprised by the unexpected warning, Yunchi looks over her shoulder and admits that the environment indeed feels very strange. Reflecting on the boy's attitude, Yunchi deduces that his level doesn't match that, but she thanks him for the warning. Watching the scene from afar, a student questions with complete surprise why the famous girl was giving the time of day to a total nobody. Curious about their closeness, the boy approaches the protagonist, asking where they know each other from and asking for an introduction as well. Yunchi completely ignores the flattery and just politely raises his hand, announcing that they are leaving. The student warns that the monsters in this place are past level 20, cautioning that rookies could easily get taken out by basic beasts if they went alone. Just then, a senior intervenes in the conversation, stopping his friend and telling him to just let the duo go their own way. He assesses the protagonist in silence, imagining that anyone close to that powerful girl surely couldn't have a low level. The other student complains about the decision, reminding him that the teacher told them to look after the rookies, worried about how they would level up alone. With a completely dark look, the senior tells his friend not to forget their real objective there. He makes it clear that the fewer people who know about that secret place, the better, as he has no intention of sharing valuable crystals with anyone. The envious boy mutters under his breath, still not over the fact that some random guy has such intimacy with the socialite. Maintaining his coldness, the senior decrees that meeting one's end is the deserved fate for those who overestimate their own strength. Meanwhile, at the entrance of that same portal, a guard recognizes Ding Shu and asks what the boy is doing there. Injured and brimming with hatred, the bully confirms with the employee that the school team has just entered the rift. The guard questions the boy's intentions, who just flashes a red gaze focused on pure thirst for revenge. Far away, Ding Zhu's father ignores his son's accusations and tells him to stop blaming the rookies, just because he got beaten up badly at the memorial. Walking through the luxurious hall, the man curtly informs him that he's too busy to waste time on his childish problems. He guarantees that any intruder capable of eluding the mansion's army would never be a simple school student. The father throws the truth in the bully's face, demanding real proof that those boys are stronger than the elite guard. The argument is cut short when the family's great master turns around and tells everyone to shut up. The veteran announces that they are dealing with important business and kicks his grandson out, forcing the bully to decide to invade the rift on his own. Back in the secret realm, a giant crystal beast attacks fiercely, kicking up a lot of dust from the ground. Yunchi slides quickly across the ice and manages to dodge the crushing blow, wielding his shining dagger. Without giving the creature any room, he fires a massive magic bolt that hits the target dead on, causing an explosion. The monster retaliates by conjuring sharp spikes from the ground, forcing the hero to leap back with all his agility. Seeing the perfect opening, the warrior yells Kyojai's name and tells him to activate his magic defense right away. The rookie obeys in a startle and conjures a shield around his ally, creating an extremely resistant fluid barrier. Seizing the momentum, the boy with glasses uses a shout of encouragement that increases the protagonist's power and speed. The stone beast roars uncontrollably, trying to break through the defenses, but ends up completely losing its own posture. Empowered by the support buffs, Yunchi charges like a flash, carrying his purple blade for the final attack. The warrior's dagger cuts brutally through the air, completely obliterating the crystal beast's life with a single lethal hit. Behind the shield, Kyoji celebrates very excitedly, announcing that he just leveled up again thanks to the kill. The hero analyzes the magic manuals in his hands, satisfied that they had looted such useful skills from that arrogant elite. He understands that the required levels are high, but admits that his ally's defensive power is making exploration much easier. Observing the frozen valley, the protagonist recalls the teacher's comment about a rare creature inhabiting that region. The panel reveals a coveted gravity technique, proving to be the main item the boy had marked in the mirrored world. Walking cautiously, he quickly realizes that the place harbors not only rare beasts but also undead creatures. Intrigued by the environment, the warrior deduces that the souls of ancient combatants continue to roam exactly where they met their end. Suddenly, his attention is completely captured by a strange movement emerging from the very back of the ice canyon. A macabre beast emitting pure purple magic appears, roaring, making the hero question if he had finally found his main target. The view of the Crystal Pillar Canyon opens up, revealing a true army of corrupted demons marching together. The monstrous beasts exude an overwhelming power, making it clear that they belong to an extremely dangerous elite rank. Hiding atop the hill, Yunchi is shocked to see so many high-caliber creatures walking together for over a mile. Analyzing their route, he quickly concludes that this herding behavior is completely outside the normal patterns of wild beasts. An old memory comes to the surface, showing that in the past, rare demons roamed destructively everywhere. He recalls that the physical strength of these wandering monsters was absurdly greater than that of the common creatures of that era. In those dark times, the original warriors did not possess the same level of power and had to risk their lives daily. Bumping into a herd of loose beasts always meant fighting a brutal battle for humanity's survival. Since they could freely exit the dimensional rifts, They spread chaos through the villages without any restrictions. This aggressive behavior resulted in countless tragedies, marking history as truly unforgettable disasters. Despite so much bloodshed, the creature's danger level was always directly proportional to the return of rewards. Taking down a monster of that caliber guaranteed the heroes massive experience points and high-quality magical loot. Returning to the present, the protagonist leaps from the cliff without a second thought, landing right in the middle of the enemy crowd. He delivers a brutal sequence of slashes against the shadow beast, testing the absurd physical resistance of that purple crystal. The warrior soon realizes that the enemy possesses continuous healing spells, deciding that the best option for now is to just analyze its attacks. The beasts form a furious formation and fire multiple beams of pure lethal energy, aiming directly at the intruder. The crushing impact of the beams completely shatters the light barrier around him, forcing an emergency tactical retreat. Being dragged backward, the boy notes that the frequency and speed of the charges are extremely difficult to handle. It becomes clear in his mind that just investing in agility isn't enough to dodge that storm of uninterrupted magic. Looking at his own stats, he admits that his health and defense are too low, only saved from lethal damage thanks to the shielder. With few alternatives, the hero conjures his macabre green magic to unleash a true army of souls from the shadows. But the skeletons are effortlessly crushed by the purple beast, proving that not even the dead can delay that march. Yunchi quickly leaps to avoid a massive explosion under his feet, relieved to find that the target's speed is slow. Escaping the blast radius, he admits with frustration that there's no way to increase his own vitality in the middle of that chaos. Deciding to strategically retreat, the warrior informs Qiao Zhai that their victory will depend entirely on the shielder getting stronger. Walking to a lower level area, the protagonist points out that this terrain full of basic beasts is perfect for rapid evolution. The rookie takes the front line, receiving the creature's direct impact, showing the true role of a tactical wall on the team. The warrior reflects on how warriors and mages always depend on this impenetrable defense to fight without being taken out quickly. Observing his ally's posture, he is completely satisfied to note that all attribute points were put solely into resistance. Combined with the armor stolen from the elite, the boy with glasses easily tanks the heavy blows from level 20 monsters. Acting as a ruthless mentor, the hero tells his ally to sink his body weight and keep a very firm base against the ground. Obeying the command, the rookie spins the shining defense with absurd force directly against the trajectory of the enemy's attack. A smile of relief appears on the shielder's face as he confirms that the barrier's durability took much less damage with this technique. However, the stone creature ignores the initial block and advances with a surprise attack, as Yunchi yells a warning about the blow. Caught completely off guard by the swift combo, Qiaoji loses his balance and collapses to the ground. Not understanding what hit him, Yunchi advises Qiaozhai to always pay close attention to the enemy's next move to avoid being caught by surprise. He tells his ally to relax his body and only firm up his block at the exact moment of impact with the beast. The rookie successfully holds off the charge and soon receives a direct order to keep holding firm, maintaining his position right behind him. The warrior reminds him that a shielder needs to have total awareness of his team's movements. Feeling the pressure of combat, the boy with glasses strains to maintain the impenetrable defense. Seizing the perfect opening, the protagonist leaps to the attack, stating that technique is what defines victory when the power difference is small. The strategy works perfectly, and the system panel appears, confirming that the shielder has leveled up. Walking on the ice, the hero announces that now his friend can face enemies head on and farm a lot of experience. Completely amazed by his own progress, the boy celebrates excitedly for having reached level 15 so quickly. With his enhanced attributes, the system announces that he finally meets the requirements to learn a new spell. Without wasting time, the boy absorbs the knowledge from the magic manual the hero had stolen from the elitist mansion. Watching his ally glow, Yunchi notes that this was the last useful skill looted from the Ding family. The ghostly summon receives the spell's bonus, gaining a powerful extra light armor to withstand impacts. Confident with the brutal increase in the team's defense, the protagonist guarantees they can now handle an elite beast. Observing from the top of the cliff, he is impressed by the absurd number of rare monsters roaming the canyon. Far away, the team of teachers spots the beasts and concludes that the area is too dangerous for the students. One of the seniors assesses the situation, admitting that the group can handle level 30 beasts, but these were very different. Suddenly, an emergency flare tears through the sky, catching the attention of all the educators at once. The head of the guard orders them to drop the hunt and focus on the rescue, fearing that some unsuspecting student has run into the bosses. Agreeing with the imminent risk, another teacher decides to stay in the rear to ensure the path's safety. The white-haired man announces that Old Bai would take care of that region if anything got out of control. As the duo departs for the rescue, the guard reflects worriedly that just 2 men might not be enough to handle that danger. Hiding in the ice, the boys watch everything as the warrior notes that the monsters are moving slowly and haven't seen them yet. Directing his gaze to his ally, he tells the boy to just watch from a distance to avoid unnecessary danger. Kyoji agrees with the idea but begs the hero not to do anything suicidal against those supreme beasts. Flashing a completely confident smile, the protagonist just reinforces for his friend to hide very well among the rocks. The teachers continue to run through the rough terrain in search of the student who fired the distress signal. Leaping with his dagger in hand, Yunchi charges against the monsters, guaranteeing that they were the ones who wouldn't leave there alive. Supported by the Macabre army, the warrior delivers swift blows against the colossal structure of the crystal creature. Following the offensive, one of the undead activates the enhanced magic barrier to protect the front line of combat. The beast retaliates with brute force and hits the skeleton with a destructive beam, testing the durability of the new defense. The shadow monster unleashes a chaotic wave of purple rays, trying to disintegrate any threat that was nearby. Nimbly dodging the deadly danger, the boy closes the distance and drives his dagger directly into the enemy's carapace. The magical shock shatters the beast's stones, as the boy continues the sequence of attacks, calculating the remaining damage. The blade tears through the demon's structure, spreading an overwhelming energy across the entire frozen battlefield. Unable to withstand the continuous wounds, the colossal creature finally runs out of health and collapses onto the ice floor. Satisfied with the clean kill, the hero celebrates having defeated an elite boss by perfectly using his class's advantages. Even while leading the skeletons with ease, he admits with frustration that his current level is still trash compared to his past. Spinning the weapon between his fingers, he reflects that the magical inversion greatly increases damage, but his base attributes remain weak. He notes with annoyance that a support's strength is too pathetic, and he urgently needs to find a way to raise this level. The panel displays achievement and evolution notifications, confirming that the kill yielded excellent points for the hero. Flashing a sly smile, he reaffirms that farming those rare enemies was the best way to gain experience. Walking through the battle scene, the protagonist approaches the exact spot where the monster's spoils had fallen. The panel reveals a stunning crystal sword boasting an absurd bonus of over 500 attack points. Wielding the new heavy weapon, he is amazed to find that it perfectly solves his offensive weakness. Exuding a powerful purple aura, Yunchi mentally notes that the next fights would be a piece of cake with this strength increase. Analyzing the remaining loot, he lets out a disappointed sigh, noticing that the coveted gravity manual wasn't there. Completely focused on his objective, the warrior deduces that he just needs to hunt more of those wandering beasts to get the spell. At another point in the valley, the rescue team arrives out of breath, and the leader questions if the alert didn't come from there. Observing the scene ahead, the senior's eyes widen in pure shock, completely frozen by the tension of the environment. The canyon was completely infested with rare demons wandering aimlessly, leaving the teachers in a panic. A monstrous crowd of shadow crystals completely blocked the only entrance to the ice cave. Staring at that true wall of certain doom, the female teacher fearfully questions what on earth attracted so many bosses there. Keeping his guard up, her colleague replies that he has no idea, and that they just followed the tracker to that dead end. The team leader points into the cave's darkness, concluding with certainty that the missing students were trapped inside. He announces that they are organizing a rescue, but admits with frustration that the number of beasts there was too large. Holding his staff tightly, one of the mages confesses that even with all the educators from the portal combined, they couldn't win. Suddenly, the socialites appear in the middle of the group, offering support and asking if their help would be welcome on the mission. Maintaining a proud posture, the Shining Mage firmly states that saving others was also their duty. Without wasting time on formalities, the girl raises her magic staff and conjures a luminous ability on the ground. The energy circle envelopes the teachers, who feel an absurd increase in strength and conclude it's an epic spell. Taking advantage of the massive support, the other girl leaps, delivering a crushing gravitational slash against the enemy lines. The brutal impact shatters the stone monsters with ease, carving a red path of destruction through the snow. The seniors watch in awe at this overwhelming force, certain that now they would have a real chance to save the students. Hiding up high, Yunchi assesses the girls' absurd equipment and understands that they could handle the situation just fine. Intrigued by the main mystery, the protagonist wonders what on earth could be attracting so many beasts to the cave. He quickly tells his ally to stay hidden with the team, while he investigates the mysterious grotto alone. Activating his supreme magic, the hero crosses reality and enters directly into the mirrored world with the timer running on the screen. Walking through the alternate landscape, he notices the shining crystals and deduces that the location facilitates the use of the ability. A quick memory of the mansion invasion flashes in his mind, recalling when the magic expired and locked the reuse. On that tense night, the system had barred entry into the inverted realm because the boy didn't have access to mirrors. Looking at the valley, he sees the phantoms of the teachers fighting and realizes that living people have ghostly reflections there. Staring at the ground, he is confused to note that the corpses of the dead monsters continue to exist physically in the dimension. Putting these oddities together, The boy asks in shock if he is the only truly living thing with a physical body in that mirrored world. Walking a bit further, he spots the clear silhouettes of the two girls and deduces that everyone in the rift has reflections. Analyzing the cave, the protagonist deduces that the teachers lured the beasts and fired the signal. Since they used the narrow terrain for defense, they were not in danger. He enters the crystal-filled place, trying to understand what drew the attention of so many monsters. All that glow made it very difficult to see the path. Just then, the hero stops walking, completely surprised by something in front of him. Looking closely, he realizes it's a special crystal ore. It finally makes sense why the group of seniors had ventured into that specific grotto. The warrior assesses the luminous material, noting that it was completely different from the common crystals found in the outside world. This type of rare resource is used by craftsmen to create top-tier equipment, as well as magical accessories and other very special items. With this in mind, Yunchi concludes that those ores were worth infinitely more than their own weight in gold on the current market. The system panel pops up instantly, asking if he wants to take the mirrored crystal ore to the real world. Touching the shining stone, the boy is intrigued and wonders if he could use it as an exit point from there. He touches another nearby crystal just to test the theory, receiving the same confirmation message from the system. A confident smile appears on his face as he discovers that any mirrored surface serves as a gateway back to reality. The boy excitedly collects the ore, aware that his magic held many secrets and that he would need time to research everything properly. But for now, he decides that the most sensible thing to do is to continue exploring the depths of that place. Walking through the gigantic cave, he finds the amount of ore absurd, capable of turning any ordinary person into a billionaire in the blink of an eye. Understanding the richness of the place, it becomes obvious why the beasts were gathering there. Just then a crystalline monster leaps into the scene, exuding pure energy. The girl in black leaps, performing a deadly dance with her dual blades to tear through the enemies in her path. The teachers watch in shock, asking if all their skills were epic level, as they surpassed even the educators. Nearby, the team uses magic shields to block the crystal shards flying in all directions. One of the students breathes a sigh of relief, confessing he thought he was going to meet his end in that terrifying place. The warrior lands, warning everyone not to lower their guard, as they still needed to fight their way out, and everyone was already exhausted. Beside her, the mage agrees that the situation is tense, but admits it has at least gotten a little easier than before. Hearing that, a boy from the team sighs, exhausted, just trying to catch his breath after so much running for survival. The view of the cave expands, revealing a sea of purple crystals that stretched infinitely through the darkness of the abyss. Desperation takes over the group again as they stare at the bottom of the valley, completely frozen before that overwhelming threat. The seniors panic, noticing that all the wandering beasts from the entire secret realm had migrated to that specific point. While chaos unfolded in the real world, the protagonist continued his silent walk through the mirrored world. The path was formed by walls of light and gigantic stones that intersected in every possible direction. Analyzing the confusing environment, he mutters that the cave seemed like a true endless labyrinth of ice. Suddenly, an intense green light catches the hero's attention in the middle of that massive and frightening structure. Getting closer, he stares at the pulsating crystal, fascinated, and wonders if this could be the famous hidden treasure of the rift. The warrior reasons that if the common ores were already special products, then that crystalline core could only be the greatest relic of the place. This type of hidden treasure was the pure crystallized essence of the realm, taking a long time to form and appearing irregularly. Extending his hand, he reflects that an ordinary person could spend a lifetime without ever stumbling upon something of such incredible magnitude. Flashing an ambitious smile, the boy understands perfectly why relics like that always have such unique and coveted functions. Holding the green gem, he notes that it increases base attributes. The vitality and mana bonus would ensure a much longer survival. But the grand prize was the 20% reduction in magic damage, leaving the boy with an extremely satisfied look at the advantage. This type of defense was a rarity even in elite equipment. However, a detail in the midst of it all leaves him quite intrigued. Just as common ore attracts normal beasts, a relic like that should attract a monster absurdly stronger than average. The panel appears, giving the option to use the item. Knowing that absorbing it would consume 10 minutes of his time there, he decides to use it to leave. The system asks for final confirmation of the action, but he lets out a sound of surprise as he feels a sudden change in the environment around him. In the real world, the entire cave begins to shake violently, leaving the teachers and students terrified by the brutal earthquake. The two powerful girls freeze instantly, feeling an overwhelming energy rapidly approaching from the shadows. The ice walls crack and collapse as the group tries to stay on their feet amidst the destructive seismic shock. From the depths of the horde, a colossal demon emerges, roaring, making a senior stammer in terror, asking if that was a lord. The system panel confirms everyone's worst nightmare, revealing that the colossal beast was a dreaded hidden boss of a very high rank. The crystal giant roars with overwhelming fury, smashing the ground and causing a shockwave that destroys the surrounding rocks. The raw power of that supreme creature completely surpassed any limit the students and educators could handle in a fight. One of the seniors protects the younger ones, desperately questioning how a lord like that ended up in such a low-level portal. The team's knight panics completely, bellowing that if the situation continued like this, they would all be taken out without mercy. Contradicting the general despair, the prodigy mage flashes an extremely confident smile in the face of that deadly and hopeless danger. She raises her voice, telling everyone to stay calm, reminding them that the absolute priority at that moment was for everyone to escape alive. Pointing her staff to an exit among the rocks, she announces that they could escape the basin by crossing the canyon right in front of them. Maintaining tactical leadership of the team, the young woman guarantees they would finally be safe once they left the bottom of that rough terrain. To do so, she orders the mages to use full force without holding back mana, focusing all explosive attacks directly on that escape route. The electric educator activates his luminous aura and agrees, stating that they needed to ensure the students' survival at all costs. Taking the front line, the shield-bearing professor raises his heavy defense and announces that he would lead the vanguard to clear the path through the ice. The armored warrior charges like a bulldozer, smashing and throwing the smaller purple beasts away with the violent impact of his shield. Right behind, the mages conjure support and massive destruction spells, clearing the path with beams of pure luminous and lethal energy. The entire group runs together through the dark cave, tearing through the sea of demons with a relentless rain of heavy spells. Magical roots emerge from the ground, trapping the wandering creatures as the seniors yell for no one to give up in the final stretch. The supreme boss doesn't let it slide and lets out a deafening roar, activating a malignant area of effect battle cry ability. The echo of the magic hits the smaller wandering beasts dead on, causing the purple crystals on their bodies to glow with pure murderous fury. Obeying the Lord's call, an absurd number of beasts march quickly, completely blocking the team's escape route. Seeing the wall of monsters closing the passage, the students panic, cursing and asking where so many enemies came from at once. To worsen everyone's nightmare, the colossal creature projects a gigantic purple light circle, activating a strengthening aura on the army. The reader panel warns that all beasts received a massive 20% increase in health, defense, and also attack power. Strengthened by the magic, one of the demons charges brutally against the defenses, leaving the seniors in shock at the force of the impact. The electric warrior is hit by a lethal energy beam and spits blood, desperately warning that the healers couldn't keep up with the damage. Unable to withstand the unreal pressure, one of the educators is impaled by the purple rays and screams for help, falling hard onto the frozen ground. Watching the carnage, one of the students grabs his own hair and freaks out in terror, bellowing that the professor had just been brutally taken out. The young mage tries to contain the chaos, ordering the shielders to hold the front line and for all healing to be directed solely at them urgently. But tension grips the girl as she realizes the group was out of mana, and that the Supreme Lord hadn't even started to really attack yet. Realizing the team's certain demise, the hooded senior leader sighs heavily, stating that they would never be able to break through that infinite barrier. Overcome by selfishness and pure fear, the stealthy educator activates his invisibility magic, turning his back on the students in the middle of that war. With a completely cold gaze, the coward sentences that it was much better for each to try to escape on their own than for all of them to go down together. The stealthy professor runs off to try and save his own skin, but one of the students soon yells, warning everyone not to go after him. Maintaining the tension, the electric senior warns that the coward's invisibility duration wouldn't be enough for the escape, and the prediction is confirmed in the same instant, when the deserter reappears right in the middle of the path infested with purple crystal beasts. With nowhere to run, he despairs, muttering that he wouldn't make it out of there alive. But the colossal beast doesn't even waste time and already prepares a massive pure energy attack right on top of the target. The electric educator watches the deadly flash, frightened, warning the team to be very careful. Assessing the damage, he reports with a grim tone that the Supreme Boss had just turned his colleague to ash. A thunderous explosion sweeps through the rocky landscape, kicking up a dense cloud of dust and destruction throughout the canyon. In addition to annihilating the target, the brutal impact was strong enough to collapse the surrounding canyon walls. Overcome with terror, the senior realizes that the monster's attack power was something completely beyond their reality. Desperation hits hard as he concludes that the escape route was ruined, and there was no longer any way to escape the frozen basin. Soon, the giant beast begins to concentrate an overwhelming purple energy, ready to unleash another devastating blow on the area. Overcome with panic, the electric professor announces that it was the end for everyone, as the target of that lethal magic was now the team itself. The destructive beam is fired at high speed, cutting through the air, while the mages assume they could never hold it back. However, the guardian professor bravely steps forward and conjures gigantic mountain-like shields to try and withstand the blow. The barrier takes the brutal shock of the energy beam. The defender bravely resists and tells the strongest to hold the front line. Observing the defense, the Shining Mage calmly comments that the equipment was level 70, possessing an absurd firmness. On the other hand, she laments that no one there could use the weapon properly because of their level, making movement very difficult. The shield-bearing professor agrees, panting, admitting that they could only buy a little time that way. In the middle of the group, a student complains indignantly, trying to understand why on earth the school kept an abomination like that in the rift. The electric educator becomes extremely frustrated, feeling that all his effort to save the children was going straight down the drain. Looking at the injured students, he tries to comfort himself by thinking that at least those two rookies weren't caught in the chaos. But the relief vanishes in the same instant when he turns his head and comes face to face with the boy with glasses right there in the rear. Completely perplexed, the senior questions why the boy had crossed the valley instead of staying hidden on the other side in safety. The shock is cut off by a cry of warning at the exact moment a crystal beast leaps, aiming a heavy blow at the rookie. Without showing any dread, Kyaoji lifts his face with determination and immediately conjures his circular shield. The impact smashes the perfectly positioned light barrier, holding the blow without the defense yielding an inch. Seeing that, the professor is shocked to realize that the main defenses had broken before the boys. The chaos quickly worsens as the educators scream that there was no one left to contain the advance of the wandering beasts. And even under extreme pressure, the boy with glasses stands firm in front of the giant monster, proving to be a true wall. The display of resistance leaves the electric professor stunned, asking when the student had acquired all that power. However, the situation spirals out of control as the horde advances with fury, completely shattering the barriers of the senior guards. With the front line ruined, the rookie takes the counterblow and retreats, warning that the team's entire defense had gone up in smoke. The beasts charge dense blasts of purple energy, aiming directly at the exhausted survivors. Staring imminent demise in the face, the leader gives up completely, muttering in total despair that no one would be saved from this massacre. Suddenly, swift cuts of shadow energy sweep the area, obliterating the menacing demons in the blink of an eye. Yunchi lands skillfully, wielding his shining blade, praising the good work of his ally who shouts his name in surprise. Exuding pure confidence, the hero turns his back to his friend, guaranteeing that he would take care of the rest of the fight from then on. Just then, a quick memory of the mirrored world reveals the exact moment he found the coveted green light gem in the ice. He soon deduces that the original version of that treasure still exists in the real world, which would absurdly double his profits. However, upon trying to transfer the common ores out, he stares at the system panel, frustrated by the difficulty of that action. The alert indicates that exporting 75 items would require an absurdly longer time than the ability actually allowed. Doing the math, the protagonist understands that carrying a single crystal already consumed 10 valuable minutes of his active timer. Faced with the system asking what he would do with the item, he chooses to be practical and focuses on taking only the valuable main core. But right after confirming the loot, the ground of that dimension begins to shake violently, catching his attention unexpectedly. Feeling the strong seismic shock of the landscape, the warrior becomes suspicious of this sudden instability in the mirrored world. He dashes off in a swift run between the crystal walls, asking himself what could have caused so much chaos. Taking advantage of a smooth wall ahead, he extends his hand to test if he could return to reality from where he was. Passing through the luminous barrier, the panel confirms that the walk timer was still running with 12 minutes to spare. A strong excitement arises as he discovers he could enter and exit the dimension at will as long as the timer was running. Deepening the logic, he notes that the cooldown of the supreme ability only started counting down when the limit completely ran out. In the real world, immense stones plummet violently from the ceiling, turning the cave into a true scene of destruction. The hero lands perfectly on the valley floor right, after escaping through the reflections of the shattered ice. Directing his gaze to the back, he notices a new gigantic horde of monsters marching and questions why there were so many enemies. Staying calm, he deduces that even though ores are attractive to beasts, that quantity was completely out of the ordinary. The answer comes when he spots the colossal beast from afar, understanding that the wandering lord was the true cause of the imminent danger. His instinct screams as he realizes that his friend and the school team were being cornered by the fury of that monstrous boss. Taking advantage of his new discovery about the supreme technique, he dives into the shadows, ready to act stealthily. Appearing out of nowhere, Yunchi dodges the colossal charge with extreme agility, celebrating that his evasion had become far superior. With a focused look, the protagonist checks his status and confirms that level 24 gave him a good advantage. Charging brutally, he slashes through the beasts and calculates that his total mana had hit the 140-point mark. The boy spins, delivering fatal cuts, confirming that his regeneration had doubled, allowing him to immensely increase his damage. Focused on the enemy, he acknowledges that the bonus is absurd, but admits that facing a wandering boss of that caliber would require more strength. Observing the beast roaring on the other side, he projects that he'll need to reach at least level 30 to avoid being turned to dust. The narrative returns to the present on the battlefield, where the guards continue to fight bravely on the front lines to survive. Using the mirror magic, the hero swiftly reappears in the middle of the chaos, delivering attacks that take down the purple monsters. Maintaining an intimidating pose with his stained blade, he reinforces his praise for the absurd effort the shielder had made. Relieved by the salvation, his friend's eyes widen as he hears the promise that he no longer needed to worry about the fight. Taking another step forward, Yunsha leaves the dimension, completely taking the lead of that broken team. The warrior charges into the crowd of enemies, spreading his purple aura, asking for all supports to urgently strengthen him. Exuding determination, he announces that he would take care of that entire legion of wandering abominations alone if he received the proper support. Without a second's hesitation, the Shining Mage activates her spell and conjures blasts of stellar blessing directly on her ally. Seizing the rhythm, Kyoji summons his protective ability, enveloping his friend with a powerful armor of magical rings. Boosted by the enchantments, the protagonist charges with full force, tearing through the air and the monsters as his attributes rise. A focused look takes over his face, confident that his new high health and magic reduction would withstand the damage from that horde. Attacking relentlessly, the protagonist realizes he's no longer in any real danger there. It becomes clear that the beasts are immune to confusion, making a quick kill difficult. The seniors watch the scene, completely shocked. One of them desperately questions if he's not just seeing things. Observing the attributes, another teacher notes that the boy is just casting spells. He doesn't understand where so much raw attack power is coming from. Just then, the electric educator lets out a sigh of relief. He admits he was worried for nothing, impressed by the boy's unexpected strength. Cutting violently through the air, the hero continues his relentless massacre. The purple blade tears through the crystal beasts with extreme ease. The system confirms another level up. Satisfied, the warrior concludes that gathering rare monsters like this greatly speeds up evolution. Nearby, the Shining Mage was also delivering lethal blows. Her magical attacks sweep away the enemies that try to approach her. She observes the protagonist from afar, completely in awe. She admits she thought the boy was just a courageous thief, but his strength surpassed her expectations. On the other side, the young warrior stares at the movements in absolute silence. The display of power clearly catches her attention. Riding the momentum, the boy uses the hidden dimension again. He passes through the crystals, entering and exiting the mirrored world in the blink of an eye. This strategy yields multiple consecutive level gains. Flashing a confident smile, he notices his health and mana attributes rising rapidly. The shield-bearing professor tries to understand if his ally is an external support. Intrigued, he comments that all that strength seems very familiar. One of the senior guards swallows hard and announces that the boy is just a student. The revelation leaves everyone frightened by the absurdity of the situation. The calm is short-lived as the wandering lord begins to concentrate a massive energy. The giant boss prepares for another destructive blow. Seeing the purple glow, the electric educator panics. He desperately warns that the colossal beast is about to launch another devastating attack there. The gigantic beam is fired, sweeping across the entire canyon. The hero nimbly slides through the terrain, narrowly escaping the lethal impact. Staring at the crater formed, he maintains a cautious posture. He knows very well that he wouldn't survive taking that blow head on. To heighten the tension, the supreme beast begins to advance. The monster breaks the ice in its path, slowly marching toward the group. Behind the mountainous barriers, the team tries to protect themselves. It's clear the defenses won't hold when the Lord gets too close. The electric senior points to a breach in the enemy's encirclement. He excitedly yells, telling everyone to seize the chance to run for the exit. He reinforces the order, completely sweating from nervousness. He warns that they will lose any chance of escape if the colossal monster closes the distance. But the shield-bearing professor disagrees, maintaining a tense position. He warns that the barriers are heavy and running would leave everyone exposed to attacks. The other mages agree with the imminent risk. They conclude that the boy can only draw the boss's attention if the team continues to serve as bait. Contradicting the general fear, the rookie with glasses bravely steps forward, wielding his defensive equipment. He guarantees he would take care of that protection. Up ahead, the protagonist prepares to act. He announces that he will focus on the Lord to draw its attacks, telling the group to flee at the first opening. The heroic decision leaves the electric educator speechless. Completely worried, he questions what would happen to the boy if they ran. Without looking back, the boy throws the harsh reality in everyone's face. He explains that if the boss doesn't go down there, it will destroy the entire outside world. A dark memory invades the warrior's mind. The past proved that wandering beasts of that level always cause true apocalyptic disasters. Charging his blade with magic, he exudes an overwhelming aura. Focused on his objective, the hero firmly decrees that he will stay to take down the giant. Taking the lead, the shield-bearing senior bellows, ordering an immediate retreat. He knows the boy will run out of strength soon against so many enemies. Running through the snow, the professor encourages the fleeing team. He states that getting out of there as fast as possible is the only way to ensure their allies escape as well. One of the students keeps pace, completely confused by the plan. He considers that the promise to take out the boss was just a lie to calm them down. Without stopping his march, the educator agrees with the reasoning. He recalls the absurd level of that lord, finding it impossible for anyone to achieve such a feat alone. Overcome with frustration, the shielder runs, clenching his fists. He laments being so useless that he can only flee while his friend risks his life. Far from the escape, the protagonist continues to slice through the monsters without mercy. The system glows again, informing him of another evolution during the massacre. Using his absurd agility, he activates the mirror traversal. The spell quickly transports him across the battlefield, avoiding unnecessary damage. Reappearing in the colossal beast's shadows, the warrior prepares his pounce. He exits the hidden dimension in a perfect blind spot for a stealthy attack. The purple dagger tears through the demon's crystalline structure with brutal force. The impact rips out magical sparks, showing the aggressiveness of the precise blow. But the lord's health bar regenerates almost instantly. The hero retreats in frustration, noticing the monster's defense is too high for his current weapon. Observing the shards return to the giant's body, he accepts the obstacle. The creature's extreme healing power was already expected in this fight. Focusing on the green glow atop the beast, the boy sets his goal. He quickly concludes that the core on its head is the target's only real weak point. Trying to clear a path, he unleashes more energy sequences into the air. However, he admits that his base damage is still too low to bring down the Colossus. The panel displays a sound alert, informing him that the support enchantments are running out. The luminous aura around his body begins to weaken rapidly. With his breath ragged, the boy realizes his mana is running out. He knows very well that he won't be able to keep the reverse technique active for much longer. Without losing focus, the warrior dashes like a flash through the cave. The only viable option at the moment is to farm more experience to level up quickly. In the middle of the rush, the frozen ground begins to emit a dense purple light. The scenery vibrates with the sudden accumulation of a lot of hostile magic in the area. The protagonist freezes in his tracks. Sensing the imminent danger approaching, he eyes the ground suspiciously, immediately recognizing that heavy trap. The beast's colossal fist mercilessly smashes the ground. A destructive shockwave spreads rocks and dust throughout the frozen basin. Escaping into the mirrored world, the hero is completely surprised. The monster had just predicted his exact point of reappearance in reality. Exiting the dimension, the boy receives continuous damage warnings from the system. The surrounding area was infested with a poisonous aura that drained his health. Taking magical shocks, he understands the colossal enemy's strategy. The lord activated a lethal zone of continuous damage to prevent any evasion. Sliding on the ice, he calculates the supreme ability's timer. Wasting the remaining time, just dodging would be a fatal mistake for sure. As a last defensive resort, he summons his shadow troops. The undead leap in front, serving as a shield against the destructive beams. The green skulls are quickly crushed by the raw energy. The mana cost worries him, as it hinders the power increase needed for the kill. Just then, a magical flash appears right behind the warrior. He looks over his shoulder, completely surprised to see the two female students returning to combat. The shining mage flashes a friendly smile, wielding her staff. She jokes that the shielder cried so much they were forced to come back and help. Sitting exhausted in the background, the boy with glasses grumbles that he didn't beg that much. He states that the fleeing team was already safe thanks to the area being cleared. The protagonist's cold gaze softens into a slight smile of relief, showing gratitude. He thanks his ally for his loyalty and the unexpected support. Positioned among the summoned souls, the girls take up the rear. The mage announces that they would provide defensive cover to ensure a slow and safe retreat. Rejecting the escape, the hero receives the young women's healing with great determination. He charges against the horde again, stating that retreat was not in his plans. Enveloped by strengthening magic beams, the boy feels his vigor return. The epic supports restore his mana, allowing him to use full force again. An impulsive leap throws the hero into the air, delivering continuous blows. He guarantees he no longer needed to hold back, slicing through the smaller demons. The swift massacre yields immediate results on the luminous panel. The system issues a positive alert, announcing he has finally reached level 30. Looking at his own weapon, the warrior feels the new strength flowing. Reaching that milestone guaranteed the attack power needed for the final execution. Without wasting time, the boy activates the heavy equipment he had stored. The imposing corrupted armor appears on his body, emitting dark magic. Watching from the ground, the mage questions her ally's madness with astonishment. She warns that the giant's height made any direct attack on the core impossible. The protagonist flashes a magic manual in the air with a triumphant look. He celebrates, having looted exactly the skill he had been hunting for from the beginning. Diving from the sky, he begins to stack the blade's multipliers relentlessly. The boy reassures the girls, guaranteeing that victory was in the bag. The warrior's hand extends, channeling the newly acquired gravitational spell. The purple magic distorts space, focusing solely on the supreme beast. The magnetic pull traps the hero in an extremely bizarre force field. His entire body is violently pulled toward the creature like a magnet. Cutting through the air at an absurd speed, the boy becomes a beam of pure destruction. The impact tears through the crystalline scenery as he advances fearlessly. Taking advantage of gravity's pull, he finally reaches the top of the beast, landing with pinpoint precision right above the gigantic Ice Lord. From below, his allies watch the insane maneuver with wide eyes. Neither of them imagined such a creative tactical application of that magic. The supercharged dagger descends without a drop of mercy. The blow deeply pierces the crystal carapace, scattering purple shards everywhere. The impact destroys the core, generating a catastrophic explosion of pure energy. The shock sweeps through the entire cave, taking a heavy toll on the warrior's life. Taking continuous damage, Yunchi sees his HP rapidly drop over and over as the dark aura envelopes him. The explosion shatters the purple crystals into the air. The system confirms that Yunchi has reached level 30. The holographic panel appears with level up notifications. His stats skyrocket, showing his newfound strength. Shocked, the blonde mage admits that Yunchi is truly strong for being able to take down such a terrifying monster alone. Her allies stare in bewilderment. The bright light reveals the spoils of battle. The group notices, impressed, that 2 legendary items dropped at once. In the middle of the rubble, the boy remains standing, holding his weapons firmly. The ice giant begins to crumble. The mage screams in desperation for the boy to be careful, as he was still up there. Taking advantage of the structure's fall, he nimbly leaps away from the sharp debris. An avalanche of rocks and crystals plummets violently, destroying everything around. Observing what was left, the boy with glasses is confused to notice that the destroyed structure looked like a hollow mountain. The frozen scenery reveals the immense crater left by the creature's brutal destruction. A lone figure observes the devastated area. He questions the presence of human remains mixed with the wandering race. Assessing the grandeur of the place, he concludes that an even more powerful wandering lord must have been born there long ago. Thoughtfully, Yunchi understands that it was because of this ancient lord that the place was filled with marks of such intense battles. His attention is drawn to the top of the crystal debris. He wonders what that silhouette stuck in the ground was. Upon approaching, the system issues a cold notification confirming that Kiao En, also known as Kiao Yai, had met his end there. The boy stands silently before the kneeling warrior's carcass. Surprised by the discovery, the blonde mage asks if that corpse was really the famous traitor of the Kiao family. She comments that she heard rumors about him being taken out by the hero Ding Kun in that location, but she didn't expect to find this situation. Analyzing the scene carefully, the sorceress deduces that this place was clearly the result of a battle against countless monsters and people. Shocked by the piled-up bodies, the hero notices that the scene was completely different from the memorial statues. This warrior was not stomped on. The boy in armor intervenes, warning that they might not believe it, but he thought his great-grandfather might not have been such a bad man. He explains that he spent his childhood researching his great-grandfather's history. However, the descriptions of his experiences were always vague. Even with the information hidden by the books, the young man states that he still managed to find some scattered details during his searches. Maintaining a serious expression, he reveals his ancestors' bizarre pattern of always visiting dungeons that didn't match his own level. The support questions the protagonist about why an S-rank professional with a level above 60 would take such an action. With open arms, the shielder concludes that his great-grandfather went to those weak dungeons because they could spawn a wandering lord. The immense monster roars. The boy explains that these lords cause catastrophes by summoning all the dungeon's monsters into the outside world. Recounting the past, he says that the rulers of that time did not have enough armies to deal with the hordes. Because of this, the government depended on strong professionals to clear the dungeons frequently, preventing the monsters from escaping. Pointing to the corpse, the young man proudly declares that his great-grandfather was a hero who went to the dungeons to nip disasters in the bud. The protagonist and the mage stare at their companion in absolute silence, absorbing the entire story. Embarrassed, the boy with glasses confesses that they must think it's all a figment of his imagination. He clenches his fists in frustration. The boy laments that even his own family said he interpreted things just to seek comfort. Without saying a word, Yunchi places a hand on the shielder's shoulder in a gesture of genuine support. With a slight smile on his face, the hero in dark armor states with absolute certainty that he believed the boy's theory. Behind them, the 2 female allies observe the interaction with gentle and understanding gazes. Overcome with emotion, the young shielder is speechless upon hearing those words of encouragement. Looking at the dead knight's skeleton, Yunchi agrees that this man really must not have been a bad traitor. The memory brings back the younger shielder swinging a piece of wood at barrels, yelling that he didn't need any master. Full of arrogance, the little prodigy scoffs at the older man, saying his talent would make him surpass him quickly so he could retire. Cutting the bravado short, the next scene shows the kid running desperately from an army of undead while begging for help, while having his wounds bandaged. The brat stubbornly complains that he didn't ask for help and was just caught off guard by the number of monsters. Peeking through the door, the master catches the apprentice training hard in secret. Noticing he had been discovered once again, the older man smiles, amused by the scene. He jokes that he's the type who trains in secret to show off in front of others. The boy wields the sword, guaranteeing he wasn't in danger. The master questions why he chose the worst shielder class to advance. Annoyed, the student retorts that he did it only because the master invested everything in strength and agility, making it impossible to follow him with another class. Seeing the older man walk alone toward a mountain of corpses in the dungeon, the boy sighs, saying he complained too much. Bleeding, the senior smiles and confesses that he abandoned the team to help deserters because he couldn't resist farming the wandering monsters along the way. The memory focuses on the hero's excuse about unintentionally saving people. In the present, Yunchi promises to settle the score with the Ding family. Changing scenes, a blonde man in a suit glares at someone furiously, demanding to know if the information he had just heard was true. The subordinate bows nervously, swearing that Yunchi's incredible abilities were real and could be confirmed with the dungeon's professor. He reports that he tried to enter but was stopped by the guard at the dungeon's entrance, having to wait for the people inside to come out. The crowd came out in shock, commenting on the battle. An excited witness asked if the others saw the wandering lord fall. The students discussed the huge commotion caused by the slain giant. They were sure that the killer possessed power beyond imagination. Recapping the students' gossip, the spy questions what Yunchi's true identity could be to have done something so absurd. The luxurious room plunges into a brief silence as the man in the suit processes the gravity of the report delivered by the informant. Emerging from the armchair's shadows, the leader stands up, ordering them to gather the family guards to invade the traitor's dungeon. Before leaving, he interrupts his own order with a malicious smile. The blonde asks to confirm if the Kyo brats were also there. With his eyes glowing frighteningly, the villain orders the Kiao family members to be captured and brought along to accompany them on the mission. Resuming his orders, the man in the suit repeats the command to mobilize the Ding family guards toward the secret realm of the slain traitor. Once again, he pauses, remembering that the enemy faction had sent some subordinates to accompany the exploration mission. His eyes shine with lethal intent. Without hesitation, he decrees that the rival group should be dragged along to the extermination area. Back in the frozen dungeon, Yunchi holds a newly dropped shimmering book. The system reveals it was the legendary skill Golden Light Barrier. The hero hands the magic manual directly to the shielder with glasses, noting that the spell had no level requirement to learn. The mage's eyes widen in complete shock. She can't believe the boy was just giving away a legendary tier item like that. Staying calm, Yunchi smiles, explaining that it was a skill exclusive to the shielder class, making it useless for him to learn. With the book clutched in his hands, the young shielder murmurs emotionally. The protagonist speculates that the boy's ancestor must have used that spell a lot. With an elegant gesture, the mage assumes the swordsman already had more than enough power, pointing out that her own spells were already high level. Walking through the debris, the blonde sorceress admits that there was still a chasm of difference between them. Citing his sudden teleportation, with his eyes brimming with purple energy, he listens to his ally mention the absurd power that allowed him to summon so many undead in battle. The swordsman internally recalls the details of his summons. He knew his skeletal warriors were born from captured souls. Putting the pieces together, he deduces that all other lost souls also ended up in the mirrored world. The boy begins to devise a new, insane plan. The system panel appears, floating in the air, counting down nearly 30 remaining minutes. He wonders if he could use the magic right there. The dark aura explodes, opening a colossal purple rift. From the shadows of the mirrored world, an entire legion of dead warriors awaits his command. The luminous aura envelopes the protagonist as he stands firm within the dark dimension of the mirrored world. Back in reality, the warrior warns the mage that they should leave soon because of an important ceremony. Yunsha laments the time wasted trapped in that place and wonders what the boy could be doing that was taking so long. She sighs in frustration, admitting that the situation on his side must surely be much more interesting. Just then, Kyoji finds his ally's disappearance strange, while the hero remains isolated inside the alternate world. Staring at the glowing soul of the former knight, Yunchi confesses that he never imagined the two would meet again. Overcome by a great melancholy, the warrior admits he had many things to tell his old companion. However, he deeply laments knowing that the corrupted spirit would never be able to answer any of his words. Charging forward, the boy notes with regret that his friend had unfortunately transformed into an undead monster. He dodges a swift blow from the enemy and states with total sincerity that he had no desire to fight him. But determination takes over the hero, who focuses his glowing gaze to face the harsh reality of that combat. The memory of the shielder talking about his great grandfather's experiences invades his mind in the middle of that tension. A violent memory emerges, showing Ding Kun delivering a cowardly and lethal attack in the shadows of the past. Analyzing the dead knight's movements, Yun Qi wonders with intrigue why that posture seems so familiar. The clash of swords shatters the magic barrier, completely breaking the spirit's defense with an overwhelming blow. The ghost knight collapses defeated on the ground, and the hero questions indignantly what the heck happened to him. Looking at the fallen carcass, the protagonist calls his old friend by his childhood nickname with a choked voice. The purple energy begins to consume the spirit's body, completely undoing the presence of the former warrior there. The boy watches the soul disappear in silence, feeling the weight of that forced farewell to his old companion. Suddenly, a cutting wave of pure magic tears through the scenery, forcing the hero to leap swiftly to save himself. Dodging the danger, he understands that the monster has completely lost its reason and now acted guided only by battle instincts. The panel blocks the exit from the mirrored world, making the protagonist deduce that he would need to strategically retreat first. With no viable escape route, he lets out a heavy sigh and admits that the only remaining option was to fight to the end. Back in the real world, the Ding family guard surrounds Qiaozhai, with the leader in the suit asking about the intruder. The villain scoffs, questioning if his ally ran away in fear, while the shielder freezes upon recognizing the arriving enemies. Staring at the scared boy, the man in the suit mocks, wanting to know why the punching bag was training in that place. Without patience, he tells the kid to stop pretending and directly accuses the two of having invaded the mansion to steal. The rookie stammers, denying everything, but the leader retorts, stating that he would never forget his pathetic screams during the invasion. Flashing a purely malicious smile, the rich man announces that this flimsy lie didn't matter in the slightest. Satisfied with the other's terror, he reveals he brought a special gift, pointing to the boy's entire subdued family. Seeing his captured relatives, Qiaozhai is in shock, recognizing his grandparents, uncles, and even his own mother there. Desperate with the situation, the boy's grandfather furiously yells for his grandson to kneel on the ground immediately. The old man demands an apology to the elite, but the shielder lowers his head, stating that he wouldn't do that anymore. Freaking out with rage, the old man questions the upbringing he gave the boy, bellowing for him to show submission quickly. Tired of so much humiliation, Qiaozhai raises his voice, asking if his grandfather wanted them to be doormats for all generations. The rival family's leader just watches the family argument with a mocking smile plastered on his face. Confirming his submission, the old man guarantees that being treated like trash was already a blessing for the descendants of sinners. An aunt intervenes in the fight, accusing the boy of wanting to get them all eliminated, telling him to remember his own bedridden father. She throws in the boy's face all the sacrifice his mother made to support the house after the family tragedy. Gathering courage, the shielder points to the destroyed valley and reveals that his great-grandfather sacrificed himself to prevent a disaster. He confesses that he spent his entire life gathering clues about the past, but always hit a wall due to the lack of concrete proof. With his eyes glowing with determination, the young man decrees that the truth was right there, proving that his ancestor was never a villain. He lets it all out, guaranteeing that clearing the family's name would finally end that miserable life. Facing the rivals head-on, the rookie states with hatred that this arrogant elite had no right to oppress them. Brimming with revolt, Qiaozhai screams at the top of his lungs that his dead relatives should never have suffered because of a lie. The Ding family leader lets out a hysterical laugh, mocking the childish innocence of believing in justice. Walking arrogantly, the villain shocks everyone by coldly admitting that the boy's theory was 100% real. With total naturalness, he confirms that the ancestor was indeed not a traitor and was cowardly ambushed. Without a shred of shame, the man in the suit reveals that his family's legend was forged precisely by taking out that hero. Flashing a psychopathic expression, he yells that the truth didn't matter because the Empire labeled him a traitor. Pointing his finger at the hostages, the rich man mocks the tragedies of that family and reaffirms that they were doormats. The bigger shock comes right after, when the cruel leader reveals that the older relatives already knew this whole story. The elders bow their heads, completely overcome by shame, confirming the dirty secret they had hidden for years. The villain continues the psychological torture, ironically asking if the boy thought the previous demises were accidents. Without any warning, the guard's henchmen begin to brutally beat the subdued family members right in front of the boy. The rookie's mother begs, crying, for him to just accept the blame and stop fighting an invincible system. Shedding tears of pure desperation, she warns that she couldn't bear to lose her son after everything that happened to her husband. Hearing his mother's desperate cry, the shielder freezes in place, his body trembling, feeling the crushing weight of the blackmail. The memory of a happy time invades his mind, bringing his mother's loving smile, asking him to be strong and ignore the others. Overcome by a silent resolve, the boy with glasses wipes his face, displaying an expression of pure revolt and courage. Taking advantage of the moment of hesitation, Ding Shu appears swiftly and lands a cowardly kick to the shielder's back. The rookie falls heavily to his knees on the ice. Hearing the bully laugh, stating that he would be forced to bow. Without giving him time to defend, the aggressor begins to kick the fallen boy's body repeatedly with extreme violence. But the aggression ends abruptly when Kyojai raises his magic shield, blocking the stomp and repelling the enemy. Lifting his face with a fierce look, the boy announces loud and clear that he would never kneel to anyone again. He pants, planting his feet firmly on the ground, completely focused on withstanding the combat that was about to erupt. Annoyed by the audacity, the aggressor summons his fire hammer and realizes the punching bag had gotten stronger. Blinded by hatred, the bully leaps, swinging the flaming sledgehammer, promising to teach a loser his true place. The colossal impact hits the shining block directly, but the young shielder holds back the entire shockwave without retreating an inch. The firmness of the defense leaves Ding Shu completely perplexed, doubting that this trash was withstanding his blow. Behind the barrier, Kyoja clenches his teeth, remembering his mother's sacrifice to find the strength not to yield. Using all his weight, he pushes the shield with fury, proudly declaring that they were the heirs of heroes. The man in the suit raises an eyebrow, completely surprised by the boy's unexpected display of strength. Being dragged away by the shield's push, Ding Shu screams desperately, finding it all an impossible lie. The bully retreats, covering his sweaty face in pure shock, trying to understand how the target of his humiliations suddenly gained power. Blinded by fury, the aggressor charges forward, screaming that the target was just a punching bag. He presses the flaming sledgehammer against the defense, reminding him that he had been beating the boy since childhood. But Kyoza uses all his strength to push the shield, angrily questioning the reason for it. Completely determined, the shielder firmly announces that he was no longer the same person as before. Just then, an immense purple energy sword cuts violently through the air, coming directly from the mirrored world. Yunchi calmly observes the dark summon, assessing that this was his ally's full strength. He notes that the current power difference between the two sides is still too great for a direct fight. Without the defensive class and the summon's lack of consciousness, the hero admits he would be crushed on the spot. However, the undead warrior charges brutally, using the combat techniques he himself had taught. With the dark blade tearing through the scenery, the protagonist guarantees that he knows every weakness perfectly. The impact hits the target dead on, but the high-level defense blocks almost all the damage from the armed magic. The aggressor quickly raises his weapon, covered in golden flames, exuding a very furious aura. A dense wall of light appears in the way, revealing itself to be the famous legendary golden barrier. Watching that impenetrable defense being activated, Yunchi lets out a sigh, finding the situation quite annoying. The collision of energies creates a thunderous explosion, spreading fire and shadows throughout the rocky field. Overcome with hatred, the bully summons his chaotic hammer and curses the Dark Warrior with all his might. The raw clash creates overwhelming shockwaves, while the protagonist watches the exchange of blows closely. The summon doesn't retreat an inch and applies a sequence of swift cuts that destroy the ice floor. Far from the fight, the man in the suit scoffs, questioning if his nephew still couldn't defeat that trash. Without waiting for a response, the villain leaps behind the boy with glasses, promising to avenge his family's anger. However, the aggressor's smug expression vanishes quickly as he runs into a completely unexpected defense. The legendary golden barrier perfectly protects the shielder, leaving the enemy enraged by the block. The boy stands firm behind the luminous protection, calling the family of heroes cowards without honor. Analyzing the scene, Yunchi recalls that the legendary magic doesn't just depend on the user's base attributes. The hero knows that the barrier can withstand multiple devastating attacks before yielding to its maximum damage limit. The man in the suit launches explosive spells against the shield, forcing the continuous wear and tear of that absolute defense. Even while resisting the fatal impacts, every little spark of damage ends up draining the spell's vital energy. The villain maintains the heavy offensive, guaranteeing that the protection would break soon, mocking the boy's confidence. Flashing a sadistic expression, he yells that he never gave a darn about this magic, not even when the traitor used it. Grabbed brutally by the shirt collar, the boy retorts that the enemy would be on his knees if his grandfather were there. The audacity costs him dearly, and the shielder is thrown with absurd violence directly against a stone wall. The man in the suit adjusts his posture and scoffs at the deceased, reminding him that he was nothing more than a useless person who met his end in a rift. Accumulating destructive magic in his hands, the psychopath guarantees that the result would be the same if the dead came back. A gravitational crush hits the location brutally, forcing the boy with glasses to collapse to his knees. Spitting blood from the extreme pressure, the young man uses the last remnants of his strength to raise his cracked barrier. Walking slowly on the ice, the villain finds the resistance amusing and announces that he would cut off his legs. The rookie's mother throws herself in front, crying desperately, begging the Lord to spare her son's life. Overcome with panic, she offers her own submission and swears to do anything to save the boy from his demise. The rich man flashes a purely cruel smile and proposes a sick challenge directly to the injured boy. Completely shocked, the shielder hears the disgusting threat that his mother would be sliced up if he didn't kneel. Without waiting for a response, the aggressor brings down the flaming axe as the woman screams for her son to get away. The boy extends his hand in total desperation, surrendering his own will, hearing that his entire family was disposable. Before the lethal blow can land, a gigantic spike erupts from the ground, blocking the flaming blade. The sudden salvation leaves the young shielder static, blinking his eyes, not understanding what just happened. The dust kicks up from the thunderous impact, creating a dense curtain of smoke around the battlefield. The elite soldiers are completely paralyzed, observing the mysterious interference in total shock. The man in the suit's eyes widen, annoyed by the block, turning his head to find the real culprit. From the ice's shadows emerges a ghost knight emitting blue flames, immediately recognized by the villain. Kneeling on the ground, the mother holds her trembling son, instinctively calling out for the family's old master. The enemy army panics, bellowing that it's impossible for a corpse to come back to life after so long. The older relatives assess the summon's macabre aura, deducing that it looked like a superior demon. Yunchi flashes a proud smile, remembering how everyone used to cruelly humiliate the warrior in the past. Emitting dark magic, the protagonist guarantees that his ally crawled out of the underworld just to settle the score. The colossal figure of the dead knight positions itself imposingly before the entire guard, ready to fight. Ignoring the weight of the threat, the man in the suit lets out a mocking laugh, calling the display pure theatrics. Without wasting time, the army charges furiously, receiving multiple armor and protection spells on the front line. The Knight of Blue Flames takes the impact, using a gigantic massive shield to stop the heavy charge. With immeasurable brute force, the undead pushes the wall of soldiers, repelling the horde with great ease. The absurd display of power leaves the family speechless, amazed to see their old hero in full action. The shielder adjusts his glasses, dazzled by the defensive technique, finding it surreal to hold off so many warriors like that. Intimidated, the man in the suit prepares his attack, scoffing that the boy had already summoned these abominations at the mansion. Flashing the flaming weapon, the psychopath lets out a confident laugh upon noting the monster's very low level. The axe hits dead, on and drains the target's life, proving to the aggressor that the dead legend was still useless. An explosion of lethal energy envelops the environment as the villain activates his raw ability to crush the summon. The clash of weapons generates a destructive flash that tears through the air, pushing everything around with the pressure of the direct blow. However, the maniacal smile vanishes from the man's face as he realizes the shadow beast was using good blocking techniques. Blinded by ego, he charges a brutal divine attack, bellowing that defense was useless against his absolute power. The charged sledgehammer descends like a true flaming meteor, aiming to completely annihilate the blue spirit. But a luminous dome appears at the exact moment of impact, leaving the leader enraged by another golden barrier. Walking in the background, the protagonist calmly announces that his undead friend now belongs to an S-level class. Touching the frozen ground, he scoffs that just that sacred protection would be enough to delay the rich man for hours. Absolutely furious, the villain orders the soldiers to focus their attacks on the shield to drain its energy quickly. At that exact instant, the ground shatters, releasing a large army of macabre skeletons behind the guard. One of the seniors is engulfed in malevolent flames, admitting with a cold sweat that this sudden horde would be a big problem. Exploding in an aura of pure flaming fury, the Lord bellows that they were nothing but summoned beasts that would be taken out there. The summon's brutal charge shatters the ground, forcing the man in the suit to bellow for his men to take out the summoner quickly. Consumed by fury, the villain prepares a destructive spell, aiming to end his adversary's life. He fires a massive blast, claiming to have received high-level treasures from his own grandfather. But the hero repels the purple energy with extreme ease, mocking the enemy's pathetic confidence. The rich man retreats in total disbelief, desperately questioning how the boy emerged unscathed from that. Overcome with hatred, he launches a sequence of cutting red claws that violently tear through the air. However, the aggressor freezes, confused, upon realizing the target simply vanished from in front of him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yunchi reappears, driving his lethal sword right into the back of one of the guards. A true bloodbath takes over the scene as the protagonist slices through the mercenaries without mercy. With the path cleared, he advances like a flash, aiming directly at the enemy leader. The hero leaps, delivering an overwhelming blow charged with dark energy. The force of the impact breaks the man in the suit's posture, throwing him violently backward. Suffering from the absurd pressure, the villain curses his opponent, feeling the weight of that unreal force. The boy maintains a relentless gaze, focused solely on finishing off the target. Just then, he unleashes a storm of magical cuts that sweeps across the entire battlefield. The relentless attack severs the man in the suit's arm, making him scream in agony over the lost limb. Bleeding heavily, the villain screams desperately, ordering the healer to heal him immediately. However, a menacing shadow suddenly appears right behind the allied support. Yunchi applies a violent gravitational crush, telling the mage to get lost. The lackey's body collapses onto the ice as the warrior resumes his combat stance. Staring at the enemy leader, he asks with great mockery if he was finally feeling scared. Not understanding the situation, the rich man freaks out, demanding to know why the healing hadn't arrived yet. The answer comes from behind, with a skeleton archer completely draining the injured ally's life. The macabre army positions itself on the rocks as the hero laments his adversary's stupidity. Standing among the souls, he questions if the man really thought his troops were still weak. The system confirms a legendary bonus is active, making it clear that the guards would never withstand it. Understanding he would be taken out right there, the coward turns his back and tries to run, but the knight's colossal sword comes down hard, cracking the ground and blocking the road. The thunderous impact forces the fugitive to stop his run on the spot. Completely cornered, the villain looks around, brimming with pure desperation. The colossal summon stands firm, activating a supreme technique of an impenetrable barrier with its giant weapon. Walking on the ice, the hero recognizes the exclusive spell of the class focused on absolute defense. He calmly announces that no one of low level escapes from there, telling the enemy to try his luck again. In a cowardly act, the rich man raises a red explosive crystal and demands the boy to back off. In a cold sweat, he reports that the lethal bomb was a gift from his supreme grandfather. The villain guarantees that the area of effect damage would annihilate the protagonist on the spot due to his low level. Without showing a shred of fear, Yunshi tells him to detonate the artifact at once. The man in the suit is in shock, bellowing to know if his opponent had lost his mind. Staying calm, the warrior guarantees he would survive, and that the dead troops would easily be reborn. Using his unreal movement, he appears right behind the target before any reaction. Positioning the purple dagger, he states with pure coldness that the attack wouldn't even be able to touch him. A brutal blow crosses the air, tearing off the man's other arm in a violent spray of blood. Without the limb, the explosive item falls onto the rocks and is completely neutralized. Sporting a deadly look, the boy decrees that the enemy must kneel immediately. Gushing blood and drained of strength, the coward collapses to his knees, accepting the humiliating defeat. Kyojai watches the scene, completely paralyzed, amazed by his ally's victorious posture. Humiliated and broken, the villain's face sinks into the snow, feeling true defeat. Yunshi rests the dark blade on the fallen enemy's shoulder, exuding a lethal aura. With great coldness, he questions what use that trash would be if he continued to breathe. Rummaging through the looted inventory, the warrior notices the large quantity of stolen items. Analyzing a healing potion, he notes that the potion's vital recovery rate was too slow. He deduces that even using that item, the man in the suit would have no chance of escaping his demise. A dark thought takes over his mind about finishing the job with a fatal blow. He imagines the enemy's soul appearing in the mirrored world right after the execution. A sadistic smile appears as he confirms that taking him out would be the perfect way to get advanced soldiers. However, observing the coward bleeding on the ground, he decides that keeping him alive was the better choice. The protagonist puts the manual away, reflecting that this hostage could still be useful later on. Far away, Qiaojia's grandfather hugs his grandson, proud of the strength and courage he showed in battle. But the relief is short-lived as the family understands that the elite would seek brutal retaliation. The old man fears that the boy's strength won't be enough to save them if the great legend decides to act. The memory of the fake hero haunts them all, aware that he has become much stronger over time. Yunshi silently agrees, knowing he would be hunted if the demises leak to the elite now. Focused, he understands that he desperately needs to level up to face the supreme enemy. The system suddenly glows, announcing a rank advancement, surprising the boy with the quick result. He soon realizes that sending his undead to farm experience on their own was a smart tactic. The macabre creatures slash through the smaller demons, boasting independent combat power. However, the protagonist admits that this portal no longer sustained his evolution speed. The Ghost Knight appears in the hero's thoughts, revealing the true objective of those troops. In the depths of the cave, the search ends when the realm's lord is finally found and surrounded. Assessing the chained beast, he deduces that this colossal monster was the core of the entire dimension. Unlike wandering beasts, taking down the main guardian would make the portal disappear forever. He calculates that the Kia family's escape would seem very suspicious to the guards at the entrance. The absence of the elite troop would raise theories of foul play if the realm remained open. Causing the structural collapse would create the perfect chaos, allowing the family to escape without a trace. Wielding his blade, the warrior advances, guaranteeing that destroying the rift would buy the necessary time for his revenge. The system panel announces that the secret realm's boss has been defeated and the area cleared. At that, Qiaozhai realizes in shock that the entire dimension is starting to disappear. Walking with his hands in his pockets, Yunshi announces that he took out the rift's lord. He points out that the portal's collapse will surely create massive chaos in the region. Focused on his plan, the protagonist deduces that the Ding family won't be able to investigate the rich man's disappearance immediately due to all this sudden confusion. Looking over his shoulder, he tells his ally to take advantage of this perfect opening to flee. He guarantees the boy won't be in any danger for a good while if he does it now. Completely tense about the situation, Qiaozhai's grandfather butts into the conversation, The old man warns that if the elite really pressures the family, they can simply hand him over. Far away, Yunchi walks alongside his dark summons in the middle of the dissolving dimension, using his magic. He recalls the undead back into the system. With his eyes glowing with energy, the warrior reflects on the conditions of his supreme ability. He understands that he needs to take down Rift Lords to elevate the mirrored world. Certain of his path, he remembers that the technique's last evolution yielded a massive power increase. He concludes that leveling up again will let him go head-to-head with Ding Kun. The scene shifts to the luxurious entrance of a private secret realm belonging to a very rich man. Heavily armored soldiers guard the portal in the middle of a sunny day. Quite bored with the job, one of the burly guards questions his colleagues around him. He asks if they really need to take this security so seriously. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yunchi emerges from the shadows behind the guards. Another soldier scoffs that no one would dare invade a private location and suggests they go inside to play cards. Suddenly, the larger guard hears a suspicious noise coming from right behind him. The sudden sound breaks the relaxed mood of the patrol on the spot. Breaking into a cold sweat, the soldier turns his head, startled, trying to understand the strange feeling of being watched. But he soon tries to convince himself it was just a silly illusion. Stealthily passing the blockade, the protagonist analyzes the level of that security. He notes that civilian guards usually max out around level 30. Advancing with extreme ease through the portal, the hero decrees that private rifts are practically unprotected against him. Walking steadily, he announces that he's almost there. Delivering a swift blow against an aquatic monster, Yunchi announces that there's very little left. The desire to annihilate Ding's life consumes his mind more and more. The warrior's eyes glow intensely in the shadows, filled with pure fury, even while boiling with hatred. He decrees that he needs to hold back a little before acting. The hero slices a giant abomination, gaining another level from the boss kill, reinforcing his own focus. He tells himself to stay calm during this hunt. Spinning his blade to shatter a stone beast, the system announces another cleared rift. The protagonist knows that maintaining patience is the best way to avoid dumb mistakes. The slaughter continues with him brutally executing a centaur demon, securing more evolution. The rule of acting with total coldness remains fixed in his head. Surrounded by carcasses on the ground, the boy emits a very dense purple aura. After another level gained, completely focused, he repeats that calm is his greatest weapon. The city's newspapers begin to report the criminal closing of several private secret realms. Meanwhile, the warrior's supreme magic receives a lot of experience. The stealthy invasions yield massive results for the mirrored world ability. The technique's evolution points keep rising rapidly on the luminous panel. The case gains notoriety, and the news alerts about rift destroyers acting in the shadows. The local police send experienced officers to investigate the malicious closures. Sitting in a dark room, a man analyzes that day's newspapers. Suspicious of the extreme situation, he wonders if all this absurd mess was Yunchi's doing. Far away, Qiaozhai's grandfather reads the news. Breaking into a cold sweat of pure worry, he fears the elite will connect the blackout of these recent rifts to the destroyed realm they visited. Tense with the net closing in, the old man deduces that this trail of destruction will lead the Ding family straight to the boy. The fear of brutal revenge takes over him. Overcome with gratitude, the old man assures his family that the young man caused all that chaos just to protect them. Without it, they would have never been able to escape safely. The entire family rests, relieved, in a humble hideout. That location is days away from the elite, and was meticulously prepared to hide their tracks. Qiaozhai takes a deep breath, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders for no longer being anyone's prisoners. A slight relief comes as he thinks they finally escaped the enemy. A devastating flaming attack falls from the sky, obliterating the hideout's roof. The Qiao family is caught completely by surprise by the frightening, explosive impact. The smoke clears, and the second leader of the Ding family emerges from the dust, flaunting his level 42. He glares at the coughing victims and scoffs at their failed escape attempt. Arrogantly adjusting his tie, Ding Hao questions if they really thought they could hide forever in the shadows of that wanted criminal. The villain clenches his fist, emitting pure hatred for the disrespect. He makes it clear that the mere audacity of fleeing from the elite was reason enough for them to be cruelly eliminated. Pointing his finger at the scared family, the rich man guarantees that the punishment will be even worse due to them being a lineage of disgusting traitors. Flaunting the weight of his name, Ding Hao warns that they underestimated the power of the hero's family. He reveals that even their ally's location had already been tracked. Far from that chaos, Yunchi appears imposingly, displaying his level 42 on the panel. Staring at an immense purple light on the horizon, he decrees that Ding Kun's time has come. The scenery reveals the gigantic wall of the Great Legend's exclusive secret realm. The supreme portal shines intensely at the end of an extremely protected bridge. Walking over the rocks, the warrior admits that the level 30 private rifts have become useless. The low experience made his evolution too slow. Assessing the armed crowd, he notes that advanced realms are restricted government properties. The army blocks any approach within a 2-kilometer radius. The panel blocks the mirror traversal due to the excessive distance. The boy sighs in frustration, understanding it's impossible to invade that perimeter without being noticed by everyone. A young blonde woman elegantly approaches from right behind him. Knowing the difficulty of infiltration, the warrior admits that he'll need to resort to her help there. The socialite points to herself, deducing the reason for that unexpected meeting, flashing a mocking smile. She states right away that she's not taking him inside. Playing with her own ego, the girl questions how much the boy really knew about the weight of her identity and influence in high society. Showing the temporary portal permit, the young woman explains that the rule is very strict. She states that even someone as untouchable as her would be stopped without the right papers. The blonde girl notices the pass in Yun-Chi's hands and is a bit surprised. She admits that the boy really came very well prepared for that meeting. Holding the paper, she carefully analyzes the small print on the document. The young woman immediately notes that it's just a completely temporary entry permit. With her eyes glowing with suspicion, she warns that he needs a valid escort to pass the inspection. Curious, she demands to know why he wants to invade the rift in secret. Maintaining a calm smile, the protagonist isn't fazed by the invasive interrogation. He just reminds her that she also saw the remains of the fake trader's secret realm. The warrior uses logic, reminding her that the sacrifice proved the Empire's propaganda was a lie. Thus, he raises the suspicion that the story of the rebellion is also false. Putting on his good guy mask, he guarantees he wants to clear his friend's family's humiliation. He states that his final objective is just to get the truth out of those fake heroes. The socialite doesn't buy the heroic act and makes a face of pure boredom. With total frankness, she asks if the boy thinks she looks like a clown to believe that. Turning her back, she lists the holes in the story, pointing out the lack of ties between them to justify such a risk, and she also brings up the stealthy invasion of the elite's mansion. Glancing at the boy over her shoulder, the blonde doubts his intentions. She questions if he had already anticipated the entire disaster situation and stolen the pass in a calculated move. Gesturing with her hands, the girl adds another loose end to the mystery. She remembers that the Ding family's bully went to the portal, just to cause trouble for the protagonist. With a dark tone, she reports that the hare simply vanished from the map after entering the realm, and to this day, no one has found a single clue about him. Touching her chin thoughtfully, she solves the riddle of the boy's real intentions. She concludes that he's not seeking the truth, but rather harbors a deadly hatred for the Ding family. The protagonist listens to the entire flawless deduction without showing a single shred of nervousness, maintaining a neutral and completely silent gaze. Leaning her face close to his with her yellow eyes glowing, she asks the final question. She questions if the last name Yun indicates any connection to the traitor of the past. Completely calm with the accusation, the hero denies involvement in the criminal disappearances. He retorts with irony, reminding her that her name is also Yun, turning the suspicion of treason back on her. Looking away seriously, the young blonde confesses a very important detail. She reveals that her real last name wasn't even Yun to begin with. Annoyed by her evasive answers, Yun-Chi questions how she found out his real name. He provokes her, asking if she wasn't afraid of being reported right there. Putting on her glasses with great confidence, the socialite returns the threat in kind. She warns that if he tried to report her to the nearby army, he'd be a dead man. Flashing a purely confident smile, the protagonist doesn't let her dangerous tone shake him. He just states with absolute certainty that the girl wouldn't do that. The blonde strikes a snooty pose, letting out a murmur of surprise at his audacity. At that, the hero justifies his confidence by citing the courage she showed defending the students in the rift. Handing the stolen pass to her, the warrior concludes his logical reasoning. He states that someone with that kind of sense of justice would never side with the dirty elite. The young woman reveals a greenish diary stolen from the rich family, handing it to the boy to read. The book detailed all the heinous crimes and abuses the hares committed. She questions if he picked this huge fight just because of the cruelties in the diary, maintaining her coldness. She warns that he miscalculated badly, as she didn't care about the victims. Flashing a provocative smile, the girl scoffs at the warrior's serene posture. She mocks that the boy seemed calculating but was totally naive for entrusting his life to a stranger. Hearing the word betrayal makes Yun-Chi's expression close up completely on the spot. An extremely dark feeling takes over his fixed gaze. Pointing a finger in the warrior's face, she assumes the posture of someone who knows everything. She declares with full conviction that he had clearly never suffered a real betrayal in his life. Turning her back with her magic aura flowing, the hero curtly cuts off her arrogance. He guarantees that even with the worst experiences, he refuses to not trust others. The blonde lets out a low groan, feeling a slight discomfort as she stares at his back. The boy just walks on, saying he prefers to bet that her true nature isn't evil. Completely embarrassed by his genuine attitude, the girl grumbles, stating that he didn't seem like a good guy at all. The protagonist moves on without responding to her fit. Won over by his arguments, she quickens her pace to follow the hero down the path, convinced She tells him to come along to find out firsthand if he would be betrayed and sold out in the middle of the mission. The socialite stops on the path and looks at the protagonist, surprised by the unexpected trust he placed in her. With a slightly melancholic look, she confesses that she never imagined someone would still trust her as a good person. Without further ado, the two of them walk together toward an immense gate guarded by an army of armed soldiers. One of the guards recognizes her immediately, informing her that everyone was already waiting, and that she had direct permission to enter. However, another officer intervenes in the conversation, questioning why she wasn't accompanied by the elder Ding Dan. He explains that the veteran had just entered the rift, and then asks if the hooded man was her bodyguard. The soldier justifies his caution by warning that a temporary family pass had been stolen recently. Overcome with nervousness, he tries to explain that security had received an urgent alert from the official department. The warning confirmed that the criminal wanted for destroying rifts was coming directly to the hero's realm. The guard stammers that it's just for security, while the blonde scoffs, saying they were investigating him. Maintaining her irony, the girl suggests the protagonist let the soldiers search him to end the problem. But she soon changes her posture and faces the officer up close, questioning if he thought she wouldn't recognize her own guard. To intimidate the man, she asks if they should inspect her as well, making the guard retreat in terror and grant them access. With no other option, the sentinels open the way, asking her to enter, while the duo crosses the blockade without any problem. Passing through the luminous portal, Yunchi reflects tensely that the level of that elite elder was much higher than he had imagined. Once inside, the blonde-haired girl announces that she only brought him to this place because of the trust he showed. She makes it clear that she doesn't care about his plans, but firmly warns that her help ended right there. The warrior thanks her for her kindness, as one of his macabre summons places an artifact in the young woman's hands. Holding the item, she understands that it would serve to throw off any suspicion, admitting that the boy had some conscience. After a quick farewell, the protagonist activates his supreme magic and enters directly into the mirrored world dimension. The system announces that the ability has reached level 3, leaving the boy excited to finally be able to use its full potential. Observing the floating status panel, he prepares to test the new function he had just unlocked. The notification confirms the deployment of the dimensional anchor, revealing a camp full of high-level orcs in the region. The technique's evolution now allowed him to copy real-life monsters, dragging the prey directly into the shadows. With a dark aura, Yunchi celebrates that he could now hunt infinitely without worrying about being discovered by anyone. Calmly exiting the alternate space, the hero reappears in the real world, stating that he noticed something even more important. The notifications show that his undead continue to take down enemies, proving that they could farm experience on their own. Staring at a huge city built in the middle of the portal, he decides to use the time to carefully investigate the place. The young man recalls the reports from the enemy family's diary, confirming that the fake hero lived exactly in that urban area. Maintaining a cold gaze, the warrior admits that his information about the Great Lying Lord was still dangerously limited. He acknowledges that the enemy reached the supreme level decades ago, and hasn't shown his strength since then, being a mystery even to relatives. The protagonist laments the lack of details, remembering that in the past, he knew everyone of that rank, except for this imposter. Gently touching the head of the blue spirit beside him, the warrior asks if his old friend knew who that man was. The summon shows no understandable reaction, forcing the boy to sigh in frustration for still not getting answers. The panel beeps, confirming another evolution of the magic, while the hero notices that the soul's intelligence has increased significantly. Observing his undead ally, the young man notes that the improvement in this specific spirit's consciousness was the most evident. Despite the magical advancement, the ghost tilts its head in complete confusion, proving that communication was still impossible. Resuming his walk toward the city, Yunchi bets that leveling up the dimension even more will bring his companion's memories back. Meanwhile, in the city's grand cathedral, a desperate voice calls for his father, complaining about the favoritism toward the third son. A man with graying hair descends the stairs, reporting in complete distress that the family member was still missing without a trace. Sitting on a massive throne, the tyrant hears a report that the wanted criminal dared to approach the elite's supreme realm. The armored giant reflects in absolute silence on the intruder's audacity to kidnap the heir so stealthily. Trembling with fear, the son suggests that the enemy must have reached the supreme class and begs his father to take urgent action. In a brutal move, the monarch grabs his own son's neck, outraged that a grown man couldn't protect a kid. Squeezing the target's throat, the tyrant scoffs that the failure could barely withstand one of his blows, even while meeting the requirements. Full of contempt, the monarch reveals that the only reason to keep this trash alive was precisely to take care of the valuable grandson. Releasing the man's neck, the giant grumbles that besides the absurd incompetence, he would now have to clean up the whole mess left behind. Collapsed on the floor and spitting blood, the son hears his father bellow that the heir's loss meant a terrible setback for the lineage. In the illuminated city, the sadistic descendant rides a chained slave, complaining that he had wasted years of his life there. The noble advances with his human mount through the streets, excitedly yelling for his wolves to quickly devour the people. A child cries in terror in front of a wild beast, while the sadist scoffs that nothing would be left if the creature ate everything. A veteran mage approaches the bloodbath, reminding the young master that the animal hadn't eaten fresh meat in days. Watching the massacre from afar, Yunchi laughs with hatred, noting that the rich family from outside was actually quite controlled compared to this. With a dark gaze amidst the flames, the protagonist silently assesses whether it would be a good idea to reveal his presence there. Suddenly, the blue summon beside the hero lets out an agonized groan, reacting instinctively to that scene of pure cruelty. The warrior looks at the spirit, surprised, touched by the fact that his friend still wanted to save the innocent even while being dead. An old memory invades his mind, recalling that his ally in Lanchian were always the kindest children in the disaster area. The memory shows a foreman whipping the orphans for stealing food, a scene that motivated him to train them to survive on their own. In that era, the great warrior took the little ones in, hoping they would grow strong enough to protect the weak. Overcome by immense guilt, the protagonist lowers his head, admitting that his disciple's tragic fate was his fault in the end. Emitting a very intense light, the blue spirit begins to murmur scattered words, calling out the names of his old colleagues. The protagonist's eyes widen in complete shock, paralyzed as he hears the summon's voice after so long in silence. Grasping his dead friend's shoulders, the hero desperately questions if he has regained his consciousness, hearing the beginning of a name. Exploding in a brutal aura, the blue ghost screams with all its might, revealing that the great traitor of them all was Ding Kun. A painful memory cuts the scene, showing a completely bloodied hand extended on the ground, crying out the protagonist's name. With a shining sword in hand, the supreme villain arrogantly asks if the intruder was trying to provoke him by using that name. Removing his heavy helmet, the scar-ridden old man clicks his tongue, confessing that he didn't think he would hear that again. Positioned imposingly on the cathedral staircase, the fraudster smiles sadistically, challenging whoever dared to pretend to be the master. Meanwhile, back on the destroyed street, the young noble pets the face of a giant orc, saying the beasts must be hungry. Displaying total tranquility amidst the slaughter, he praises the creature's frightening posture, as if they were just his little pets. Consumed by madness, the rich man lets out a shrill laugh, guaranteeing that he was already completely bored of playing with humans. Maintaining a sick gaze, the hare celebrates the carnage, having too much fun with the desperate panic of the surrounding residents. Without a shred of pity, the orc grabs the defenseless little child as the master orders the demons to devour all the survivors. Before the tragedy can happen, swift blasts of purple energy tear violently through the air, cutting off the monstrous beast's arm on the spot. Yunchi lands heroically right in front of the child, delivering a lethal attack in the shadows to obliterate the great threat. The white-haired villain stares at the purple weapon in astonishment. Understanding nothing, he questions how the intruder could be the great Ding Kun. Pointing toward the hooded hero, the man in the suit gets annoyed at his audacity. He demands to know the true identity of that intruder. With his eye glowing with pure purple energy, the protagonist judges the enemy's courage. The warrior questions how Ding Kun could have trained such trash. A memory of the past emerges, showing the hero reading a book to two students. He teaches that the strength of warriors changed the age of knights. Staring at the boys with serenity, the master reveals his intentions. He guarantees that he still wishes to pass on his knowledge as he is a descendant. Walking beside the young men, the mentor makes an ambitious promise. He states that their strength would easily surpass that of common professionals with his training. Focusing on the master's serious gaze, the warning is very clear. To continue learning, the apprentices would need to follow some strict rules. The first lesson demanded humility above all. On the field, the blonde boy scoffs at his friend, guaranteeing that his spinning slash was much faster. Handing over the payment for the service, the teacher demands education and respect. The brat complains on the spot, finding that amount very unfair. Immediately, the older one gives the complainer a knock on the head, telling him to shut up. The boy warns that the kid was showing no respect there. Handing over an extra magic manual, the protagonist gives the final message. He tells the boy to hold on to that feeling and never become someone arrogant. Back in the present, a brutal purple charge cuts violently through the scene. The devastating attack tears through the air, leaving a trail of pure destruction. The villain's arcane shield is completely shattered by the impact. The man in the suit panics, finding that attack power something impossible. The barrier's shards fly in all directions, cutting the rich man's face. He freaks out, remembering that this legendary equipment was level 30. Blinded by fury, the aggressor prepares a shining magic, insulting the hero. He promises to show him firsthand what the true strength of a higher level was like. The second lesson demanded mercy in the heart. The memory shows the boys feeding needy people in a destroyed camp. The master guides them to always use compassion against violence. The young men appear beating up cowards who tried to abuse the weaker ones. Touching the student's shoulder, the protagonist remembers that he rescued him from a slave auction. As such, he should understand the pain of powerlessness well. In the present time, the hero advances, cutting down enemies with the purple blade. He guarantees that he would let his adversary make the right judgment himself. The villain reappears on top of a building, surrounded by magical copies. Completely unharmed, he scoffs, thinking the hero enjoyed slicing his illusions. Walking among the clones, the man in the suit maintains his superior pose. He offers many more fake copies if his opponent wanted to play. Adjusting his glasses with a scoff, the rich man notices the warrior's enraged expression. The sadistic smile makes it clear that he loves to cause despair. With pure malice, he asks if all that anger was because of the victims on the street. The villain mocks, wanting to know if the boy had relatives there. Calling his adversary to attack, the aggressor prepares a cruel trap. He ironically wants to see the protagonist's crying face in the end. The warrior's purple spell continuously accumulates power, cutting through space. The enemy reveals that the targets of the attacks were actually the civilians themselves. Without hesitation, Yunchi activates the supreme ability of the mirrored world. The dimension splits, revealing the true position of everything on the battlefield. Taking advantage of the privileged view, the hero dashes like a lethal flash. The absurd speed leaves only a trail of dark energy in its path. Passing right through the illusions, the protagonist grabs the real villain's neck, suffocating. The man in the suit despairs, not understanding how he was found. Another memory emerges, teaching the third rule about being brave. The two students face an army of goblins, needing to be completely fearless. The boy takes a brutal shield bash to the face during the intense combat. The master decrees that there is no room for cowards in the fight for justice. Tired after defeating the monsters, the apprentices sit on the ground, exhausted. The older one complains, panting, that they almost met their end in that battle. Watching everything from the shadows, the master flashes a very proud look. He reassures the boys, guaranteeing that he was watching the whole time. In the present, the man in the suit flees, bleeding and cursing the boy's unreal strength. Cowardly, he orders his lackeys to fight head-on so he can escape. Leaping across rooftops, the spoiled leader blames his own soldiers. He bellows that his grandfather would take them all out if he got a single scratch. The coward launches several smoke and paralysis spells in desperation. In a cold sweat, he laments the difficulty of fighting without his illusion spells. Believing he has shaken the threat, the rich man looks around. Completely lost, he stops running, panting, wanting to know where the enemy vanished. The silence is broken when Yunchi appears out of nowhere right behind him. The warrior applies a relentless purple slash directly to the target's back. The blade tears through the adversary's flesh without any mercy. The hero just stares at the other's suffering with an expression dominated by pure coldness. Fallen on the ground, the coward cries, begging for his own life. He lies straight-faced, saying he's just a hired mercenary, blaming Ding Yan. Ignoring the crying, the warrior prepares his blade for the kill. The memory brings back the fourth rule of that training, focused on the spirit of sacrifice. A monstrous figure with white hair appears walking in the distance. The spoiled boy crawls, terrified, asking what kind of abomination that was. Spitting a lot of blood, the man in the suit tries to use his hero grandfather's influence. He threatens to destroy the opponent's entire family if he's taken out there. The hero eliminates the arrogant trash, causing the system to drop several rare items from him. Immediately, the white-haired giant bellows in fury. The warrior's face is covered by the knight's shadows, ignoring the veteran's shout. The master's fifth rule echoes in his mind, demanding honesty. The memory advances, revealing the apprentices wearing heavy elite armor. The sixth life lesson dictated that they needed to always be just. The tough training took its toll, leaving the boys quite injured. The seventh fundamental doctrine of that teaching was to value honor. In a scene of pure tragedy, the master carries the fallen bodies of the students in the middle of the war. The eighth and final rule focused on the strength of the soul. Returning to the harsh reality, the hero conjures a storm of gigantic purple swords. The magical bombardment rains down on the city, devastating the terrain. The old white-haired man's eyes widen before the massive impact. The fury of the attack demonstrated all the accumulated hatred of the protagonist. The true memory of the betrayal comes to the surface, showing brutal executions. The warrior accuses Lanqian of ignoring the teachings and attacking his allies. Brimming with tears of hatred, Yunchi screams at the top of his lungs. He freaks out, questioning why the traitor allowed so many evils from his hairs. Assuming a demonic armor form, the veteran easily blocks the blow. Without a shred of remorse, he asks what the boy wanted. The villain swings his weapon, generating a shockwave that obliterates the buildings. He scoffs, saying the intruder had a lot of fun in his secret realm. Thrown by the explosion, the protagonist activates basic healing spells to survive. The system confirms the rapid regeneration as he stabilizes. With blood running down his face, the hero stands, completely indignant. He calls out the traitor's old name, demanding an answer. The panel reveals that the enemy now uses the name Ding Kun at level 71. The fake legend advances heavily through the scene, exuding pure arrogance. Refusing defeat, the warrior fires purple energy attacks at the giant. The magical impact shatters the ground, trying to halt the traitor's march. The berserker calmly defends the charge with his own gauntlet. Confused by the spell, he notices the shape of a mirror forming in the attack. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yunshi uses the hidden dimension to appear right in the target's blind spot. The perfect pounce catches the fake legend completely by surprise. A brutal and lethal slash comes down, violently tearing through the berserker's structure. The hero repeats his agonized cry, wanting to understand the reason for the betrayal. The purple attack hits the beast dead on, breaking the armor's carapace. The shards fly, proving that the boy's damage finally had some effect. Touching his cracked helmet, the traitor acknowledges the force of the blow he took. He admits with a sadistic smile that the boy's speed was anything but normal. Staring at the true face behind the metal, the hero confirms the trash's identity. The shock of seeing his former student alive completely consumes his mind. Holding his weapon tightly, the protagonist demands the truth once more. The pain of the past speaks louder as he bellows, asking the reason for the betrayal. The villain's expression closes, puzzled by this intruder's knowledge. He notes that the boy knew his old name and, on top of that, mentioned Yunshi. Charging his fists with red flames, the fake hero prepares a devastating attack. He arrogantly deduces that some powerful old man sent the boy. The fake legend fires a colossal wave of destructive energy across the battlefield. The red impact sweeps the ground, leaving a trail of destruction. The protagonist tries to withstand the unreal pressure of the enemy's blow with all his might. Being pushed back, he feels the extreme difference in levels firsthand. Mocking his effort, Lan Qian finds it sick that the boy is pretending to be his deceased master. He coldly warns that tools like the boy don't deserve answers. A massive explosion of rocky spikes emerges from the ground, engulfing the entire area. The berserker annihilates the street, demonstrating the power of the supreme class. Yunshi quickly activates the sword and shield magic to hold back the colossal shock. Resisting his end, he questions if the traitor also thought Benben was useless. Answering the call, the ghost knight of blue flames appears, flying into combat. The summon screams Lan Qian's name, brimming with pure hatred. The undead advances like a meteor and lands an explosive punch to the veteran's face. The direct impact catches the white-haired giant completely off guard. Struggling to hold the spirit's fist, the villain is in absolute shock. He bellows Benben's name, desperate to know how he was still alive. Being pushed by the summon's absurd force, the fake hero completely loses control. He demands, bellowing, that the knight reveal the secret to his immortality. The brutal clash between the fake hero and the ghost knight creates an overwhelming wave of energy across the battlefield. Observing the combat, Yunshi coldly assesses that the resurrection left his ally with almost no intellect. Far away, reinforcements from the Ding family appear on the walls, scoffing at the invaders and ready for the attack. But the protagonist casts a deadly look upward, bellowing for everyone to get out of his way immediately. Without wasting time, he summons his army of undead and orders the troops to hold the guards right there. Staring at the blue summon, the fake hero freezes for a moment upon recognizing the spirit as Sanwazi. The undead just stands firm, emitting a completely frightening electric aura. Feeling the pressure, the veteran clenches his teeth, frustratedly noting that his old colleague had indeed met his end. Soon, a psychopathic smile appears on the traitor's face, as he confesses to becoming very interested in the intruder. He charges straight at the hero, intrigued by the fact that a dead spirit had so much combat power. The villain is amazed to realize that the boy was capable of reviving another supreme master. Attacking without mercy, the traitor demands that his opponent quickly prove to be his true mentor. Consumed by madness, he bellows with wide eyes that the boy must absolutely be his master. Dodging the blows, Yunshi bleeds but guarantees he will tell everything if the enemy hides nothing about the past. The berserker lands an explosive blow on the ground, completely freaking out as he questions how everything ended up this way. The fake hero lets out a hysterical laugh, blaming his own master for this whole mess. The protagonist retorts, calling it nonsense and reminding him who saved him from slavery to make him a professional. A dark memory takes over the warrior's mind, questioning why his former student had ignored his teachings. In the memory, the young traitor attacks his mentor with hatred, bellowing in revolt at the delay of the rescue. Lying on the dirty ground, the injured boy cries bitterly, asking why help only came after so much suffering. Blinded by envy, the former student freaks out, wanting to understand how the son of a simple knight could live so well. The scene from the past shows Qiao Benben being treated with respect by everyone, fueling the traitor's revolt. Returning to the present, the villain glares at the blue summon, indignant that this guy was always better at everything. Overcome with fury, he yells, demanding to know why the master always favored Benben, just because he had a clean origin. The veteran recalls the choices of the past, questioningly heard about why his mentor had turned him into a berserker. He confesses that he was too shy for that aggressive class, and that he would have preferred to be a guard focused on defense. Yunshi listens to this whole pathetic outburst in absolute silence, maintaining a completely cold expression. Without showing any pity, the hero denies any favoritism and reminds him that the kid always pretended to want to be strong and brave. The traitor loses his mind and bellows that he only acted that way because the master preferred people with Benben's attitude. Shedding tears of anger, the fake hero clenches his teeth, lamenting his own useless effort to try and appear brave. The villain cries, questioning if that was when he gained the master's attention, accusing him of always having despised his origin. The protagonist retorts coldly, asking if pity and chivalrous virtues would help the kid live a better life. Hiding his face, the traitor freaks out, stating that he wasn't an idiot to waste time saving trash instead of leveling up. Hearing the disgusting confession, the warrior clenches his teeth in disgust and asks if his former student was justifying the betrayal with that. But the berserker opens his arms full of arrogance, announcing that he chose to follow Luo Wei for absolute power and status. Pointing to the blue ghost, the impostor tells the master to go see the miserable situation of the great favorite's descendants. Flashing a maniacal laugh, the fake hero boasts that the enemy family was now just slaves to his own lineage. He idolizes the current tyrant, telling the protagonist to look at the untouchable position of supreme king that Luo Wei achieved. The warrior lowers his head, emitting a murderous purple aura, while the villain scoffs, asking which choice was the right one. The dark energy explodes around the hero's body, creating dense rays that completely distort the air on the battlefield. Dominated by the purest fury, the protagonist lifts his face and bellows, calling his former apprentice an ungrateful bastard. With that, he charges like a true destructive flash, shattering the ground as he prepares a relentless attack. A storm of purple slashes emerges in all directions, surrounding the white-haired giant with no escape point. The impact of the swift sequence hits the veteran dead, forcing his massive body to retreat under strong magical pressure. Groaning in pain, the traitor withstands the bombardment of raw energy head-on, taking direct damage to his resistant carapace. Extending his hand charged with magic, the hero states with contempt that the traitor could never compare to his old ally Mengwu. With his eye glowing with pure hatred, the protagonist guarantees that this fake hero wasn't worth even a single finger of his old companion. The berserker lets out an agonized roar as his body continues to be mercilessly sliced by the storm of purple cuts. In a fluid motion, the warrior attacks again and decrees that the enemy was also trash compared to Benben's character. Focused on destruction, he repeats the insult coldly, making it very clear that the traitor didn't even deserve the air he breathed. As the dust begins to settle, a muffled and dark laugh echoes through the scene, proving that the enemy survived the combo. Without armor and displaying giant muscles, the veteran activates his berserker body, laughing madly for confirming the favoritism. The system alerts of the massive increase in enemy strength, while the villain bellows, calling his own master a shameless hypocrite. With his fury at its limit, the white-haired giant charges aggressively, ready to crush the boy once and for all. Observing the movement, the berserker quickly realizes that the intruder depended on magical reflections to dodge. He activates his exclusive Bloodstorm, guaranteeing that without mirrors nearby, the boy would have nowhere to hide. Rains of red blades fall from the sky as the traitor challenges the hero to a direct clash, mocking his courage. The massive attack hits the protagonist dead on, draining his life repeatedly with the continuous damage of the lethal ability. Receiving insane bonuses for every drop of blood lost, the fake hero laughs, celebrating being completely right in the end. The psychopath smiles maliciously, stating that a noble boy who never suffered in life understood absolutely nothing about pain. Maintaining the pressure, the veteran yells that it was easy to preach compassion without ever having felt the same level of pain he endured. Unable to dodge in time, the protagonist is caught dead, on by a gigantic red slash that tears through the scene. Suffering from the lethal impact, the hero retreats as the enemy scoffs, calling that resistance pure useless theatrics. The fake legend summons an explosive blade of fury and scoffs at the boy's naivety in thinking friends would always be there. The colossal magic hits the ground with absurd violence, creating an immense crater and kicking up a lot of rocky smoke. Surrounded by destruction, the hero sees his life reach a critical state as the aggressor laughs endlessly at his pathetic state. Withstanding the continuous damage, the warrior conjures basic healing spells, hearing his rival state that he was a weakling without mirrors. Walking with extreme confidence, the giant states that the intruder couldn't even attack, fighting only not to meet his end in the storm. Appearing out of nowhere, the traitor lands a poisonous blow right in the boy's ribs, provoking that he used to be much tougher. Flashing a purely sadistic smile, the fake hero decrees that all that suffering was the exact price for his past naivety. The villain raises his bloodied weapon and states with sick pride that human beings can only truly grow through betrayal. Without any pity, he brings down the fatal blow, stating that falling from the top straight into the mortal world's mud must hurt a lot. Surprising the enemy, the protagonist blocks the blade with his bare hand and coldly comments on how horrible that must be. Holding the brutal impact with ease, he provokes the traitor, reminding him that Luo Wei became a king idolized by all the masses. Emitting an overwhelming purple power, Yunshi ends the sentence by throwing it in his face that his former student would always be just a despicable traitor. The berserker unleashes an aggressive explosion of energy and asks with pure mockery if the hero wasn't envious of all that power. Taking continuous damage from the enemy's ability, the protagonist sees his life reach its limit and almost completely zero out on the system panel. With his sword in hand, the traitor points to the ground with total arrogance, telling the boy to surrender right there. Flashing a sadistic smile, the fake hero warns that the only chance of survival was to beg for mercy on his knees and become a mere pet. Just then, he adds a cruel condition, demanding that the intruder hand over the secret of resurrection to stay alive. With his head bowed in the shadows, the hero coldly admits that he was truly wrong about all of that. Wielding his dark blade, he states that it was a terrible mistake to have rescued that trash from the slave cage in the past. A shining aura envelopes the warrior as he levels up, bitterly lamenting having trusted a bunch of traitorous wolves. The villain notices with a start that the boy's life was restored out of nowhere, hearing the lament that leading by example was a failure. Using his supreme magic, the protagonist warns that it was very naive to think that good people wouldn't become corrupted over time. With his attributes fully recovered, he decrees that rigidly following the virtues of knights was his greatest weakness. Preparing a charged attack, the warrior states that virtue is useless for dealing with scum of that kind. Exuding a deadly fury, the hero warns that he just needed to annihilate that trash using any means necessary. Without hesitation, he charges like a flash and lands a brutal blow directly against the traitor, who tries to defend against the impact. The collision generates a storm of relentless purple cuts that sweep over the enemy with overwhelming magical force. The berserker withstands the pressure of the cut and lets out a maniacal laugh, guaranteeing that the fight should be exactly like this. Flashing a sadistic smile, the fake hero calls out his old master's name with total mockery. Repelling the attack with brute force, the traitor scoffs, asking if the boy hadn't learned to use two weapons at the same time. Taking advantage of the opening, the villain applies a brutal kick, throwing the intruder and mocking his pathetic technique of fighting blind. Firing a lethal red wave, the veteran decrees that using unknown methods in real combat is pure suicide. However, the destructive magic passes through the protagonist's body, which soon dissipates, proving to be just a false reflection. The impact cuts only through the wind, and the white-haired giant freezes on the spot, not understanding how that was possible. Completely confused, the aggressor notices marks on his body and wonders where the mirrors came from if he had already destroyed them all. He notices a red puddle on the ground, and quickly deduces that the magic worked with any surface that could reflect. Freaking out with rage, the villain activates his energy and accuses the boy of having found a dirty loophole to escape. Emitting a lethal aura, the fake hero conjures the bloody fury, warning that there would be no space left for the target to retreat. A massive explosion evaporates the liquid from the ground as the veteran guarantees that the intruder's reflective advantage was over. At that exact moment, the protagonist reappears in the shadows, accompanied by the blue summon, catching the traitor by surprise. Extending his magical hand, the hero coldly states that he wouldn't waste any more time talking about a knight's honor with trash. A gigantic horde of undead falls violently upon the fake hero, smashing the ground and kicking up a lot of dust. Dominated by a deep hatred, the warrior states in no uncertain terms that he just wanted to see that miserable person gone for good. Destroying the souls with a single blow, the villain yells that a loser from the past would never withstand his current strength. Completely enraged, the aggressor warns that his ability made him even more lethal with every wound he suffered in battle. Just then, several dark blades unexpectedly tear through the giant's body, making him spit blood from the pain. Maintaining a cold posture, the protagonist warns that he could perfectly see all the flaws in the enemy's technique. While the traitor curses furiously, the boy calmly explains that his class had two major fatal weaknesses. Dodging the heavy slash, the hero reminds him that a berserker's base defense was always absurdly low. Laughing at the obvious, the fake hero retorts that this class demands a total focus on attack and agility. However, a surprise cut hits the villain's back, proving that the lack of points in protection left him vulnerable. Suffering from the wounds, the giant bleeds from the direct impact but refuses to lose his arrogant posture. The warrior adds that the enemy's own spells reduced his defense, allowing even weak summons to cause damage. As the undead surround the target, the protagonist points out the second fatal flaw, stating the lack of area of effect spells. The traitor fires a linear blood explosion, trying to clear the path, but the hero scoffs at that completely predictable tactic. Convinced of victory, the boy warns that his mana regeneration would sustain this infinite horde until his opponent collapsed from exhaustion. Blinded by rage, the fake hero conjures a tempestuous fury and bellows, proving that he did have a long-range attack. The rain of lethal magic destroys the ground as the protagonist decrees that the enemy's greatest flaw was having no one to trust. Blocking the spikes with the help of his summon, he laments that the defense of before was now the sword that would take him out. Exuding hatred, the hero throws it in his face that someone who rose to power through betrayal would end up meeting their end alone without real allies. Freaking out with rage, the traitor charges, slicing through the air and scoffing at his former master for still believing in the power of friendship. Blinded by madness, the aggressor charges like an enraged animal, bellowing that the boy was practically already done for. The brutal clash kicks up rocks, and the villain yells with pride that he had enjoyed absolute power for 60 long years. With a maniacal smile, the fake hero decrees that he was right from the beginning, and that he didn't need useless comrades. Leaping high into the city's skies, the coward desperately calls for his own sons and grandsons to fight in his place. Down below, the rich family hears the urgent call and looks up in complete panic at the extreme situation. Landing with arrogance, the traitor laughs, guaranteeing that his own descendants would be his personal army. Cutting the mocking mood, the protagonist appears in a lethal charge, ironically questioning if that was really true. A violent and relentless slash tears through the white-haired giant's chest, spreading a wave of blood through the air. The brutal impact knocks the fake legend down, who screams in pure agony as his own son watches the scene, completely perplexed. Paralyzed by fear, the man in armor can't believe that the invincible leader had just lost the fight. Collapsed on the ground, the coward bellows desperately for his family to hold back the intruder while demanding emergency healing. The traitor's sons retreat in terror, quietly admitting that they could do absolutely nothing against that monster. Hearing his heir's fearful refusal, the villain's eyes widen, brimming with a deep hatred for being abandoned. Freaking out with rage, the fake hero launches red tentacles across the city, bellowing that he would solve this problem himself. Desperation takes over when his own son is brutally pierced by the blood magic, not understanding this betrayal. Consumed by the demonic aura, the father bellows that he only created that useless family to drain their lives in the future. Sucking the life force from his own relatives, the psychopath curses their disobedience and demands absolute respect from his doormats. As the bodies turn to dust, he threatens the survivors, telling them to stop the hero on the spot if they wanted to live. With no other choice, the hares advance, trembling with fear, trying to delay the protagonist in any way. However, the warrior transforms into a dark blur and passes right through the useless henchmen without paying them any mind. Ignoring the extras, he reaches the main target and applies a storm of overwhelming attacks without mercy. The continuous clash of blades draws shrill screams of pure agony from the villain, who can't defend himself. A final explosion of pure purple energy hits the fake hero with lethal force, sweeping everything around. The dust settles, revealing the traitor panting and completely broken, barely able to stand on the rocks. Without seeing the enemy, the coward tries to convince himself that the boy had fled, because he couldn't take the physical strain anymore. Appearing in the shadows with the ghosts of his dead sons, the hero scoffs at the old man's weakness and offers a lovely family reunion. The traitor is startled to realize his own son's sons have been turned into undead. Taking a lethal blow to the shoulder, he ends up spitting blood from the force of the brutal impact. The fake hero tries to flee desperately as the protagonist questions if he really thought he could escape. The villain continues running through the destroyed streets, calling for his old comrades. Completely blinded by madness and pain, he calls out for his own master, seeking some salvation. Just then, the coward even calls for his sons as blood streams down his injured body. Yunshi appears from above, preparing a lethal attack, and warns that the trash could have had all of that. The warrior guarantees that now the only thing left was everyone's pure hatred against the traitor, telling him to face his end. The memory of more than 60 years ago comes to the surface, showing the old master with his two students. Proud of their advancement to the superior class, the protagonist states that he needed to give them a nice gift in return. He explains that he gave rare materials to a divine craftsman and managed to forge a mythic level weapon. A giant sword is given to Lan Qian with the warning that the equipment perfectly matched his style. Holding the heavy blade, the apprentice thanks his mentor, brimming with pure excitement. Next, an axe and a shield are given to the other student named Yi to complement his new defensive class. While the master guarantees that his talent would make it easy to use, the boy jokes, questioning if his mentor had money to spare. Noticing the student's distraction, the mentor asks why he was staring so much. The apprentice points out that the professor had never replaced his own weapon with a newer one. Holding the sword with affection, the protagonist warns that his equipment would never become outdated. The shining blade carried the power of never needing to be replaced by another weapon. To achieve this, the warrior spent years gathering valuable treasures inside several dangerous secret realms. He forged the material in the ancient furnace until he created the strongest equipment of all. The panel reveals that the weapon was at the unique level, being completely irreplaceable. With a special sharpening method, the blade could change into any desired shape like flowing clouds. However, true synchronization with the user was the mandatory condition for it to work. After countless bloody battles, the sword moved according to his will and adapted its own power. Watching the explanation, Lan Qian is completely amazed by the item's strength. Excited by the news, The former student asks for permission to test the weapon a bit. The trader's hands touch the hilt of the shining sword with great greed. The scene returns to the dark past where the fake hero laughs, surrounded by corpses, holding the coveted blade. Completely consumed by greed, the villain guffaws, stating that the weapon was finally his alone. The fake hero celebrates, admiring the shape of that unique, rank equipment. In the present time, the protagonist holds a gigantic dark scythe, tearing through the wind. The warrior walks slowly through the thick smoke, exuding pure determination. He remembers that he always fought on the front lines of the secret realms, even while going through extreme hardships. Maintaining his imposing posture, he states that he never retreated and overcame any obstacle in his path. All of this was done just to be able to live a peaceful life alongside his own students. The hero points his weapon and throws it in his face, that greed destroyed everything, guaranteeing that the title of legend was worthless. Destroyed on the ground, the coward cries, begging for his life and admitting he was completely wrong. Analyzing the damaged weapon, Yunchi laments that in the traitor's hands, the sword had become just a heavy piece of junk. Brimming with pure hatred, he accuses his former apprentice of having betrayed his teammate. The villain begs desperately, offering to reveal the whole truth about that incident. But the protagonist advances with the lethal scythe, telling the trash to accept the end he chose for himself. A violent slash hits the traitor, who still tries to bargain for his own survival. The body is brutally finished off, leaving only the dark silhouette of the hero with the bloodied weapon. Sitting on the dark throne, the warrior coldly decrees that he would soon discover all the enemy's secrets one way or another. The protagonist assesses that the fake hero was just bait and that his revenge was only beginning. Focused on the final objective, he firmly states that he would need to get much stronger to win. Due to the monopoly on portals, common people can at most reach level 30 by working hard. As for the talented ones who join official corporations, they can only reach the 60 mark. This gigantic limit happens because level 60 mandatorily requires a class transfer. Only by meeting the evolution requirements is it possible to surpass the barrier and unlock exclusive attributes and items. Yunchi analyzes a shining item in his hands, paying close attention to the magical details. The sacred document was precisely the certificate needed to be able to change classes in the system. In the past, even with rifts open to everyone, only 1 in 10,000 could achieve this feat. However, in this new unjust era, the government controlled the item with an iron fist to maintain power. The hero notes that in the traitor's entire family, only the patriarch himself possessed that rare pass. Since the power difference was absurd, none of the arrogant heirs had truly evolved. The fake legend used the item to become a berserker, lethally increasing his own attack power. The warrior acknowledges that without the mirrored world, he would have never been able to take out that monster. With a very excited look, he wonders how strong he would become if he also made the transfer. The luminous panel scans the boy's attributes and confirms that all requirements have been successfully met. The window displays 3 path options, including Battle Dancer, Bard, and Forest Musician. The protagonist had already chosen his destiny, focused on the only support variation focused on attack. Without hesitation, he points his finger and selects the Battle Dancer class on the holographic display. The mirrored world system intercepts the action and asks if he wishes to invert the chosen class. The warrior's eyes widen in complete surprise, not understanding how a profession could be reversed. A skill tree shows that the 8 basic classes generate multiple different advanced paths. Each of these evolutions usually follows its own specialty, focused on the original fighting style. However, he understands that there are always rare exceptions that defy the system's natural logic. The rule dictated that the more bizarre the requirements, the stronger the profession would become in the end. The dancer class demanded absurd speed attributes that normal mages would never invest in. Furthermore, it required a blood crystal filled only through continuous massacres of enemies. Since supports had no base damage, it was practically impossible for a caster to meet this goal. The hidden magic finalizes the conversion and presents the inverted class called Dancer of Peace. Staring at the floating screen, the hero thinks the requirement of 5 life nurseries is a total exaggeration. Yunchi reflects on what the system's exact reversal would be. He soon deduces that the requirement must be on the same level as the blood core, a valuable treasure that restores life. This type of healing item is so coveted that the top professionals in the field would do anything crazy to get their hands on just one of those divine seeds. With this in hand, an entire team wouldn't even need healers in their formation. However, the warrior laments the absurdity of needing to gather 5 of these rarities at once. At that, the protagonist acknowledges that such difficult requirements prove the advanced class will become frighteningly strong when the entire evolution process is complete. The hero activates the spell and walks directly into the hidden dimension. He admits he expected much slower and more time, consuming improvements for that supreme fighting technique. Staring at the Dark Orc Lord, the boy understands that advancing to level 3 brought exact copies of the Secret Realm's bosses, not just common monsters, into the dimension. The colossal figure of a threatening creature appears on the frozen horizon, proving the absolute power of that space. The warrior observes the immense number of souls floating in the scenery and notes that there are many more spirits there than on his first visit, yielding another level up. Satisfied with the news, he simply ends the spell and exits the dark dimension, leaving the roaring beast behind without causing any unnecessary alarm. Back in the real world, the protagonist decrees that the absolute priority now is to focus on his own class evolution. Thus, he decides that it's finally time to leave. At that same moment, the heavy chains of the rift begin to break, releasing an immense blast of luminous energy throughout the stone structure. The Empire's guards watch the sudden flash, completely paralyzed, unable to understand what was happening. A purple light beam cuts through the capital's skies as the soldiers question the realm's disappearance. The troop laments the lack of answers since the heroes had blocked the entrance. Overcome with desperation, the guard leader orders everyone to follow him to invade the place. But the portal collapses violently, throwing giant pieces of concrete to the ground. Advancing through the rubble, the soldiers are in absolute shock upon finding the fake hero's body lying there. The troop freaks out, confirming that the great legend had been taken out. Days later, the capital's newspapers report the brutal massacre of the hero's family, revealing that the police had found no suspects and were asking the public for clues. In a dark room, an investigator watches the coverage of the tragedy on television, maintaining a very thoughtful posture about the unsolved case in the middle of the night. The news spreads like wildfire, and citizens watch the newscasts completely perplexed, shocked by the official confirmation that their idol had lost his life in the attack. The authorities release the only captured image of the hooded suspect. With that, they order the troops to do the impossible to arrest the criminal as quickly as they could. In the Imperial Palace, the news reaches the ears of the great Supreme King. Sitting on the dark throne, the arrogant monarch coldly notes the demise of his old veteran ally. Staring at the hologram of the destruction, the Emperor demands a report on the attack. He questions how the army positioned outside only noticed the chaos when it was already too late. Kneeling in the shadows, the spy informs him that the elite guard was annihilated. He laments that none of the surviving officers can explain what really happened in there. Holding the investigation reports, the lackey guarantees he has gone through all the portal's entry logs. Furthermore, he announces that he has searched public security data. Based on the cross-referenced information from the departments, the informant announces that he has managed to narrow it down to a short list of main suspects who could have committed that great massacre. Hearing the names mentioned, the Supreme King repeats the identities of the protagonist and the blonde girl. A long silence dominates the hall as the tyrant processes this new development. The lackey displays the boy's photo and questions the king's interest in that specific name. He comments maliciously that this identity brought a very disturbing nostalgia to the court. Ignoring the lackey's mockery, the monarch orders him to leave that matter in his hands. Far away, the school's students arrive for class, gossiping about the great tragedy. Walking through the courtyard, the young people wonder in shock who would have the absurd audacity to attack a legend of the Empire. The topic was the only focus of conversations in recent days. Indignant, one of the boys calls the legend's demise a national disgrace. He freaks out, questioning the army's usefulness if they couldn't even protect an important veteran. In the middle of the crowd, the blonde girl walks with a completely tense expression. She reflects, stunned on the fact that the protagonist had actually taken out the fake legend directly. Breaking into a cold sweat, the socialite internally laments the blunder she made. She admits that she became the main accomplice for having escorted the criminal directly to the rift of the assassination. Overcome with fear of being arrested, she hesitates, trying to decide if she should turn the boy in. But she soon deduces that after a crime of that level, they would never run into each other again. At the exact moment she concludes this thought, the protagonist walks calmly past her in the school courtyard, contradicting all the logic of escape she had imagined. The girl freezes in place, her eyes widening in complete perplexity. She lets out a murmur of confusion, not believing that the most wanted man in the Empire was just hanging out there. Maintaining a dangerously calm posture, the warrior just looks over his shoulder. The purple and intimidating gaze sends a silent message to the young woman not to try anything funny. In another location, the monarch dressed in dark armor reflects on the existence of life nurseries, plotting his own cruel plans for those rare magical items. As he walks, the hero admits he had never heard of those items. He concludes that the nurseries required for his evolution must be in the hands of very strong people. Putting the pieces together, the boy remembers the influences at the top of the Empire's power. His gaze turns directly to the blonde girl, who was walking distractedly right in front of him. Back at the palace, the Emperor comments on the young woman's unquestionable nobility. The kneeling lackey then asks if the monarch knew why so many people fawned over the girl. The giant tyrant just listens to the question in absolute silence. His malevolent aura fills the hall as he prepares to reveal the true identity of that student. With an authoritative voice, the Supreme King decrees that the young woman was hiding her real last name. He reveals that the socialite was actually his own granddaughter by blood, the heir to the crown. Near the girl in the school courtyard, the hero mentally confesses that this level of influence was surprising. He realizes the absurd luck he had in running into the noble. With his eye brimming with pure purple magic, the warrior processes the revelation. Knowing that his accomplice was the direct granddaughter of his greatest enemy opened up several possibilities for revenge. Taking a step toward the scared girl, the protagonist calls her name, wanting to clear up that story, but the conversation is interrupted by agitated screams in the courtyard. A crowd of students appears, running and pointing at the boy. The students excitedly yell, announcing to the entire school that their missing classmate had finally returned. Surrounding the boy, the class asks if he missed classes to rest from the colossal fight. They emotionally thank him for his protection against the terrible wandering lord. Smiling with relief, the young people confess that they had already accepted their certain demise. Besides infinite gratitude, they excitedly announce that the school administration was preparing an award. The professor runs into the group, cutting the festive mood. The educator warns with concern that the students' return would surely attract the attention of the dangerous Ding family. The teacher explains that the three most important leaders of that lineage had mysteriously disappeared inside the legendary rift. Since then, the guard had been relentlessly hunting for clues. The man warns that the strength the boy displayed in the dungeon made him a guaranteed target for interrogation. But he soon tries to reassure the student, asking him not to be afraid. The professor points out that the obvious blame would fall on the famous destroyer of secret realms. That criminal was all over the news for annihilating rifts and taking out the legend. Yunshi gives a slight smile as the professor states that no one would suspect a student of taking out a master. He guarantees that the invasion was just a past theft without real proof. Raising his finger, the teacher warns that only the rich family would make accusations. To calm things down, he says that the Empire's elite force was already hunting the real villain. Giving a thumbs up, the educator decrees that the boy could completely relax. He promises that the authorities would clear the student's name as soon as the culprit was caught. Maintaining a dejected expression, the hero mentally complains about all that knave deduction. He grumbles that he would hate to clash with the so-called peace keeping force at the moment. The warrior reflects on the rigid urban control he had seen in recent days. The streets were crowded with strong officials, in addition to civilians using cell phones to watch everything around them. Recalling the nightly escape, he admits the difficulty of eluding that surveillance. If the undead hadn't created chaos to distract the troops, he would have been caught. Looking at the group of students, the protagonist deduces that the school was the perfect hiding place. He just needed to act like an average student to never raise serious suspicions. Staring at the clock tower, he reinforces his decision to continue attending classes. That academic environment would allow him to soak up all the political information of the new era in complete peace. Resuming his impassioned speech, the professor clenches his fists. He blames the dangerous Rift Destroyer for all the unrest in the Empire, without knowing the truth. A boy raises his voice, agreeing with the master. He accuses the criminal of harming the students at school and argues that even the elite family was just a major victim. The classmate beside him lowers his gaze, completely dismayed by the situation. Stammering, he deeply regrets the merciless massacre that took the lives of the nation's great legends. Overcome with revolt, the student decrees that the dark culprit must be a repulsive monster. He swears that no common criminal would have the courage to openly attack the legend. Walking in silence, Yunchi assesses the brainwashing of that empire. He understands that taking out the fake veteran wouldn't undo decades of lies created by the great emperor. Suddenly, the tense mood is broken by a piece of gossip in the group. A student with curly hair whispers that he heard rumors claiming the idol was not kind at all in real life. The young man tries to confirm the bizarre story involving the Supreme Rift. Soon, another boy aggressively retorts, calling that conversation a dirty lie against the legend. A girl gets into the argument, stating that the rumors about the dead legend were well known. The annoyed student freaks out, demanding absolute respect for the deceased man's memory. The curly-haired boy holds up his cell phone, promising to show video proof of the crime. The protagonist freezes in place, hearing this completely unforeseen development. The amateur recording shows the exact moment the realm collapsed. The video exposes the chained citizens, kept like animals by the family's elite guard. The shocking images prove the blatant slavery of civilians in the dungeon. The narrator reports that the lineage of heroes had tortured these poor people for long and terrible decades. The young people watch the irrefutable proof, covering their mouths with their hands in pure terror. One of them breaks the silence, commenting that the people's suffering was a true disaster. Watching the public's trust shatter, Yunchi flashes a slight smile. He wonders if leaking those atrocities would force any real change in the current oppressive reign. Overcome with confusion, the girl asks about the origin of that confidential material. A classmate questions how they broke through the army's blockade to record the elite's big dirty secret. The fanatical defender goes into denial and yells that the video is a cheap fake from an enemy, turning his back. The curly-haired boy tells him to accept the harsh truth whether he likes it or not. To make the shock worse, the king's granddaughter joins the conversation, validating the images. The young woman admits she visited the rift recently and guarantees that the recording doesn't show even half of the cruelty. Resuming the conversation in the courtyard, the blonde girl calmly states that those atrocities were no secret among the upper class. Hearing the noble's confirmation, the curly-haired student comments, dumbfounded, that even she was validating the whole story. Just then, another boy in the group wonders, completely shocked, if that cruelty from the elite could really be true. Silently assessing the situation, Yuncha listens to the students, outraged by the existence of something so monstrous. Cutting the tense mood, the socialite leaps over the school walls and tells the protagonist to follow her immediately. The group of students is left behind, completely paralyzed and not understanding their sudden escape. Landing in an isolated corner of the school, she questions if the hero didn't fear the peace, keeping Force's investigation after having taken out a legend. Maintaining a serious posture, the young woman adds to her reasoning, warning that his problems were just beginning. Without showing any fear, the warrior retorts, asking if she wasn't afraid of being reported for covering for him. Reaffirming what he had said before, the protagonist guarantees he fully trusts that the girl's true nature is good. The noble looks away, a bit embarrassed, but agrees that his demise was a just fate given the evils of that family of fake heroes. Pointing a finger in his face, she changes her tone and warns, very annoyed, that the boy now owed her another big favor. Flashing a calm smile, the hero tells his ally not to worry, as he understood the message perfectly. With a focused expression, the warrior's mind wanders, remembering the name Rosa. With great suspicion, he wonders deeply about the real reason the tyrant Lu Wei's granddaughter had helped him invade that secret realm. The warrior assesses if the girl hates the Ding family's actions, considering that using the granddaughter to take out the emperor would be a perfect route. Cutting off his thoughts, the young woman tells her ally to focus on the current target and asks if he knew about life nurseries. The hero confirms the information, aware that those magical items serve precisely to produce vital essence. Following the tip, the protagonist walks to the school principal's office. Knowing the old man possessed the coveted relic, taking advantage of the empty hallway, he activates his supreme technique and silently enters the mirrored world dimension. Staring at the principal's ghost copy, the warrior deduces that the old man values the sapling of the world tree he collected too much. Walking through the office, the boy knows that the rich man used all his influence to buy almost all the available nurseries. He soon spots the sacred sapling protected by a magic circle, surrounded by dozens of nurseries copied by the system. The protagonist flashes an excited smile upon confirming that the quantity of that rare item there was absurd. However, the protective barrier around the relics begins to emit strong electrical discharges. Upon trying to touch the force field, the hero gets a violent shock that brutally repels him. Regaining his balance, he laments that everything was sealed and gets frustrated seeing that the trap also works in the mirrored world. Assessing the rotating rings, the warrior recognizes the spell's base, but notices major differences from the barriers of his past life. Wielding his blade, he concludes that modern technology was fused with magic, making it impossible to break the seal with his current strength. Sheathing his weapon, the hero understands that a brute force attack would destroy the relics along with the shield, deciding to retreat for now. The system displays a list of copied items, including a common manual on magic circles and machinery belonging to the principal. Staring at the old man's high rank, the warrior admits that without the class evolution, he would never be able to handle such a strong enemy. Planning the theft, he concludes that the first option is to wait for the target to disable the protection on his own and invade through the dimension. Walking down the school's staircases, the hero decrees that the second viable alternative is to study the modern technology of that era. Completely focused on his objective, the protagonist walks with determination through the extensive corridors of the gigantic school library. Holding a book on everyday machinery, the boy decides to build a good knowledge base by reading basic materials first. With his eye glowing with energy, he recognizes that he acted impatiently before and promises to hunt the last legend after getting stronger. Dismantling a copied engine, the warrior accepts that if he doesn't understand the era's advancement, he will never be able to face the emperor. Surrounded by books on the table, the hero gets frustrated for not mastering the subject, questioning where the tyrant got those innovative ideas. Reading the old notes, he finally understands the use of magic cores, but is still confused about the principle of it all. Assessing the drawn gears, he notes that the external mechanics are simple, but the fusion with items from rifts is very complex. With a focused expression, the boy laments that every answer found in the texts ended up generating even more questions. Holding the open manual, the protagonist realizes that a large part of that knowledge was very vague and incomplete. Walking through the enormous shelves, the warrior deduces that the most critical information is heavily censored in the most popular books. Exploring the dusty section, he searches for unique, abandoned copies, knowing that filtering all that junk would take a lot of time. The protagonist's attention is quickly drawn by a noise in the middle of the library's abandoned section. Looking up, he comes face to face with a girl sitting on top of a giant bookshelf, reading in the dark. The hero soon recognizes the young warrior's face, calling the blonde noble's ally by name with great surprise. Analyzing Yumyan's presence there, the warrior finds it very strange that she wasn't accompanying the heiress as she always did. Curious, he tries to find out what the emperor's granddaughter's guard would be researching. Noticing it was just a storybook, the young woman finally notices the intruder's arrival and diverts her attention from her reading. Maintaining her isolated posture up high, she just stares at the boy in absolute silence. The hero points to the shelf and announces that he just needs to grab a manual, while the warrior directly asks which one it would be. With a slightly sheepish smile, the boy admits that he's not sure what he's looking for in the archive either. Explaining further, the protagonist says he needs content about the union of rift items with mechanical principles. An encyclopedia is thrown from above, and the warrior catches it in the air with skill, hearing the young woman's direct recommendation. After helping the boy, Yunyan simply goes back to focusing on her storybook without showing any emotion. Holding the material, the hero thanks her for the valuable help that saved him several hours of useless searching. After quickly devouring the reading material, he looks up, asking if there was anything about telephone communication in the area. Without saying a single word, the warrior extends her arm and hands over a new copy perfectly aligned with his request. Returning the favor, the protagonist shows a wrapped sandwich, guaranteeing it's very tasty, and offers a piece. Completely focused on her own reading, the young warrior curtly refuses the offer. She remains isolated on the high school window ledge, taking advantage of the little light that came in. Ignoring the cold refusal, the hero leaves the snack propped on the edge of the shelf in case she changed her mind later. Walking through the corridors, the boy reflects that despite her icy personality, that girl gave him a familiar feeling. The thought is cut short when a book intentionally falls right on his head to get his attention. Atop the shelf, the warrior's delicate hand stealthily retrieves the sandwich the hero had left. Climbing the shelf stairs, the protagonist comments that he needed to find manuals on magic engines in that section. Leaning on the ladder, he argues that a blind search would cause a lot of noise and disturb her peace. Observing the young woman reading on the ledge, the warrior mentally concludes that getting close to her there would make it easier to spy on the emperor. Showing a complex paragraph from the book, he asks for an explanation, but the warrior replies that she doesn't know what it was about. Not giving up, the hero asks for help finding manuals focused on the mechanical system used to connect magical mattresses. The hours fly by in the library as the duo remains immersed in their studies under the strong light of the setting sun. The warrior remains engrossed in her children's storybook, maintaining her usual absolute silence in the room. Suddenly, an unknown voice echoes in the corridor, suggesting the hero ask that question to another person in the place. With a focused gaze, the protagonist asks where that little follower and the traitor's descendant are, deducing he will return soon. Far away, in the enemy family's residence, the leader in the suit analyzes a photograph in a dark environment while his henchmen wait. The image shows Ding Su tied up in captivity, leaving the villain furious with the threat and the fact that they had only sent the photo without any warning for days. In the middle of the office's tension, one of the subordinates asks directly if that blackmail had been sent by the boy named Yunqi. Holding the paper tightly, the leader immediately deduces that if the boy is indeed the author, then he was also the killer of the great hero grandfather. Sweating from pure hatred, the man questions if the boy would really have that much strength, outraged by the security's incompetence in not capturing him sooner. Suddenly, the office door is thrown open by a panting henchman who calls for the family's master in a totally desperate manner. The subordinate quickly announces that the young shielder from the Kiao family had just returned to the school grounds. The scene shifts to the school courtyard, where several students gather around a large water fountain, drawing everyone's attention. Two female students observe the shielder, confused, questioning what he intended to do by causing trouble right after the great legend's demise. The boy with glasses opens his arms bravely, reminding everyone about the recent collapse of the secret realm and the witnesses on the battlefield. Full of determination, he guarantees that even for those who saw nothing, he made sure to record a detailed video of everything at the location. The young man states that the truth had been covered up for many years, where the true hero was wronged and trampled by the miserable traitor. Holding up his cell phone to the crowd, Qiaoji decrees that he now had enough proof to show the truth that many had always sought. Hiding in the shadows, Yunqi assesses his ally with pride, reflecting that this world might finally change thanks to the boy's persistence. Surrounded by the school crowd, the shielder declares in no uncertain terms that his great-grandfather was never a traitor to the empire. The students begin to gossip suspiciously, finding it impossible that he could be telling the truth, when all the history books said otherwise. Unfazed by the crowd's negative reaction, the boy with glasses firmly states that he didn't expect them to believe him so soon. He bows deeply before everyone, pleading only for the rival family to leave his completely innocent relatives in peace. The crowd debates the situation, remembering the old excuse that the elite kept the traitor's descendants alive purely out of mercy. A student comments that if the dark rumors about the legend's lineage were real, the Shielder's family had suffered absurd abuse for years. Observing the uproar, the protagonist is completely satisfied to note that this was the perfect moment to free his allies for good. The hero concludes that the hostage family would be safe, with the bully being held captive, but decides he needs to rescue them quickly. Just then, an imposing group of security officers appears in the courtyard, with the troop's chief approaching the boy in a very authoritarian manner. With his hands in his pockets and a calm posture, the boy listens to the man state that he was the main suspect in the case of the Legend's Rift. The officer stares at the suspect and begins to read the system's data, confirming the boy's age of 17 and humble origins. Reading the file, the policeman details that the young man's parents met their end in a portal disaster, and that he had lived completely alone since childhood. The man reports his mediocre school record with combat grades always at the bottom, stating that this was his official past. With a completely suspicious look, the veteran closes the file and accuses the student of acting very differently in recent days. The investigator lists the beast kills and the here's disappearance, demanding to know how the boy's strength had grown so much and where he had been hiding. After a brief silence, the protagonist calmly replies that he didn't return to school simply because the hidden boss had scared him a lot. Gesturing casually, the boy admits to hiding his superior strength but finds it a huge exaggeration to be accused of taking out a legend. He argues coldly that at his age, and without a class evolution, it would be totally impossible to take down a veteran, and that he had no motive. The policeman takes a thoughtful puff from his pipe and agrees that an ordinary student really wouldn't have the power or motivation to commit the crime. However, the man approaches intimidatingly and reveals he knows about professionals with abilities to assume other identities. Staring at the boy up close, the head of security accuses him of being an imposter, receiving the calm response that he was just a normal student. Without prior warning, the investigator summons a luminous circle and immediately conjures an epic ability to dispel any kind of disguise. The spell has no effect and the officer deduces, startled, that the target's magic is superior to his, then tries to test him with theoretical questions. Scratching his head innocently, the hero plays dumb, saying that the advanced subject was for graduates and that he didn't master the mechanics. With no proof against the boy, the group of security guards turns their backs and begins to walk toward the school's exit. The officer with the mustache gives one last look over his shoulder, curtly announcing that this interrogation was over. Maintaining an extremely severe expression, the man makes sure to make it very clear that the security force would be back for him soon. Watching the team leave, the hero sighs in relief for having read the library's textbooks, managing to easily throw the guards off. The protagonist reflects that those policemen were just the beginning, assuming he was the perfect bait the Emperor used to lure his allies. Assessing the extreme danger, he is sure that the tyrant would send the dreaded shadow guards, and that their strength surpassed his. Observing through the window, the hero deduces that the tyrant's assassins wouldn't follow the rules, needing to change classes soon to avoid his own end. The mental image of the principal appears as the boy laments that the old man spent little time at school and never opened the relic vault. Walking down the school street, he notes that stealing the nurseries using the mirrored world would take a very long time to work out. The scene focuses on the sunny city where the head of security's voice resonates, presenting the results of the recent criminal investigation. The officer reports to a shadowy superior that the main suspects in the public's eye were the student Yunqi and Her Highness Rosa. The hooded informant dismisses the noble's involvement on the spot, classifying that popular suspicion as something impossible. However, the shadowy man accuses the princess's bodyguard of being completely suspicious, revealing that the young warrior belonged to the traitorous family. Spying on the boy around the city, the spy deduces that the student is also a potential threat just for carrying the same cursed last name. Atop the roof, the leader authorizes the team to watch the target closely and orders the boy's immediate execution at the slightest sign of abnormality. Walking carefree through the streets, the protagonist quickly senses the hostile presence, noticing he was already under enemy surveillance. Calmly entering the cafeteria, he decides to get the same food served to all students, instead of choosing his favorite snack. The warrior devours the common dish with gusto, finding that simple school meal incredibly tasty and well made. An old memory shows the boy in a precarious camp, remembering that in the past, food was scarce and he only ate to survive. In the present, another student complains loudly that the food was terrible, while the hero continued to eat everything with great joy. The classmate approaches the table, completely confused, asking how the boy could swallow that with a smile, not caring. The protagonist continues his meal, saying he was just hungry, reflecting that the young people today were very spoiled with food. Excited, the classmate pulls the hero, telling him to stop eating trash and offers to treat him to a night of drinking at a bar to thank him for the rescue. The warrior looks up, slightly intrigued by the unexpected invitation, repeating the word bar. As he processes the suggestion, placing his hand on the table, he accepts the offer, calculating that lovely environments would be great for gathering information about the nurseries. Emitting his dense purple aura, the boy walks through the corridors with a focused posture, ready to explore the secrets of that city. The group arrives at the nightlife establishment, greeted by purple neon lights and loud music that filled the entire modern environment. In the midst of the buzz, the students order expensive drinks from the waitresses and make a point of praising the savior, demanding the best drink. The young people enjoy the party, praising the strong taste of the alcohol, while the warrior analyzes the place, shocked by society's technological advancement. Toasting with his friends, the protagonist quickly realizes that this kind of useless party wouldn't bring him any clues about the valuable items. Later, the hero appears completely isolated in a dark, empty alley in the city, away from the festive and noisy confusion of the other students. Staring at the night sky, the boy gets lost in dark thoughts, questioning himself what the heck he was doing in that place. He curses himself for thinking that normal civilians would know about relics. The memory of the old folks thanking him with fruit comes to the surface. The cobblestone street remains completely empty and silent under the pale moonlight, intensifying the warrior's great loneliness. Walking straight into the alley's darkness, the protagonist accepts with a deep melancholy that he did not belong in this world at all. With his hand resting on a book about his own family's betrayal, the hero laments the tragedy, asking if none of the people he loved had survived. Flipping through the pages of the old book, the protagonist stares at his family's stained crest. The dark memory invades his mind, bringing the harsh realization that everyone was gone. Just then, he walks completely alone up the immense staircases of that gigantic library during the night. The boy reflects that only someone displaced from the world would waste the early morning hours hunting for books in that place. The warrior suddenly appears in the darkness and asks which manual he was looking for. Handing over the material, Union announces that she found the copy about mechanical matrices that he had asked for earlier. Taking the item, the hero thanks her for the help while discovering that the work was written by the school's principal himself. Looking away a bit sheepishly, the girl just justifies that she couldn't sleep and decided to walk around. She soon promises to bring 2 meat sandwiches next time, receiving a sincere thank you from the boy. Assessing the content, Yunchi notes that the complex topics are explained in a very easy to understand way, but he acknowledges that it's still too early to master everything, guaranteeing that destroying the mechanisms wouldn't be a problem. With the formation problem finally solved, the warrior turns to the girl, who remains silent. He takes the chance to ask if there were any records about the Yun family stored there. The young woman's expression immediately closes, taking on a very heavy and melancholic air. Yun warns that the emperor was very close to that lineage before the rebellion, making any search useless. Walking through the shelves, she explains that the king banned the information so as not to remember the painful betrayal he suffered. Yunchi questions this false kindness, outraged that no one was spared in that supposed ancient crime. The memory of the fake hero confirms that absolutely no innocent person survived the massacre. The tyrant personally led the dreaded Shadow Guard to act against the protagonist's house in secret. Taking advantage of the great trust he had with the family, the coward ambushed and took out their strongest fighter. The carnage didn't stop with the relatives, extending to all the guards, servants, and even the children of the place. After the master's fall, the assassin invented the excuse of the rebellion to eliminate any trace of that lineage. Holding the bloodied sword in the past, an agonized voice swears revenge against the damned emperor. Back in the present, the warrior enters the principal's vault through the mirrored world and destroys the defense mechanism. The crystals of the magic barrier completely shatter, confirming that the formation was ruined. The hero's mind travels to the past, revealing the period when he was only 12 years old. Back in those peaceful days, the palace training grounds were the daily scene of a lot of sweat and dedication. The young protagonist asks his friend to take a break, warning him that they were going to run out of training dummies at this rate. Stopping his swing, the boy Lu Wei asks if the targets are gone and promises to ask his mom to buy more. Yunchi sighs, clarifying that he just wants his friend to rest, because he felt bad for stopping his own training while he continued. A heavy blade cuts through the wind with extreme force during the intense afternoon training. Landing with an impact, the young Yunyi states that every drop of sweat saves a drop of blood on the battlefield. He announces that he would soon get permission to explore the rifts, and couldn't afford to relax. His friend agrees, remembering that their teacher always stressed the importance of hard work. But he soon whispers with a smirk that his older brother was just afraid of getting beaten by someone 4 years younger. Sweating profusely, the older boy gives in to the joke and promises to stop as soon as he finishes that sequence of moves. The pair of kids laughs at their silly victory, celebrating having convinced the older one to take a break. Just then, a child's voice echoes through the courtyard, calling out to the boys very excitedly. Little Yuntire runs over holding a heavy tray, announcing that she brought cold lemonade and apple pie. The girl flashes a radiant smile, guaranteeing they wouldn't get that special snack on a normal day. Seeing the food arrive, the three boys stop their training and run desperately toward the snack. Devouring the treats, the duo praises the incredible taste and crowns the little girl as the best sister in the whole world. Walking slowly, the older brother wipes his face as the little one extends a very cold glass to him. The boy drinks the lemonade with gusto, thanking her for her kindness and praising his little sister's seasoning skills. Resting under the tree, the girl gossips that the knights from the south had arrived for an important visit. She confesses that she snagged everything from the kitchen in secret. Otherwise, they would have never gotten so many sweets in one day. Her brother tries to scold her about stealing, but is cut off by his friend, who thinks the food is even better for being forbidden. The memory shows the group playing happily, where the protagonist couldn't care less about fighting in dangerous rifts. Back in the destroyed vault, the system announces that the life relics have been collected for the class change. The hero's heart aches as he remembers that his only wish was to live in peace with that family forever. The magical aura of evolution engulfs his body as the sadness turns into an overwhelming rage. The image of his friends shatters in the warrior's mind as he screams, not understanding the reason for so much cowardice. Blood runs, staining the happy memories of those precious years of true friendship. Overcome by hatred, he questions how his fake brother managed to destroy all of that with such ease and coldness. The tyrant's voice echoes darkly, repeating the old excuse that the massacre was for the stability of the empire. The hero awakens in the present, brimming with purple magic, successfully completing his evolution into a dancer of peace. With the new healing and intimidation modes activated, the protagonist focuses on his next big objective. Walking down the street, the blonde socialite runs desperately, calling in her favors and begging him to save Yun Yin. The young woman cries in terror, warning that the relentless Shadow Guard was about to execute her friend. The warrior is confused about the assassin's target, remembering that the girl hadn't even participated in the attack on the rift. The noble swallows hard and holds back her tears to reveal the real reason behind that absurd capture. The protagonist's eyes widen in complete shock upon hearing that his classmate was a descendant of the traitorous lineage. She explains that the Empire used the cursed kinship to label the young woman as the main suspect in the massacre. The terrible memory returns, recounting the exact moment the guards invaded the mansion to drag the girl away. The socialite laments that the agents ignored her real testimony, proving her friend's innocence on the day of the crime. Shedding many tears, the young woman confesses to having asked all her acquaintances for help without any success. Without wasting time, the warrior puts on his dark hood and immediately asks where the assassins had taken her. Wiping her face quickly, the blonde noble turns and says she will guide the boy to the guard's hideout. But the hero cuts the idea short, ordering her to only handle the prisoner's extraction from the location. Opening a distorted rift in the air, he warns that the rescue will be much easier if he acts completely alone. The protagonist activates the mirrored world and walks swiftly through the hidden dimension, tearing across the city sky. During the run, his mind hammers on the doubt of whether the girl was really someone of his own blood. He remembers the blonde's explanation, saying that the lineage survived thanks to a bastard child born out of wedlock. The boy breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing about the illegitimate child, knowing perfectly well the rigid character of his entire family. Certain that his father would never betray his honor, the hero realizes with a start that the young woman must be his brother's daughter. The blonde noble explains that the king took pity on that child, deciding to spare the baby's life because of an old sentiment. To maintain control, the monarch let the girl live near the palace on a small property from which she never left. The girl's mother ended up taking her own life, as she didn't even know who the real father of that bastard child was. Rosa reveals that Yun Yin is precisely the daughter of this illegitimate child, forced to continue living in that grim place. The warrior listens to the whole story in total silence, processing the harsh reality of that young woman's origin. Not understanding their connection, the socialite asks how that girl managed to get out of house arrest to become his guard. Explaining the past, she says she met Yun Yin when she was only 7, running away from the boring etiquette classes at the palace. Back then, Rosa found the little girl being cowardly assaulted in a quiet corner of the castle. The aggressors mocked the girl by tearing up her storybook, stating that a traitor's descendant didn't deserve to be happy. Without any pity, the boys tore the pages and threw them all on the ground, just wanting to please their superiors with that humiliation. The little girl curled up on the ground, hugging the ruined book, as if it were her greatest treasure in the world. The aggressor continued the psychological torture, mocking that her mother was crazy and that the girl's fate would be exactly the same. Even injured, little Yun Yin showed no fear and faced the bully, brimming with an instinctive fury. Driven by anger, she charged quickly and sank her teeth with great force directly into the cruel boy's arm. The bully let out an agonizing cry of pain, trying to break free from the violent bite of that defenseless child. Enraged by the attack, the injured boy threatened to beat her to her end for having the audacity to bite him like that. Watching the scene from afar, the princess admitted that she was already used to seeing many people cry because of assaults. However, Rosa confesses that she had never seen someone fight so desperately just to protect an old, torn book. Deciding to intervene, the young noble stepped out of the shadows and ordered the cowards to stop that beating immediately. The boys recognized the highness on the spot, nervously justifying that the girl was a mad dog who had stolen the book. Ignoring the excuses, Rosa picked up a copy from the ground and deduced that the victim must have rescued it directly from the trash. Cornered by the noble's presence, the aggressors remained silent, not knowing how to react to that unexpected interference. The princess remembered that the official library books always had the royal seal stamped on the cover. Extending her own intact storybook, she told the girl to keep it and throw that torn trash away. The injured little girl stared at the shiny cover, completely mesmerized by the unexpected gift she had just received. Contradicting logic, Yunyin shook her head, refusing the offer, and hugged the scraps of paper even tighter. Without caring about the luxury, she began to pick up every little torn piece from the ground with extreme care. Rosa soon understood that, for that isolated child, that pile of trash was worth infinitely more than a new treasure. The impact of that simple act changed the noble's perception, and she became completely fascinated by the girl's willpower. From that day on, the princess started visiting that isolated corner of the hallway, which was the only place where the sun hit the property. The little girl continued to sit in the light, holding the papers, showing that even broken, it was better than fleeting charity. Rosa confessed that she could feel that the book was the only light and warmth the poor girl could cling to in life. Over time, the noble started visiting that corner frequently, helping the girl sometimes and just observing at others. Tired of seeing the injustice, she finally used her influence to ask the king to appoint Yun Yin as her official guard. The appointment stopped the public bullying, but the secret abuse continued until her identity was hidden upon entering school. Overcome with desperation, the blonde lamented that her friend was now dragged into this deadly mess with the shadow guard. The noble warned that this direct unit of the emperor was relentless and preferred to capture innocents rather than let a target escape alive. Crying in terror, Rosa pleaded with the warrior to save Yun Yin, swearing she would do anything to repay the huge favor. Back to the rescue. Yunshi cut through space swiftly through the mirrored world, guaranteeing the noble would tell him if she needed anything else. In the real world, a macabre trail of blood ran down the staircase, revealing the completely critical state of the tortured prisoner. Tied up and severely injured, the young warrior kept her head down, silently enduring all the suffering imposed by her captors. The hooded assassin approached, praising her stubbornness, and sadistically announced that he would be the one to watch over her that night. Flashing a cruel smile, the torturer promised that the night would be long and that he had numerous painful methods to test on her. Without any pity, the guard delivered a brutal punch to the girl's face, bellowing that no one would appear there to save her from her end. The impact of the blow sent the prisoner flying backward violently, spreading even more blood on the torture chamber floor. The young warrior tried to withstand the extreme force of the blow, feeling her body completely give in to the accumulated injuries. Breaking through space, Yunshi emerged from the shadows, supporting his fallen ally, and asked in a heavy voice if she was okay. The assassin turned his back on the girl, confessing with relief that he had finally lured the real target out of hiding. With a confident smile, the guard deduced that the boy was Ding Kun's killer, even while calling the fake hero a facade mascot. Ignoring the enemy, the protagonist began to heal Yun Yin, hearing the theory that he always used the dark rift to hide. The torturer noted that only someone from the Yun family would have so much hatred against them, praising the perfect bait the emperor had created. Holding a shining sphere, the villain assumed it would be impossible to capture the boy in the city without the use of that blocking artifact. A gigantic magic sealing circle was activated at once, blocking the entire environment with pink energy barriers. Laughing, the assassin arrogantly announced that this seal was so strong that only he had the power to break the lock. Introducing himself as Shadow 33, he demanded the boy take off his hood and surrender, promising to spare him from brutal torture. The hero finished the healing, maintaining absolute silence as the recovery spell entered its full cooldown in the system. An thunderous explosion of energy swept through the scene, proving that the protagonist was not in the mood to accept that surrender at all. The warrior easily repelled a rain of enemy spells, spinning his weapon to obliterate any threat that approached. With his purple eye glowing with fury, Yunshi coldly concluded that all the torture inflicted on the girl was just for the sadist's amusement. Dodging the swift counterattack, the Shadow Guard confirmed the accusation, scoffing that the boy's name was enough to lure him there. Protecting his injured ally behind him, the protagonist fired a massive blast of dark cuts that destroyed the stone floor. The system panel flashed, activating the iron armors and massive shields of the Ghost Knight to armor the team's rearguard. Enveloped in protective blue flames, the hero remained perfectly focused on combat without showing any hesitation in his posture. The memory of the past invaded his mind, recalling the Emperor leading the Shadow Guard to massacre his family. The warrior bitterly remembered that not a single relative was left alive, noting that all were abused and eliminated with cruelty. A storm of enemy magic tried to pierce the force field, but the spirit's absolute defense completely blocked the charge. Accumulating concentrated energy in his hand, the hero activated his transmutation ability to change the lethal shape of his own weapon. Exuding an overwhelming aura, he accused the guard of taking out his family and still wanting to torture a completely innocent child. Brimming with pure hatred, the protagonist bellowed that the assassin in front of him was the one who shouldn't even dream of escaping alive. The assassin observed the weapon changing shape and found the technique very interesting, asking what kind of bizarre equipment that was. Assessing the opponent's recovery and mastery skills, the villain concluded with certainty that the boy had followed the support path in his evolution. Sporting a confident smile, the torturer scoffed that classes focused on healing possessed no real dangerous attack techniques. Without giving him time for more mockery, the hero launched the dark rings, cutting swiftly through the air, proving his class was not conventional. The chains tore through the scenery unpredictably, ricocheting off the magic walls and surrounding the enemy from all possible sides. Taking advantage of the trap's chaos, Yunchi teleported through the floating links, ready to apply the final blow to his adversary. The protagonist immediately activates his force dissuasion domain, creating a magical area that increases damage to enemies and speeds up allies. The assassin praises the boy's skills, admitting that he now perfectly understands how that trash ding kun ended up being taken out. But the villain dodges with extreme ease, guaranteeing that his opponent was still far from his level and would never get close. Completely shattering that expectation, the hero swiftly reappears right behind his adversary through the shadows. The Shadow Guard is in shock on the spot, not understanding how that impossible movement happened. Unable to defend himself, the villain is brutally pierced by dark chains that erupt directly from the ground. Spitting a lot of blood, the torturer finally understands that this was the famous mirrored surface stealth ability. Taking advantage of the opening, the protagonist lands the Blade of Deterioration. As the enemy deduces he traded a light wound for that trump card. Even while taking the impact, the assassin maintains his arrogance and grumbles that the boy was, in the end, just a useless support. Enveloped by an overwhelming aura and surrounded by magical triangles, the hero stands firm, preparing his next move. The villain notices the offensive ability with a start, desperately questioning what the boy's real profession was. Maintaining a relentless gaze, the protagonist warns that he would no longer underestimate his enemy from that moment on. With that, he activates his exclusive split juggling ability, focused on annihilating his opponent quickly. The hero fires the magic, stating that the assassin would no longer have the chance to use mirrors and that no summon could stop it. The torturer retorts the threat, full of hatred, telling the intruder to suffer a death by 1,000 cuts along with the seed of that bastard. To block the blow, the protagonist conjures the celestial soul suppressing bell, enveloping the area with luminous angels and a divine protection. The guard's gaze reflects the grandeur of the defense, leaving him completely paralyzed before that supreme summon. The impact turns completely against the villain, who is torn apart by his own magic and freaks out upon noticing the invincibility combined with damage reflection. Bellowing in pure agony, the assassin desperately questions how an S-rank professional could have such an absurd ability. The overwhelming force of the counterblow completely shatters the magic circle that had kept the environment sealed. The torturer collapses heavily onto the stone floor, gushing blood and completely defeated by the colossal power difference. Walking toward the injured girl, the hero calmly asks his ally to turn her head first. Fallen and drained of strength, the villain glares at the approaching boy and asks in terror what he intended to do. With his eyes glowing with pure malice, the protagonist guarantees he would make the enemy pay 100 times over for all the atrocities committed there. The assassin coughs up more blood and tries to intimidate, warning that other guards would arrive soon and that the boy would never defeat 3 at the same time. Desperate for his life, the coward warns that there was still time to flee and invokes the Emperor's name to try and stop the execution. The young warrior watches in silence as the tyrant's lackey bellows, begging the protagonist not to approach. Ignoring the pathetic crying, the hero applies a brutal crush that destroys the local stones, guaranteeing the promised punishment. At that exact moment, the Shadow Guard reinforcements invade the area, demanding the rebel to surrender immediately. The newly arrived assassins freeze in place, surprised to see the intruder standing right after annihilating their colleague. Emitting a dense purple aura, the hero turns his head, glaring at the newcomers with a completely deadly and relentless gaze. The young warrior remains static in the background, processing everything that had just happened in that bloody chamber. Her eyes widen in complete awe and fright at the overwhelming strength the boy had demonstrated. Observing the slain bodies, Yunyin concludes with a shock that her ally had instantly taken out 3 S-rank Shadow Guards. The protagonist cleans his weapon and announces that the noble had prepared a safe hideout nearby, telling the girl to go meet her first. Grasping her own injured arm, the ally hesitates a bit and asks what he would do next. The boy replies that he still needs to clear the area, as he doesn't know how many enemies came, and they need to keep everything an absolute secret. With his magic activated, he summons the souls of his supreme ability, ordering the dead spirits to protect the girl's path. Turning his focus to the past, the hero remembers that the Emperor personally led the guards in the massacre of his family. The shadow creatures materialize in the room, and one of them answers the call, confirming its presence. Getting straight to the point, the warrior demands to know the names of all the assassins who participated in that relentless slaughter. The summon reports the numbers 3 and 5, making the protagonist deduce they are standardized names of people raised in secret since childhood. The macabre spirit continues the list and reveals a name that hits the warrior's mind hard. Yunyi. A painful memory resurfaces, showing the young protagonist holding someone's arm while asking if it was really his older brother. The memory confirms the ultimate betrayal, revealing that his own blood brother was the captain of the guard who helped massacre the family. In the enemy hideout, a kneeling lackey reports that the guard in charge of capturing the girl had completely lost contact. The leader in the suit listens to the information, settled on a luxurious sofa, surrounded by high-class women. The subordinate explains that search teams found only the bodies in the dungeon, confirming that the prisoners' whereabouts were unknown. With a perverse look, the chief suspects the existence of survivors and orders them to contact all the Empire's bases immediately. The scene shifts to the bustling city, where the villain's plan is put into practice to spread the girl's photo and expose her lineage. The young warrior's face is plastered on the capital's big screens, causing the population to freak out upon discovering that someone from that family was still alive. Checking their cell phones, civilians are confused, questioning how she managed to survive for so long and why this was only revealed now. Walking through the school courtyard, students comment on the urgent report, guaranteeing that everyone already knew about the scandal. In the middle of the street, young people discuss the news's veracity, assuming it was real only because the announcement came from the Empire's official channel. A boy defends the girl, arguing that she is very young and had no fault in the past, comparing the injustice to what the Shielder suffered. The classmate in the suit beside him agrees with the logic, acknowledging that punishing innocent children was completely excessive. However, the young man admits that this thought was a minority, confessing that his grandfather would beat him to a pulp if he heard him defending the traitor. The Empire's brainwashing prevails, with civilians near the statue demanding that the survivor kneel and meet her end to pay for the sins. Observing the school from afar, extremist commoners bellow that a quick end was too little, and that she needed to be brutally tortured first. A boy grabs his friend by the collar, completely furious, cursing the protagonist and remembering that he was the greatest traitor in the kingdom's history. Freaking out with hatred, the student yells that millions met their end in the past, and that his parents were victims, demanding eternal gratitude to the monarch. The classmate agrees, feeding the collective hatred, stating that the seed of sin needed to be eliminated for being equally despicable. Hidden in the dark room, the young warrior listens to the cruelties, with voices demanding she take her own life so as not to dirty the people's hands. The trauma resurfaces through shadows of the past, recalling the disgusting insults that called her mother a tramp and told her off herself. Hugging her knees, Union laments that the head of security arrived and questions how they were exposed so quickly after changing hideouts. In the luxurious room, the blonde noble analyzes the situation and concludes that the security department clearly works with the Shadow Guard. She reports that the policemen were already secretly spying on the hero and ended up seeing their meeting on the night. She went to ask for help. Thoughtful on the sofa, the protagonist completes the reasoning, remembering that right after that night, the assassins met their end, and his ally had to flee. The warrior assesses that the escape coincided perfectly with the revelation of the girl's identity, giving the enemies the perfect reason to suspect. The noble recalls the invasion of the Supreme Portal, where cameras caught her entering the rift accompanied by a mysterious hooded person. The boy understands that connecting the dots was easy for the police, making it very logical to deduce that he was the hooded intruder who took out the legend. Regaining her optimism, the socialite thanks her lucky stars that the school's principal appeared right on time to kick out the head of security. Sighing with relief, Rosa confesses that if the old man hadn't been monitoring her steps, the police perimeter would have caught them all right there. The warrior lowers his gaze, feeling the weight of guilt, admitting that the girl's exposure would result in certain doom because of his own carelessness. To conclude, he confesses his surprise at discovering that the principal was the noble's great uncle, knowing that the enemies only need to force him to fight to close the case. The school's principal observes the restless princess. He warns that he can keep the local security away, but he won't be able to do anything if the Emperor's shadow guard appears. Walking down the corridor, Rosa hears her great uncle tell her not to delude herself into thinking the real assassins are just S rank. The old man reminds her that he had warned her to stay away from Yun Yin, Displaying a very serious expression, the principal advises his niece to take this opportunity to make a definitive decision on the matter. In the shadows, the blonde noble reflects apprehensively on the direct order she received from the emperor himself to abandon her studies and return to the palace. She knows there are countless spies in the court, and that it would be impossible to hide her ally in there. It became very clear that the best thing to do was to go back alone. Meanwhile, Yun stares into the void of a dark corridor. She wonders with a deep melancholy if the fateful day of her ruin had finally arrived. The girl sadly accepts her own origin, considered cursed. She admits that it was already a great miracle to have been able to live under the princess's protection for so long. A quick memory of the duo makes her think that the Highness would have a much better life, and wouldn't be isolated by the royalty if she weren't taking care of her. Furthermore, the young woman laments having dragged the protagonist into this deadly mess, even without knowing his identity. She understands that the boy only exposed himself to save her. Immersed in darkness, the warrior concludes that the boy would still be perfectly safe if she didn't exist. The dark memory of her childhood invades her mind. The traumatic vision shows her own mother hanging with a rope around her neck. This past family tragedy left deep scars, bringing to the surface the desperation and pain of carrying a completely condemned lineage. Walking toward the illuminated exit, the young woman firmly decides that the time had come to leave so as not to harm anyone else. However, Yunqi appears, blocking the path of light. The protagonist calls her name and orders the girl to go with him immediately. Caught completely by surprise by the sudden interruption, Yunyan's eyes widen, not understanding her ally's attitude. The hero announces that they are going to flee that place in secret. He reveals he has a secret realm in mind, perfect for hiding from the eyes of the Empire's guard. Appearing suddenly, the princess grabs her friend's arms, questioning why she hadn't come in. Excitedly, she declares that she also wants to flee to the rift with the two of them. Flashing a confident smile, the noble guarantees they are innocent and there's no concrete proof. She plans to beg the king later so they can continue at school. Lowering her head, the young warrior rejects the idea, stating that this whole chaotic and deadly situation was her fault exclusively. She reinforces that the boy had no obligation to help her. Then, she reminds the princess that the emperor's order to return was impossible to disobey. The socialite sighs and proposes they just pretend it's a casual outing. She guarantees that her great-uncle would cooperate by covering up their disappearance from school. Maintaining a very serious posture in the shadows, the warrior takes responsibility. He confesses that the girl's exposure happened because of his actions. His ally lifts her face with a very surprised expression, not understanding the comment. She asks how he could be at fault for something like that. The protagonist maintains a dark gaze and goes even further. He decrees that all the suffering the young woman had gone through since the day she was born was also his fault. The memory of his fake friend invades his mind. The hero reveals that it was his own conflict with Lu Wei that led to the cruel massacre of the entire lineage in the past. Turning his body, he questions aloud what exact role Captain Yun Yi played in the middle of that whole tragedy. Intrigued, the boy tries to understand why someone from that family would become a member of the Assassin Guard. Soon after, he changes the subject, asking about their escape destination. Walking toward the portal, the warrior coldly states that he managed to get all this information by interrogating the dead spirits of the Shadow Guards. The scene shifts to an immense golden city completely in ruins. The noble and the warrior observe the desolate landscape where the traitorous captain had fled. The hero stares at a gigantic pillar of light on the horizon of the destroyed city. He quickly concludes that the target was hidden right near that magical illumination. Calculating the distance, the protagonist announces that they could reach the pillar of light in just half a day's walk. Staring at a horde of gigantic gorillas in the way, he points out that this time frame would only work if the beasts stopped blocking their passage. With a very focused gaze, the hero comments that he has a certain familiar memory of those level 38 abominations. Drawing his blade, covered in purple lightning, he recalls that in his past life, there was another mining realm infested with exactly that type of creature. The sword emits a strong magical glow. The boy explains that these primates drop precious ores perfect for repairing his main weapon. Without wasting time, the boy charges forward, launching dark chains that immobilize the colossal monsters in the middle of the rocky basin. Taking advantage of the opening, he transforms his equipment into a gigantic scythe and prepares a devastating attack against the paralyzed enemies. In the rearguard, the blonde noble immediately conjures her luminous secret art to grant a massive attack bonus to her ally. Boosted by the support magic, the warrior fires an overwhelming purple slash that slices through the beasts at once with extreme violence. The dust settles, and the protagonist stands, wielding his blade, as the remains of the demons dissipate throughout the scene. The princess analyzes the sword up close, completely impressed. She asks if that damaged equipment already possessed all that insane attack power. Flashing a confident smile, the hero admits that the original strength was less. He thanks the girl, as thanks to her, the relic's repairs had already begun. The boy's mind goes back to a recent meeting with the principal. The old man had promised spell manuals as a reward for saving the students from the frozen rift. However, holding a shining resin, the principal explained that he had given in to his niece's insistence and changed the prize. The old man made it clear that he would never give up the nurseries. Applying the sap to the blade, the warrior reveals that the old man used the relics to water a sacred tree, yielding that perfect resin for gluing the sword's damages. Using his dark magic, the protagonist draws the ores left by the dead monsters directly into his own hands. The system shows the sword absorbing the shining fragments of gold and iron, immediately increasing the restoration progress bar. Wielding the enhanced equipment, the hero celebrates the direct increase in attack power. He confirms that the spoils from that realm really were useful for the repair. Assessing the holographic panels filled with items, the boy gets very excited to see that the ores dropped easily with each kill, advancing like a true flash of destruction. He concludes that he just needed to continue slaughtering the infinite horde to make the weapon increasingly lethal. Immersed in the purple energy of combat, the warrior projects that he get a very considerable repair before coming face to face with the traitor Yun Yi. A spinning storm of slashes tears through the scene, slicing several giant gorillas simultaneously without giving them a chance to defend. Landing with extreme style, the protagonist shatters the ground with energy chains combined with the sword's cutting attacks. Chaos dominates the area as the hero moves at an unreal speed, obliterating the demons that try to surround him. On the other side of the battle, Union takes the front line, facing a brutal beast with agile and very precise blows. The young warrior applies a clean cut with her thin blades, tearing through the monster's structure before it can attack. The system emits multiple luminous alerts, announcing that the entire team had just leveled up with the continuous massacre. Observing the beast's bodies disappear, the princess asks worriedly if sharing the experience with them wouldn't slow down the protagonist's evolution. Reassuring his ally, the hero points to the field and announces that the dirty work was also being done by his undead. The view of the hidden dimension shows the army of skeletons decimating copies of the monsters. He guarantees that this silent tactic made the hunt much more efficient. Satisfied with the bloodbath, the warrior admires his own shining sword, which had just received an absurd attack bonus. The princess lands right behind him, noticing that the path chosen by the boy was very direct and full of absolute certainties. Very curious about their final destination, the blonde girl asks what the heck existed at the base of that giant pillar of light. Yunyin takes the floor and reveals that those were the ruins of her lineage's old mansion. The princess freezes on the spot upon recognizing the family being mentioned. Staring at the light on the horizon, the hero explains that the domain of the Golden City had engulfed and preserved their ancient lands for decades. With his eyes emitting dark magic, the protagonist calls his ally's name and decrees that her own grandfather must be in that exact place. Far away, in the shattered reception room of the old mansion, a white-haired man questions the lack of news about the girl's whereabouts. A kneeling shadow guard confirms there are no clues. The veteran sighs, commenting that a lot of time has passed since that identity was leaked. The man assesses that the public's extremist agitation would make it very difficult for the girl to escape, making it impossible for her to travel without being discovered by civilians. Displaying floating artifacts, the villain reveals he had planted a tracker on her in the past. The tool would automatically detect the young woman within a 1-kilometer radius. With his eyes glowing red, the veteran guarantees that the search teams had already received the probes, decreeing that the traitor's luck was running out. Dressed in dark clothes and a heavy coat, the captain stands up calmly in the middle of the completely ruined room. Walking toward the exit, the villain coldly admits that his little time of nostalgia in that house was over. Holding the tracking staff, he vows to hunt down and annihilate the last remnant of that cursed family once and for all. At that exact moment, the artifact in his hand flashes with an intense light and beeps, surprisingly signaling the immediate approach of the target. The hooded leader hears the tracker's beep, and his eyes widen, completely surprised by the sudden signal. In the rocky basin, the young warrior focuses on the hunt and slices through the enormous monsters of the place with great agility. Advancing with the dark scythe, the hero destroys the beasts in his path while collecting 2 more golden iron ores. Silence dominates the area as the slaughter ends, with the protagonist staring at his shining weapon in the middle of the dust. Standing in the ruins, he reveals that the current captain of the enemy guard was exactly the person who massacred their family. Maintaining a serious gaze, he warns that he doesn't know what the traitor's attitude will be, but guarantees that the girl and her lineage are innocent. Just then, the hero offers his ally the option to stay hidden there, under the strong protection of his undead soldiers. Yunyin clutches her clothes, very confused, admitting that she couldn't process so much information at once. She grumbles that the revelations about the murderous grandfather and the family's innocence would take a lot of time to digest. But the young woman guarantees that the reality of her lonely life would never change. regardless of that distant relative's character. With a determined look, the warrior decrees that the status would remain the same since her grandfather chose to ignore her, but she decides to move forward. Observing his ally walk away, the protagonist reflects on whether it wouldn't have been much safer to have left her alone in that place. He mentally decides that he would only allow a meeting between the two after confronting the enemy captain first. The walk through the destroyed city is interrupted when a ghostly shadow leaps with a sword in the ruins. With his purple eye glowing, the warrior glares at the silhouette and recognizes that familiar environment from the past. Several illusions of training warriors appear throughout the courtyard. With excited voices echoing, sword strikes through the air. Observing the melancholic scene, the protagonist notes that these were the exact ruins of the ancient battlefield. He walks through the middle of the fighting souls, aware that the ghosts were recreating memories, frozen in time. Activating the spell, the hero understands that the family's souls were trapped there, in the same way that happened with Benben in the past. The scene shifts to the mirrored world dimension, but the boy laments in frustration upon noticing that the castle was completely devoid of souls. Leaving the hidden technique aside, he returns to reality and wonders why the spirits weren't in that realm's copy. The boy stares at the empty and silent field, trying to find some explanation for his relative's disappearance. Suddenly, the shrill sound of two clashing blades takes over the illuminated courtyard. The memory comes to life, showing two elite combatants fighting with extreme agility before a crowd. The crowd applauds the intense dispute, betting that the tournament's great champion would be decided very soon. One of the warriors takes the lead in the charge, forcing his adversary to retreat completely off balance. Sliding across the arena, the disadvantaged fighter clenches his teeth, assuming defeat was certain. The tip of the sword stops exactly at the loser's neck, proving Yunyi's superiority in combat. Flashing a friendly smile, the winner lowers his weapon and proposes a fair restart, claiming that rocks on the ground had interfered with the fight. The attitude draws cheers from the crowd, who praise the champion's beauty and commend the honor worthy of a member of the Yun family. The opponent acknowledges his own defeat for good and falls to his knees, completely exhausted, on the stone floor. The audience notes with amazement that the fighter won even after giving his enemy a second chance. Right after the fight, Yunqi scolds him, saying that this silly honor would cost great tactical opportunities on a real battlefield. Without losing his good humor, Yunyi guarantees that he would recover any lost chance in exactly the same way he did there. The two of them walk under the crowd's applause, which continues to celebrate the great winner's unquestionable strength. Time passes, and the protagonist's image reappears in the arena, carrying a much more mature and strong posture. The audience is in absolute shock to see that the genius boy easily defeated his own older brother in the dispute. Returning to the present, the lone warrior walks through the destroyed domain that used to house the family's mansion. A new memory focuses on Yun Yu's dark face as he watches his younger brother's uncontrollable growth. Walking down the corridor, the young Lu Wei praises his friend's kindness and jokes that he would be taken out if his own brother saw him perform so well. The spiky-haired warrior smiles, guaranteeing that he needed to be happy for the promising talent of the family's youngest. The blonde turns his back, saying goodbye, and confesses that this enviable union was exactly what he wanted most. Watching his friend leave, Yunyi mutters under his breath that everyone around always spoiled his prodigy little brother too much. The envy grew as he spied on the master smiling in the hall, noticing that the professor only lost his rigid posture near Yunqi. The seed of discord is planted when Lu Wei suggests that the title of successor would never be passed to the younger brother. Completely embarrassed by the provocation, the warrior tries to hide his insecurity, swearing that would never happen. A crisis arises as the troop advances hastily, receiving the chaotic warning that countless bandits were attacking the local village. Taking the front line, Yunyi slices through the invaders, bellowing for the soldiers to protect the residents at all costs. The younger brother keeps up the frantic pace, and throws himself into the middle of the battle, tearing through enemies with his surreal agility. The protagonist defends a cowardly attack with his shield, and swiftly counterattacks with his sharp sword without hesitation. A dark glow crosses the field as he obliterates the ruffians with an absurd and relentless speed. On the other side, the captain holds back the blows, feeling the weight of the enemy's charge, and complains that the troops couldn't handle that horde. The blonde ally conjures fire spells, reporting that civilians were already meeting their end, and suggests they should focus entirely on the rival leader. Protected by the rear guard, he states that this risky maneuver would cause terrible losses, but points out that they had no other choice. Completely out of breath in the middle of the chaos, the veteran stares at the troop's captain, demanding a quick tactical decision for the combat. Pressed by the responsibility of leading, Yunyi freezes in place, breaking into a cold sweat from the fear of making a fatal strategic error. He assesses the chaotic scene around him, trying to convince himself that sacrificing some civilians would be the only viable way out. But before any official order is given, the younger brother dashes off, breaking the enemy lines alone. The troop watches the audacious maneuver, completely shocked, yelling that Yunqi had just charged alone against the enemy leader. Immersed in a sea of bandits, the hero slices through any threat that appears in front of him, spreading enemy blood all over the battlefield. The protagonist crosses swords with the bandits' gigantic leader, demonstrating a far superior strength in the direct clash. In a surgical move, the hero applies a lethal slash that tears through the aggressor's face, opening a huge gush of blood. The leader's heavy body collapses violently to the ground as the boy calmly lands after the execution. The soldiers yell, demanding the surrender of all enemies, warning that the survivors would be completely spared from their end. The invaders throw their weapons to the ground, terrified, while Yunyi watches the end of the conflict, completely paralyzed. Completely frustrated, the troop's captain lowers his head, feeling the weight of his own cowardice in the middle of the battlefield. Breaking the tension, Lu Wei runs to hug Yunqi, praising his friend for being much stronger than his older brother. Isolated in the shadows, the firstborn clenches his fists and admits with great guilt that he almost sacrificed the innocents to win. The blonde approaches, justifying that the choice would have been right for the greater good, claiming that acting like his brother was a very high and irrational risk. Flashing a purely malevolent smile, the venomous ally decrees that concentrating forces on the leadership was the only correct tactic. The memory advances to a peasant begging for mercy, swearing he only stole to save his very sick wife. Pinned by the soldier, the poor man tearfully remembers that he was the one who taught the captain to ride a horse in his childhood. Watching the interrogation, the blonde advises that the lineage would be destroyed if the leader didn't make a fine example of the bandit. He uses the proverb that losing a single rusty nail would end up ruining the horseshoe and sacrificing the entire warhorse. Concluding the sadistic reasoning, the ally guarantees that the loss of the horse would ruin the battle, which in the end would destroy the kingdom completely. Luo Wei warns that Yunqi is completely undisciplined. He argues that without the older brother's help, the family would end up ruined in the future. The blade comes down in a clean and merciless cut. Blood splatters violently as the brutal blow hits the target dead on. Unable to defend himself, the warrior falls to his knees. He collapses, suffering from the severe wound in his body. Another swift blow cuts through the air without any mercy. Completely bloodied and defeated, the protagonist agonizes on the floor of that macabre place. The memory brings back the imposing image of the monarch on a horse in the middle of a reddish atmosphere. The fake hero justifies that he had to sacrifice the Yun family, only for the greater good of the kingdom. Yunqi walks with his head down, accepting that this whole disaster was his fault. The silhouette of a man slowly approaches through the shadows. The warrior feels the sudden change in the environment. He quickly notices that this magical pressure was very familiar. A gigantic luminous explosion takes over the scene as the enemy reveals himself in the middle of the rubble. The hero leans on his own sword, trying to stay on his feet after the brutal impact. The mysterious adversary takes a step forward, walking with total confidence through the dust. Lifting his cutting gaze, the protagonist faces the threat, feeling rage take over him. The shock hits his mind as he perfectly recognizes the aggressor's true identity. The protagonist yells Luolan's name, completely freaked out by this improbable appearance. Flashing a cynical smile, the villain questions how the boy managed to recognize that specific physical form of his. He calmly explains that his current appearance at most reflects his 20-year-old self, finding it curious that the boy knew this. Consumed by a deep hatred, Yunqi clenches his teeth, glaring at the enemy with pure murderous instinct. With total arrogance, the monarch deduces that the boy must have seen some old portrait of him circulating around. The view of the battlefield expands, showing the violent war happening right below them. The hero prepares for combat, feeling the absolute tension of the destroyed scene. The villain finds the name Yunqi quite interesting, directly questioning the boy's identity. Maintaining his superior pose, he confesses to having used Yun Yin as bait to lure the rebellious assassin. Luolan adds that the person kidnapped the girl and also took out his shadow guards in the process. Pointing to the field, the tyrant concludes with satisfaction that now the two pests were finally gathered there. The enemy emits a strong luminous energy and decrees that the boy in front of him was precisely that rebellious remnant. In the middle of the chaos, Yunyin protects the blonde noble from enemy attacks with agility. The two allies retreat, fighting together to avoid being hit by the surrounding explosions. A gigantic luminous charge plummets from the sky, completely sweeping the combat area. The dust kicks up across the entire scene after the violent magical detonation pushes the fighters apart. The girl's eyes widen in shock, fearing the worst in the face of that absurd display of power. An immense crater smokes in the middle of the terrain, proving the level of destruction of that merciless attack. Trembling with nervousness, the blonde noble warns that it would be totally impossible for anyone to survive an impact of that size. The monarch smiles sadistically, provoking the girl, warning that he almost hit her on purpose for being disobedient. Shaken by the enemy's strength, the young warrior mentally questions if the protagonist was already gone. Sporting a cynical look, the villain tells the girl to behave and stop causing him trouble. He orders her to follow him calmly, believing that the battle was over for good. Suddenly, the purple aura appears, tearing through space as the hero activates his intimidation mode along with the mirrored world. With his eyes glowing with lethal fury, the warrior bellows the tyrant's name, preparing an immediate counterblow. The boy accumulates an insane sequence of attack bonuses as he spins the dark scythe in the air. Dozens of system alerts confirm the massive strength increase with each movement focused on the blade. Yunchi exits the alternate space and fires a colossal blow, stating that he would make the enemy pay for everything. The purple beam cuts through the air with absurd violence, aiming directly at the confident monarch. Watching the swift charge, the girls are perplexed by their ally's survival and strength. The charged attack hits the ground, causing a brutal detonation of purple and golden energy across the battlefield. Pressing his weapon, the protagonist clenches his teeth, noting with revolt that the enemy's defense was triple rank. The magical shock pushes the villain back, while the force of the impact shatters the scenery around him. Trying to contain the charge, the monarch raises his hands, emitting a lot of luminous energy to block the boy. The collision of powers creates an intense flash that completely blocks the vision of everyone present. As the smoke begins to dissipate, the tyrant notices with complete surprise that the intruder has vanished out of thin air. He gives an intrigued smile and admits that he didn't expect a concealment ability capable of eluding him like that. Far from the enemy's sight, Yunchi suffers inside the mirrored world with severe wounds tearing through his body. The system alerts that he was hit by a spiritual impact, causing confusion and continuous, incurable bleeding. Bleeding heavily, the warrior observes the panel confirm that there were still 4 minutes left in the hidden dimension. In the real world, the blonde noble kneels before the monarch, calling him Majesty, with a very trembling voice. Luolan reassures her with total arrogance, guaranteeing that there was no longer any reason for concern there. He explains that his passive automatic damage reflection had already severely injured the rebel during that clash of swords. Convinced of victory, the tyrant decrees that the boy was surely already taking his last breaths in the shadows. A gray-haired shadow guard approaches, awaiting the sovereign leader's orders. The monarch coldly orders the guard to clear the area completely, even if the target is just an insect. The protagonist's mind travels to a calm memory where his father complains that his wife spoiled the boy too much. The mother argues, pointing outside and reminding him that the sun was already rising and the boy should wake up to train. The father laughs, asking to let the child sleep in peace, questioning why bring up that topic first thing in the morning. Little Yuntire appears in the memory, holding a plate of food and calling her older brother to eat. The hero murmurs his parents' names with a suffocating longing as the vision forms in front of him. He tries to extend his injured hand, calling for his little sister, wanting to reach that painful illusion. The warrior's body emits magic as he walks toward the ghost of the little girl playing around the house. The little one teases her brother, saying that he always skipped training and caused a lot of trouble for the family. Smiling, she gossips that her father couldn't take it anymore and hired an extremely tough sword master to whip him into shape. Yunchi gives a nostalgic smile, grateful for being able to learn a little from that rigorous training of the past. Observing the memories, the boy calls out for his older brother with a very serene and focused expression. The warrior stops in the middle of the spiritual scene, following the ghost of his brother who was passing by. Yunyi's voice echoes, praising his younger brother's performance in the training grounds during that intense afternoon. The mother, suing in the background, asks her older son to teach his younger brother properly and not let him slack off in training. The father reassures the mother, stating that Yunchi's training foundation is still very solid. The mother disagrees, all excited, praising that her younger son's spinning slashes were much more beautiful than his older brother's. Just then, the hero carefully observes the figure of a young woman surrounded by shining magical butterflies in front of him. The girl calls his name, revealing very happily that she had finally awakened the support class focused on singing. Excitedly, the sister says that she healed several people that day, and that everyone praised her magical ability so much. The protagonist listens, paying close attention, and guarantees that she is the most incredible person of all. Thrilled with the praise, the girl announces that she has more wonderful news to tell her brother. She pulls a shy blonde young woman into the room and directly announces that she has just found him a wife. The sister explains that the bride is the master's daughter, betting that this would make the training easier. But the blonde whispers that she didn't agree to anything. The young Yunchi immediately refutes the idea, deducing that the professor would surely be even tougher on him. But the sister insists, pointing out that the girl has healing magic. With that, she demands that he stop looking for her every time he gets hurt. Justifying her scheme, the little one states that this would be the perfect excuse for the two of them to spend much more time together. Overcome by a great melancholy, the hero in the present murmurs his younger sister's name as he watches that scene. The past version of the girl notices the strange expression on his face and immediately asks the reason for that sad look. With his face bathed in tears, the protagonist confesses to the ghost that he missed his entire family an absurd amount. The memory scene suddenly shifts to the luxurious and warm interior of a room, illuminated by a large fireplace. The father nervously taps his fingers on the table, complaining that his son, Yun Yi, was being too cruel and overdoing it with the punishments. The family leader advises his older son to focus on other tasks, thinking it's too early for him to assume that level of control. Annoyed by the scolding, Captain Yunai retorts to his own father, asking who would do the dirty work if he simply didn't. The firstborn clenches his fists and firmly states that this kind of work definitely didn't suit his younger brother. Completely unyielding, the captain maintains his own arrogant posture while continuing to justify his actions. The son demands that the patriarch stop working for Liu Wei, guaranteeing that his father shouldn't get involved in those matters. The fireplace crackles loudly as the leader warns that the lords of other territories were already preparing for a war. Freaking out with rage, Yunyi bellows that his father's kindness had become a terrible weakness, warning that his indecisiveness would ruin the entire family. The old man stands up from his chair, offended, calling the boy insolent, questioning if the spirit of a knight told him to betray his leader. In the middle of that chaos, the mother appears, desperately asking for the two of them to stop that aggressive argument at once. The captain completely loses his head and tells his own mother to shut up, yelling that those who don't understand the matter shouldn't get involved. Frightened by the violent shouts, little Tyre shrinks back and murmurs to Yun Chi that she was getting very scared. The young warrior hugs his little sister very affectionately, guaranteeing that he would always be there to protect her from any danger. Brimming with dark magic, the protagonist in the present extends his hand, crying a lot, and confirming his promise to take care of the little one. The scene of peace shatters, and the memory focuses on the family's fireplace, completely destroyed and covered in violent rubble. The office floor shows the bodies of the father and mother, brutally taken out in the middle of a veritable pool of blood. The hero stares at his parents' slaughter, completely perplexed, feeling the overwhelming weight of that loss tear his own soul apart. Kneeling in the dark, his younger version apologizes through tears for not being able to protect his own parents from their end. In the middle of that total darkness, a blood-stained hand slowly extends, trying to reach the injured boy's face. The illuminated ghost of little Tyre appears, floating in the rubble, trying to comfort her desperate brother in the mirrored world. Even bathed in blood, the protagonist flashes an emotional smile, feeling the gentle touch of his dear little sister's soul. With his eyes welling up, he observes the magical figure, completely shocked, not believing that her spirit was really there. The warrior calls the girl's name very tremulously as the shining soul takes the perfect form of the family's youngest. The scene cuts abruptly to the real world, where the tyrant holds a glass of wine and tells everyone to relax in the hall. Sitting comfortably, the monarch Luolan glares at Princess Rosa and the warrior Yun Yin, telling them not to be so tense. Breaking into a cold sweat from nervousness, Rosa questions why the king went there, reminding him that the secret realm's level was too low. She comments that the place was completely desolate, but the emperor cuts her off, announcing that he was only there to pick her up. Drinking his wine, the villain scoffs at the girl for thinking he wouldn't find out about her escape through her old uncle's connections. The young noble swallows hard, terrified by the pressure, hearing her grandfather guarantee that he wasn't angry about it at all. Swirling the fancy glass, the tyrant just cynically advises his granddaughter not to make that same mistake of disobedience. The guard captain kneels, announcing that he didn't find the target. The king calmly suggests that the boy must have help from allies. The villain announces that fleeing to the capital is the only safe option against the enemy's stealth. Rosa tries to refuse the order. Staring at the dark-haired young woman in the back of the hall, the emperor calls her Little Yun Yin, with a very grim tone. The warrior maintains a deadly gaze as the king assumes she hates him, but the girl lowers her head, saying she wouldn't dare to. Flashing a malicious, ear-to-ear smile, the white-haired giant decrees that there was no need to hide the hatred. Drinking his wine, he throws it in her face that he had spared her mother in the past, only because he thought the newborn baby was innocent. Getting up from his chair, the monarch walks around, complaining that he never imagined the people's hatred against the Yun lineage would be so heavy. The tyrant completes his sentence by stating that public pressure was the real culprit for driving her mother to that act. Pointing to the guard captain, the villain questions how Yun Yi's older brother would become his lackey if not for this mercy. The warrior's eyes widen in complete shock, her mind freezing at that completely bizarre information. The king guarantees that he had a strong relationship with Yun Yi. Freaking out, he bellows that he only massacred the family because of the traitor Yun Chi. Maintaining a maniacal and cynical gaze, the emperor confesses that even to this day, he feels a lot of pain for having had to make that decision. The girl remains silent. The tyrant throws all the blame for the massacre, and her suffering directly onto the shoulders of the former protagonist. Yun Yin lifts her face, revolted, remembering that her mother was the bastard daughter of the lineage. She deduces that her cursed blood didn't come from the captain. The hooded guard agrees and reveals that her grandmother was Yuntai herself, announcing that the captain was actually her great-uncle. Cutting off the family conversation, the emperor decrees with total authority that the warrior would now follow that captain's orders. Rosa becomes desperate and tries to stop the absurd order. The girl bellows that the young woman was her personal guard and couldn't be taken. The monarch laughs at his granddaughter and cynically reminds her that he was the one who had sent her to hire the girl as security in the past. The warrior hears the revelation and stands static, understanding that her entire previous salvation was just a grand, planned theatric. Drinking calmly, the tyrant praises the princess's good work and guarantees that he had already prepared a great reward for the mission. Overcome by a crying fit, the blonde noble tries to deny the reward, shaking her head, completely devastated by that truth. The villain activates a mind control magic that levitates his granddaughter's body. He announces that they wouldn't interrupt the family reunion and decides to leave. Carrying the dominated girl through the air, the monarch says goodbye, announcing that the noble's other siblings were missing her terribly. Abandoned in the ruins with the shadow guard, the young warrior faces her own destiny, wearing an expression of pure, absolute terror. Back in the dark dimension, the protagonist's eyes widen in complete shock after discovering the whole truth about his ally's lineage. The illuminated ghost of little Tyre slowly approaches and places her shining hands on her dear older brother's injured body. The hero grabs his little sister's soul, crying desperately, bellowing the girl's name with all the accumulated pain in his chest. Confused, he questions how her soul ended up there, but he soon understands that in the ruins of their own home was the natural place for her to be. Staring intensely at the spirit, the warrior questions with a choked voice if the departed girl could still remember him after everything. The girl's magical soul raises her hand very hesitantly to touch her older brother's face. The gentle touch happens in the middle of the dark dimension, as the hero feels the affectionate contact. A silence takes over the warrior, who just lowers his face, feeling the weight of the memories. The protagonist notes with emotion that even transformed into a spirit, she refuses to attack and focuses only on healing him. Overcome with sadness, Yunchi hugs the shining soul, apologizing from the bottom of his heart. He laments having been useless in the past, taking full blame for not being able to protect his sister. The tight hug continues as the hero seeks some comfort in that improbable reunion. Just then, the little one raises her translucent hand and gently pats her brother's back to comfort him. The girl breaks the silence and calls the hero's name with a soft and distant voice. The warrior is completely surprised, at which point the system offers the option to seal a contract with the soul. He realizes with wonder that the ghost had just called him and soon wonders if she had really recognized him. Analyzing the situation, the hero understands that the recent evolution of the mirrored world brought these changes. Knowing that level 3 can restore part of the intelligence, the boy deduces that there must be a way to recover everything. With his gaze brimming with determination, the warrior swears he will find the exact method to save her. Far away in the ruins, the enemy captain orders the troop to continue their search, believing the intruder is still in the domain. Yunyin suggests ending the search, as the target seemed to be gone and the noble had left the place. The captain turns his face with a completely dark look, cynically agreeing with the girl. Suddenly, the veteran launches magic chains at the young woman, stating that he forgot to deal with her. The girl is caught completely by surprise and ends up being violently lifted by the restraints in the middle of the ruins. A soldier asks what they would do with the prisoner, and the captain just lets out a murmur of pure mockery. Suddenly, an intense flash erupts, destroying the structures, leaving the soldiers desperate, not understanding anything. Observing the magical glow, the captain notes that the domain is dissipating because someone has taken down the local lord. On top of a cliff, Yunchi observes the entire destruction of the rift very calmly. The protagonist maintains a serious posture as the wind blows, calculating the next steps of his revenge. The memory resurfaces with the young Yunyin asking if the hero participated in the family's massacre in the past. Tyre's soul sadly replies that the rebellion was just a perfect camouflage for the firstborn to be alone with their father. Using the great trust he had, Yunyi attacked the family leader in a completely cowardly manner from behind. With a trembling voice, the ghost reveals that absolutely all family members ended up being executed. The shock hits the warrior hard upon hearing that his own blood brother had annihilated the family with his own hands. The memory travels to a sunny morning where little Tyre wakes up the house's recruits for a tough training session. One of the recruits complains a lot about being woken up at dawn, cursing the girl for being so bossy. Annoyed by the offense, the girl points her wooden sword and threatens to have her brother beat them all up. Taking a pillow to the face, she reaffirms that her younger brother would give a beating to anyone who dared to bully there. A kind woman enters the room, calming the girl down, warning her that it was just an unimportant detail. The boys mock the woman, saying she didn't know how to fight and was a disgrace to the family of knights. Little Ty's face closes up, completely upset with the lazy recruit's disrespect. She throws open a room's door, announcing loudly that she would borrow her brother for a moment. Boiling with rage, the girl promises she would teach those lazy boys a good lesson in manners. The memory cuts to a scene of horror where Captain Yunyai holds a blood-covered knife. The fallen man's face displays an agonized expression, confirming the merciless execution. A sharp blade cuts violently through the air, splattering blood on the walls of that peaceful house. In the middle of the chaos, the kind woman holds back the enemy's sword and screams desperately for the girl to flee at once. Little Tyre tries to support her injured ally while hearing the urgent order to run for her own life. The impact of the swords reflects through the illuminated window, showing the deadly duel happening inside. The girl runs, terrified, through the blood-stained corridors, calling out the names of all the dead servants on the floor. Staring at the tragedy, the girl's eyes widen in panic, asking why her own brother was doing this. Fleeing through the blood-drenched corridors, she hears a familiar voice calling her name. Hiding in a dark corner, the little one lets out a low groan, trying to control her rapid breathing. A gentle hand protectively covers the child's mouth, revealing that her mother was right behind her. The matriarch whispers that an attack was happening and tells the girl to find her sister. Before she can finish her sentence, the mother is stabbed in the back by the treacherous blade of her firstborn son. Tyre watches her mother's murder in complete shock, being held back by her ally so she wouldn't scream. The child is dragged outside the mansion as the desperate escape continues through the garden's darkness. Crying a lot, the girl says they need to find their father, believing his strength would save them all. The ally remembers a hole in the wall that the younger brother made to skip classes, suggesting that secret route. The vision focuses on the property's imposing walls, surrounding the grounds under a completely reddish sky. Nearing the exit, the woman notices movement and deduces that even the secret hole was being watched. Breaking into a cold sweat, she speculates that the assassins knew the terrain because of the traitor's information. The little girl huddles in the dark, trembling with pure terror in the face of that relentless hunt. Holding a knife firmly, the woman calls the girl and warns that if they stayed together, both would be taken out. The ally decides to sacrifice herself, stating that she would make a lot of noise to draw the enemy's attention. She orders the child to take advantage of the distraction to cross the wall, but the girl tries to refuse the plan. Holding the little one's face, the woman guarantees that finding her father was the only way for them to come back and save her. Without wasting time, the heroine leaps from her hiding spot and runs into the middle of the garden, drawing attention. Taking advantage of the opening, the girl crawls, crying through the hole in the wall to try and flee the property. Hiding in the middle of the bushes, the little one spies on the tense movement, trying to see the outcome of the distraction. The woman screams at the top of her lungs, challenging the assassin, guaranteeing she had no fear of facing her end. A lethal slash tears through the darkness, and blood splatters violently, confirming the ally's cruel execution. Swallowing her tears, the child runs as fast as she can, feeling the weight of that painful sacrifice. The girl finally reaches the main courtyard, but finds the scene crowded with hooded guards and fallen bodies. Before her eyes, Captain Yuni delivers the fatal blow that brutally pierces his own father's body. With his face covered in blood, the firstborn murmurs to his sister not to blame him for taking that drastic action. Back in the present, the Golden City dissolves into the air as the secret realm enters an irreversible collapse. Outside, the Imperial Guard and the princess watch the rift evaporate, questioning what caused the sudden dissipation. The army advances to investigate the destroyed area while Yunqi and the ghost watch the troop marching from above. Consumed by a deep hatred in the shadows, Yunqi mutters the name of his traitorous brother with immense rage. The scene soon shifts to a crowded execution square, where the captain glares at the army and curses the frustrating situation. Analyzing the latest events, Yun Yi deduces that it was precisely the protagonist who made the secret realm disappear, believing the boy tried to trick him with a fake escape. The veteran announces that Yun Yin will be beheaded in 2 hours. The villain yells, demanding that all troops focus their full attention there to block any rebel attack. Tied to the gallows, the prisoner realizes that all this cruelty is just an obvious trap to lure the hero. The young woman laments her own weakness, feeling immense guilt for making her ally risk his life for her again. Immersed in a suffocating sadness, the girl reflects that it would be much better if she just met her end right there. Suddenly, a colossal explosion shakes the square as the hostage mentally hopes for the boy not to appear. The warrior's eyes, illuminated by the flash, widen in complete shock at that unexpected interference. A brutal wave of pure golden energy sweeps through the execution courtyard, sending the soldiers flying. Unable to defend themselves, the heavy guards are violently thrown into the air, breaking the Empire's formation. Hiding on top of a roof, the protagonist observes all the magical chaos unfolding below. The boy assesses the attack and is completely perplexed to perfectly recognize that person's identity. The dust settles, revealing a powerful silver-haired woman wielding a giant sword in the middle of the fallen guards. The captain yells Shaya's name, completely incredulous at the unexpected appearance of that old acquaintance. Enveloped in red lightning, the traitor flashes a maniacal smile, celebrating the fact that the woman was indeed still alive. Far from the chaos, the protagonist continues to watch the execution square without revealing his own presence. The boy is extremely confused, trying to understand how the former warrior had survived the tragedy. A quick memory flashes in his mind, bringing back the harsh recollection that the woman had been taken out in the war. Intrigued, he also questions how the paladin managed to maintain such a young and intact appearance, just like the traitors. Yunyi's memory reveals that the tyrant Luo Wei had gifted him a bizarre magic book as a reward for his great betrayal. The fake hero discovered that sucking the vital essence of his own blood relatives guaranteed a much longer lifespan. Over the long years, the captain noticed that the monarch himself had never used that sick ability. The tyrant's dark silhouette resurfaces in his mind, showing that the supreme leader had always manipulated his allies. The traitor concludes with hatred that the emperor gave him the spell only to use him as a disposable lab rat. Hearing the disgusting truth, the hero questions where on earth the monarch got such an obscure life-extending technique. The boy bitterly laments never having heard anything about it, even after spending his entire life on the front lines. Returning to the combat, Shea fires a colossal golden beam designed to devastate entire cities in a single blow. Suddenly, an assassin from the Shadow Guard reappears, intercepting the overwhelming impact with extreme ease. The silver-haired warrior delivers a violent sacred slash, tearing through defenses, and sending several soldiers flying. Watching the carnage, Captain Yunyi remains completely relaxed and arrogant in the middle of the square. The villain confesses to being very impressed that she managed to achieve the second-class advancement with the realm sealed. Flaunting her level 85, the paladin exudes an overwhelming force worthy of a great regional lord. The traitor walks through the courtyard cynically, concluding that the current system still has many dangerous loopholes. Ignoring the threat, Shea leaps swiftly toward the gallows to rescue the hanging prisoner. A precise cut shatters the gallows restraints, causing the young woman to collapse directly into her ally's safe arms. Holding the fallen girl, the paladin tries to calm her, tenderly warning that the danger had passed. Yunyin is completely confused by the surprise help, hearing the woman's request not to ask questions at that moment. Promising an immediate escape, the veteran activates a powerful knight's charge that shatters the ground with golden magic. However, the escape route is abruptly blocked when a gigantic soldier intercepts the charge with brute force. The giant, displaying his level 80, laughs at the heroine's audacity, warning that it would be impossible to cross an entire army. Flaunting a colossal shield, the big guy guarantees that the duo would meet their end in that siege even without the leader acting. Pointing his own sword, the captain scoffs, questioning how much power the woman could use while needing to protect the girl. Completely focused, the paladin ignores the provocations and conjures an impenetrable devout shield to armor the rescue. The captain decrees the defense's uselessness, cynically asking how long a shield would withstand all that pressure. He warns that her life has entered a countdown as a relentless rain of arrows plummets onto the barrier. Far from the execution square, the kingdom's population hears the distant rumbles without understanding the commotion. One of the citizens comments apprehensively that the castle's announcement stated they would take out the traitorous girl that day. Another civilian's eyes widen in astonishment, asking if the condemned descendant had really been captured for good. On top of the wall, an officer seethes with rage upon noticing they had invaded the sacred place just to save the hostage. The man bellows, ordering the army to finish off the paladin quickly as more energy beams explode in the air. Holding back the blows with great difficulty, the veteran breaks into a cold sweat, realizing her own barrier is starting to crack severely. The continuous impact completely shatters the shield, creating a brutal detonation that kicks up a lot of dust from the ground. Acting on pure instinct, the warrior summons a massive domain of light, sending the enemy soldiers flying. The giant who was blocking the route roars in agony, being burned alive by the conjured sacred flames. Maintaining his mocking expression, the guard leader just raises his hand and orders the magic support to heal the soldier. The healing aura restores the burned body in the blink of an eye, making the big guy laugh with relief for not having met his end. Sporting a sadistic smile, the captain boasts that the kingdom's army hadn't wasted time during all those years. The villain assures that united healers would nullify her area of effect damage, while the woman leaps, slicing through the heavy guards. Panting and cornered, the silver-haired warrior clenches her teeth, feeling the absurd exhaustion consuming her own energies. Noticing the woman's fatigue, the captain assumes a superior look and tells his enemy to give up this useless battle. Flaunting the frightening level 99, the traitor exudes the magic of a shadow hunter and states that she should have stayed hidden. Refusing to surrender, the paladin uses the remnants of her strength to block the brutal blows of the relentless army. The villain charges his claws with greenish magic, demanding the rebel to stop fighting against the will of the great kingdom. A quicksand of dark magic swallows the women's feet, as the sadist swears to hunt down everyone connected to the warrior. Sinking into the dark trap, the paladin hears that no safe shelter would be left for her after being exposed like that. The captain closes his glowing hand and smiles cruelly, decreeing with pleasure that the target was completely isolated and helpless. Without any warning, he conjures the Iron Maiden technique to pierce the victims with several gigantic dark spikes. The woman's eyes widen in pure desperation, realizing the imminent execution and the lack of an escape route. A purple glow crosses the warrior's gaze just a fraction of a second before the magical spears hit their target. A brutal and lethal scythe cuts through the darkness, shattering the maiden's spikes with overwhelming magical force. Undoing the trap, Yunqi lands imposingly, holding the purple equipment to protect the two women from the threat. The enemy leader notices the immediate block and gives a mocking smile upon seeing the boy's figure standing there. Staring at the armed, hooded boy, the fake hero provokes the intruder's arrival, laughing at the fact that he was named Yunqi. The paladin's eyes widen in complete shock. She murmurs Yunqi's name, unable to hide her surprise at that revelation. Just then, the enemy captain grumbles, annoyed, wanting to know how another intruder had appeared there, comparing them all to rats coming out of a sewer endlessly. Flashing a sadistic smile, the traitor decrees that this was a great opportunity to lure and annihilate all the hidden rebels at once. He takes a step forward with pure arrogance, guaranteeing that absolutely no one could resist the overwhelming force of that entire army. Enveloped in a greenish aura, the protagonist summons his macabre troops and calls out his traitorous brother's name with a voice filled with resentment. Holding his blade firmly in the middle of the dark army, the hero decrees that the cruel sins committed by the captain would never be forgiven. Observing the weapon in the boy's hand, the villain recognizes the legendary Cloud Sword and is visibly intrigued by the scene. With his red eyes glowing with madness, he lets out a mocking laugh, praising the cheap imitation the intruder was doing of his old master. Suddenly, a monstrous lord with the appearance of a giant beast and heavy armor appears on the battlefield, exuding a completely intimidating power. The colossal monster charges with a savage fury, swinging its gigantic arms to crush any threat in its path. Nimbly dodging the fatal blow, the hero counterattacks in the blink of an eye and slices through the creature's structure with a precise magic cut. The system confirms the quick kill, displaying a large quantity of valuable golden ores falling directly from the demon's remains. Absorbing the spoils through the air, the protagonist uses the rare fragments to repair his own weapon's durability as the magical glow increases. Staring at the restored blade, he calculates that the basic ore's effect has reached its limit, and that he would now need much superior materials. Watching the display of strength, the captain maintains a firm posture and begins to admit that there was a small problem there. The sequence continues with the hero brutally slicing through the Empire's troops, aware that his attributes were already absurdly high for his current level. The enemy soldiers scream in agony as they are violently thrown into the air by the overwhelming force of the magical attacks. At an unreal speed, the protagonist glides across the field, slicing through the heavy armors and clearing a path through the army's siege. Far from the front line, a subordinate desperately warns that the intruder's attack force was unreal, taking everyone down without even using complex spells. Maintaining his coldness, the captain orders all external reinforcements to enter, calculating that the boy's stamina would run out sooner or later against so many opponents. But the carnage doesn't stop, and the guards' ranks continue to be completely obliterated by the protagonist's sharp blades. The situation worsens when the guard notices the massacre caused by the undead, freaking out upon realizing that the summons were reviving and reaching immense ranks. The Ghost Knight of Blue Flames takes command of the horde, delivering colossal sword blows that shatter the army's defenses in an instant. Cornered, the soldiers notice that the Macabre Legion had started with just a few very weak and slow ghosts. However, the battlefield was now filled with dark warriors wielding heavy weapons and exuding deadly magic. Panic dominates the troop as they realize the souls had taken the form of their own slain guards, perfectly copying their strength and technique. Blinded by hatred and ignoring the losses, the traitor yells, ordering the army to continue sending more soldiers into the bloody battle. Taking advantage of the perfect chaos, the warrior enters and exits the mirrored world quickly, attacking the enemies from every imaginable blind spot. A golden flash erupts in the middle of the square as he applies a lightning, fast charge that tears through the resistance of the heavy guard. Analyzing the bizarre movement, the villain reflects that the intruder's teleportation ability seemed to strictly depend on mirrors to work. The fake hero corrects his own theory shortly after, deducing that any polished surface in the scene served as a portal for the boy. Staring at his own army's gleaming armors, the villain assumes that blocking that stealthy technique would be a huge headache in that environment. In a quick maneuver, the protagonist launches dark magic chains, trapping and disorienting several mercenaries at once. The magical restraints whip through the air, choking the troops and violently dragging the soldiers against the stone walls. Without losing momentum, the hero advances through the air, slicing all the trapped enemies in a true, relentless bloodbath. Observing that entire deadly sequence, the enemy captain's expression closes, feeling a great discomfort with the boy's combat posture. Overcome with fury and exuding his own golden energy, the veteran firmly decrees that he knew that fighting style perfectly. The battle is momentarily interrupted when the soldiers look up, terrified, and scream the Silver Paladin's name. Hovering in the skies with a blinding glow, the veteran charges her divine sword, exuding a sacred power that illuminates the entire domain. With all her accumulated fury, she unleashes her awakening ability and fires the divine judgment in the form of an overwhelming beam. The colossal impact obliterates the stone basin, disintegrating entire rows of soldiers under the overwhelming pressure of the golden magic. Completely shocked by the destruction, the surviving guards panic, questioning the catastrophic turn that battle had taken. The desperation increases as they see that the troops couldn't handle the summons and still had to deal with a legend attacking from above. Fearing their own demise, the army doubts their victory as the paladin lands, exhausted, right in front of her injured allies. Panting, the heroine announces that she spent almost all her mana on the blow and tells the girls to seize the chance to flee immediately. The young warrior bellows the savior's name in total desperation as an enemy blade brutally pierces the woman's body from behind. Seeing the dirty attack, the protagonist clenches his teeth and his eyes widen, brimming with an instantaneous murderous instinct. Without a second thought, he leaps into the air, wielding his sword, aiming directly at the enemy captain who executed the cowardly blow. However, the traitor just sadistically extends his hand and blocks the boy's lethal charge, holding the bare blade with brute force. Caught by surprise by the veteran's absurd resistance, the warrior freezes in place, feeling the pressure of that block. Effortlessly holding the hero's weapon, the fake hero questions that hatred, guaranteeing that he had always covered his tracks in the past. With terrifying ease, the villain's armored hand squeezes the magical steel until it shatters the blade's structure into shining pieces. The boy swiftly retreats to avoid the counter-attack, while hearing the enemy praise the absurd mastery he had over the legendary sword. Ignoring the broken weapon, the hero continues his furious offensive as the captain scoffs, stating that the intruder even knew his old blind spots. The villain unleashes an energy explosion that sends the protagonist flying, bellowing that even the boy's combat posture was identical to the old master's. Tearing through the wind during his fall, the warrior lets out a deafening scream, calling out the traitor's real name with all his might. Landing nimbly in the middle of the rubble, he plants his feet on the ground, kicking up a lot of dust and establishing his base for the next charge. Observing her ally's fury, the injured paladin touches the young warrior and asks, completely perplexed, if she knew who that boy was. Consumed by a decades-old grudge, the protagonist glares at his former brother with his purple eye glowing and demands to know the reason for that sick betrayal. He dashes like lightning back into the fray, questioning with a bellow how someone with the Yun family's blood could accept becoming the tyrant's lackey. Maintaining his continuous attack, the warrior bellows indignantly, wanting to find out why the firstborn had the courage to spill his own family's blood. The impact of the cut grazes the fake hero's armor, drawing a jet of blood from his shoulder as he tries to contain the violent charge. Completely blinded by pain, the hero screams with tears of hatred, demanding to know how the coward had the audacity to execute his own little sister. Hearing the departed girl's name, the traitor just lets out a sarcastic laugh, showing absolutely no remorse for the massacre. In an extremely aggressive move, the veteran ignores the blades and brutally grabs the boy's body, interrupting the lethal sequence. Staring at the intruder up close, the captain's smile vanishes as he finally confirms the improbable identity hidden behind that hood. Under the light of the shattered magic, the villain decrees aloud that this dangerous opponent was precisely his deceased younger brother. The revelation echoes across the battlefield, leaving the warrior and the paladin speechless, completely paralyzed by the insane confirmation. The traitor coldly deduces that his younger brother had come back to life in some mysterious way, guaranteeing that now all the loose pieces fit together. Trembling in the middle of the debris, the young warrior murmurs the legend's name, trying to process the absurd weight of that discovery in her head. Her eyes, illuminated by the magic, widen as she questions if the kind ally who saved her was really the famous warrior feared by the nation. Tears stream down the girl's face as she realizes that the greatest criminal of the empire was, in fact, her blood great uncle. Holding her severe wound, the silver-haired woman mutters, not understanding how someone who had met their end managed to return to settle the debts of the past. The enemy captain lets out a mocking laugh at this bizarre situation, staring at his resurrected brother without showing the slightest guilt. Exuding pure bloodlust, the traitor charges violently and promises that he would make sure to send his younger brother straight to the underworld once more. The combat resumes with a brutal exchange of blows between the two warriors in the middle of the battlefield. Putting full force into his weapon, the captain roars, trying to crush his younger brother's defense. Even while retreating, the traitor admits that the boy's attack power is extraordinary, as he had expected. Taking advantage of the opening, the protagonist activates his dark ability to swiftly counterattack. The hero charges forward, delivering a lethal thrust aimed directly at his opponent's chest. With quick reflexes, the enemy manages to block the charge by crossing his own protective blades. Dominated by revolt, Yunchi focuses on the traitor and screams his brother's name with all his might. Without showing a shred of remorse, the villain tells his younger brother to go straight to the underworld. Consumed by a dark magical aura, the captain makes an aggressive leap, preparing a devastating blow. He questions if the boy thought he was the only one with teleportation power, landing a dark attack dead on. The relentless sequence continues with the fake hero slicing through the air and pressuring the protagonist without stopping. Being dragged through the dirt, the warrior holds back the continuous impact with great difficulty. The two clash head-on again, locking in a brutal contest of strength in the middle of the dust. The traitor blocks the purple dagger and scoffs, asking if his younger brother really thought he was a great hero. To make matters worse, he coldly states that anyone else would have taken the top spot if the protagonist hadn't been there. With total arrogance, Yun Yai decrees that his younger brother was never more than a lucky brat with a little talent. Without wasting time, the villain unleashes an overwhelming explosion of dark magic directly onto the ground. He boasts that the entire kingdom began to function in perfect harmony after eliminating all the rebels. Landing a brutal kick on the boy, the captain says that production multiplied and the wars ended for good. Walking imposingly, the fake hero praises all the wonderful machines created by the tyrant. He states with pride that these technologies keep the empire growing and getting stronger and stronger. Lying on the ground, the protagonist tries to break free from the dark chains that completely bind him. The traitor continues his cynical speech, asking if his brother couldn't see the prosperity of the current cities. Pointing to the horizon, he describes the people living peacefully with lazy smiles on their faces. The memory of the bloody massacre resurfaces, revealing the true cruelty hidden behind that false peace. The captain decrees that all of this is the work of the Empire's true hero, and launches a relentless entombment from the shadows. To avoid certain doom, Yunchi immediately invokes the divine protection of the celestial soul, suppressing Bell. The golden barrier successfully blocks the dark spikes, as the hero refutes the enemy's sick logic. Consumed by indignation, the boy questions if all those tragic truths could simply be discarded. The protagonist freaks out, wanting to know if that disgusting excuse justified the cruel murder of his own family. Maintaining a frightening coldness, the captain confirms and states that the lives of the entire family were worthless compared to the kingdom. The villain continues to attack violently and asks if the boy really thought his own father would rebel. In a tone of pure mockery, he questions if his younger brother truly believed that everyone in that house needed to meet their end. Staring at his brother, the traitor guarantees that the entire massacre only happened because of the hero's stubbornness and whims. Brimming with anger, Yunyi accuses the boy of being the true culprit for the annihilation for not having venerated the emperor. The fake hero launches another lethal charge, loudly justifying that all his actions were for the peace of the empire. Yunchi blocks the blow and warns that, regardless of the pretty excuse, his opponent couldn't escape a clear fact. The protagonist throws it in his face that the disaster in the supreme secret realm would have never been stopped if he hadn't been there. Wielding his blade, he concludes that there would be no development to boast about if the empire had been destroyed. With his pride wounded, the captain retorts furiously, stating that he could have very well solved the tragedy on his own. He accuses his younger brother of just having stolen the initiative first, taking the chance to suck up all the best resources. The protagonist lets out a dry, short laugh upon hearing that completely pathetic justification from his older brother. Processing the information, the warrior perfectly understands the real reason hidden behind all the betrayal. Maintaining his tranquility, the boy concludes aloud that his brother committed all those atrocities out of pure envy. The villain loses his mind and charges like an animal, bellowing that he wouldn't be envious of a loser manipulated by the king. Calm in the face of the outburst, the warrior retorts the insult, reminding him that his brother was also just another puppet in the monarch's hands. Confronted with the harsh reality, the traitor tells his younger brother to shut up and leaps to apply an overwhelming blow. The dark claws hit the ground with absurd violence, creating a shockwave that destroys the scene's rocks. Dodging the explosion with extreme agility, the protagonist announces that it was finally time to end this fight. The guard captain is paralyzed with fright in the middle of the battlefield upon recognizing the magic item in the boy's hand. Analyzing the artifact, the villain despairs, wanting to know how the Emperor's supreme equipment ended up there. The panel reveals it to be the Mirrored Core, a mythic-level accessory capable of copying the abilities of nearby allied units. Without wasting a single second, the hero activates the magic, perfectly copying the Berserker body ability from his summon. The system confirms that his attack has increased by 300%, also brutally boosting his speed. A new notification details that the lower his health, the greater the offensive multipliers would be in combat. Exuding red flames in a demonic form, the boy states that he was tired of hearing all that useless chatter. Holding a colossal flaming sword, the protagonist decrees that he would end everything once and for all that day. The memory brings back the moment the fake hero told him to follow him in the past, faking an alliance that would end in his demise. Fueled by accumulated anger, Yunchi dashes toward his adversary, promising to collect on all the resentment of that revenge. A gigantic blast of luminous energy tears through the battlefield, carrying all the destructive power of the new class. Narrating his trick, the boy explains that he entered the mirrored world immediately after severing the enemy's accessory in the past. The item's reflection detached from the floating human ghost, losing the restriction of being equipment tied to a person. Holding the magic core firmly, he reveals that he managed to collect the treasure and duplicate it directly into reality. The panel brings back the exact moment the hero copied the summon's attributes, adopting the brutal berserker form. His attack power and movement speed skyrocketed to unreal levels, powering up the warrior in the blink of an eye. Confident with the absolute bonus, the boy realizes that the damage passive will make him practically invincible when he's injured. Enveloped in demonic flames, the protagonist glares at his brother and questions if he really thought that victory depended on pure luck. The guard captain points his finger furiously, accusing his younger brother of being a dirty thief for stealing the monarch's royal treasure. Finding the accusation completely ridiculous, the boy charges at the enemy, delivering a lethal flaming blow. The collision of magic from the swords generates a massive detonation that kicks up rocks and smoke throughout the destroyed area. Being repelled, the traitor curses his opponent and immediately activates his lethal force dissuasion domain on the battlefield. The villain tries to appeal to morality, angrily questioning if a true hero should steal and forget a knight's honor. Completely offended by the previous words, he bellows, wanting to know where the brat got the nerve to call him envious. Maintaining a focused and lethal face, the warrior ignores the provocations, guaranteeing that his conscience was completely clear. Blinded by uncontrollable fury, the captain charges, cutting through the wind, and questions his brother's tranquility with great anger. The combat resumes with an explosive collision of magics, where the protagonist breaks the enemy's defensive barrier with a brutal attack. Enveloped in an overwhelming red aura, the warrior states that he no longer saw any point in continuing to pretend to be a good person. Activating the dark swamp of shadows, he warns that his traitorous brother also committed cruel acts just to achieve his own objectives. Yunya leaps, delivering a lethal flaming blow, justifying the atrocities committed as necessary sacrifices for a greater good. Taking continuous damage, Yunchi sees his health drastically decrease in the system while his attack power and speed increase greatly. Bleeding heavily, he takes advantage of the insane bonuses from the berserker passive, exuding a lot of confidence to turn the game in his favor. The guard captain is completely perplexed, hearing the frightening roar of his younger brother who had only 132 hit points left. Trying to maintain his superior pose, the traitor holds his sword firmly and calls this whole discussion something very tedious. In an aggressive move, the fake hero swings his blade, creating a colossal wave of flames to try and disintegrate the boy. Yunsha looks up, brimming with pure murderous fury, and ironically questions if his brother had lived very happily during all those years. The villain ignores the provocation and charges swiftly, applying a relentless sequence of cross/slashes to end the fight. Strategically retreating, Yun Yi bellows, ordering the squad of archers to begin a continuous and merciless bombardment in that direction. The captain deduces that his younger brother was using the berserker passive, guaranteeing that his defense and health were completely vulnerable. A rain of arrows plummets from the sky as the leader states that it would be impossible for the boy to dodge everything, ordering the troop to execute him. Observing the deadly bombardment, the young warrior and the paladin scream the protagonist's name, completely desperate about the situation. Responding to the imminent danger, the ghost knight summons his supreme domain of sword and shield to protect the hero's rearguard. The magical barrier firmly holds back the heavy charge, perfectly blocking all the arrows that were falling toward the protagonist. Hovering in the sky, Shaya concentrates her sacred magic, aware that she needed to intervene urgently to save her allies from this massacre. The paladin unleashes all her power, emitting a blinding light, and conjures the purifying sanctuary technique over the battlefield. The golden dome covers the entire area, repelling the enemy projectiles and guaranteeing an absolute defense against the Empire's army. Panting and exhausted, the silver-haired heroine falls to her knees on the ground, feeling the brutal strain of using so much mana at once. Far from the protection, the enemy captain also suffers from fatigue as he continues to slice through the undead warriors surrounding him. Yunyi applies a violent cut to a shadow monster, fighting fiercely to clear a path in the middle of that relentless macabre legion. Assessing the scene, the fake hero notices that the souls were taking a long time to revive, deducing with satisfaction that the boy's mana was running out. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the battle, Shaya clenches her teeth, bitterly lamenting the possibility of still losing this confrontation. She notes that they wouldn't be able to hold this advantage for long. aware that everyone's energy was already at a critical limit. Taking advantage of the rebels' exhaustion, the captain charges his sword with intense flames, preparing a massive and lethal magic. Brimming with pure hatred, the traitor bellows to his younger brother, stating that he was forced to use that drastic and definitive measure. Exuding a sinister red aura, the villain holds a shining magic core and calls out the name of the Empire's supreme monarch. Blinded by sick ambition, the fake hero announces that he would finally use all the absolute power that the tyrant Luo Wei had granted him. Transformed by a brutal energy, the captain assumes a threatening posture with his sword, guaranteeing he had attributes far above that level. Swinging his colossal blade, Yun Yi decrees with total arrogance that his younger brother would never be able to withstand the impact of that force. Maintaining a cold and focused gaze, the hero prepares for the direct clash and questions the enemy's confidence with great irony. Without hesitation, Yunchi activates the Cloud Sword's bonus adaptation, focused on turning the fight by taking advantage of the passive's absurd attributes. The system confirms the choice of the Berserker body, increasing attack power by 600% and speed by 400. Sporting a purely lethal expression, the warrior glares at the traitor and tells him not to disappoint him during this exchange of blows. At an unreal speed, the protagonist charges like a flash, slicing the enemy with a cross slash that violently tears through the air. The relentless sequence continues with the hero applying a storm of magical attacks that obliterate the fake hero's defenses. Spitting blood from the aggressiveness of the blows, the captain is in absolute shock, questioning how the boy possessed so much strength. Taking advantage of the other's desperation, Yunchi spins in the air, applying a massive spinning blow that completely shatters the enemy's resistance. The overwhelming shock hits the villain dead on, as the hero coldly decrees that his older brother should go straight to the underworld. The dust settles, revealing the Imperial troops grouped in the background, completely paralyzed and not understanding the bizarre turn of the combat. Gravely injured, the captain bellows, ordering everyone to protect him, and demands urgent area healing to survive this. He tells the soldiers in mirrored armor to get away quickly, as the troop freaks out, remembering that the boy teleported through them. The deduction comes too late, and the hero swiftly reappears through the reflection of an armor right in the middle of the defensive formation. Yunchi begins to slice through the Imperial Guard with extreme ease, spreading blood and chaos throughout the enemy's line of defense. Freaking out with fear, the enemy captain desperately orders the Shadow Guards and light armored soldiers to try and block the boy. Yun Yi tries to encourage the troops, bellowing that the intruder had no hit points left in the system. The villain guarantees that his younger brother would meet his end with just a touch, while the protagonist repels multiple simultaneous attacks with his blade. A massive explosion of energy shatters the entire formation, sending dozens of soldiers flying in a single devastating charge. The hero runs among the fallen bodies, exuding an overwhelming aura that terrifies the survivors of that quick slaughter. Ahead, he sees a rain of magic spears fired in his direction and prepares to dodge the lethal danger. In the blink of an eye, Yunchi activates his supreme ability and enters the mirrored world dimension, completely escaping the bombardment. The boy appears, panting and very injured, next to Xia and Yun Yin, needing a moment to catch his breath from the intense battle. He announces that his mana was almost at its limit, lamenting that he couldn't sustain the resurrection of the dead, and that he needed to end things quickly. The warrior assesses the situation, aware that the traitor would surely take advantage of this pause to focus on healing and recovering his vital stats. In reality, the fake hero maniacally celebrates his advantage, enveloped in a bizarre red energy, questioning why he had given his life. The villain sucks the life force from his own relatives, revealing that he had created descendants only to ensure longevity and health in fights. Watching the scene from afar, the paladin yells, warning that Yun Yin could be the next target of that sick absorption ability. Yunchi swiftly reappears from the shadows, taking the front line, stating that he had already imagined the coward would try something like that. The protagonist lands, imposingly wielding his dark sword, shattering the stones and blocking the traitorous captain's route. He positions himself protectively in front of his two allies, glaring at the enemy with a gaze filled with murderous instinct. Xia holds her own weapon firmly, aware that the summons were gone and that eliminating the fake hero had become the absolute priority. Determined to help, the paladin announces that she can still fight and tells the warrior not to worry about their safety. Yunchi casts a quick glance at his companions, confirming their support before turning all his attention back to the main adversary. Freaking out with rage, the villain concentrates an absurd amount of magic, declaring that he would annihilate the intruder in the name of the Supreme King, Lu Wei. The traitor summons numerous dark tentacles that tear through the square's ground, bellowing that his younger brother needed to meet his end one way or another. He activates the Hell of Shadows Awakening ability, raising a colossal pillar of fire and dark magic that consumes the entire area. Dodging the destruction, Yunchi slides quickly through the flaming scene, escaping the relentless attacks with his unreal agility. The warrior charges through the flames, calling Yunyi's name at the top of his lungs, brimming with a hatred held for years. He applies a lethal blow, questioning the traitor's sick loyalty to the tyrant Luolan, as their blades collide violently. Maintaining the pressure, the protagonist presses his weapon and asks if the cruel monarch really cared about his useless lackey. Blinded by his wounded pride, the veteran bellows for the boy to shut up and tries to block the charge to not lose his magical concentration. The fake hero conjures several shadow claws, blocking the path, guaranteeing that his younger brother would never get through that defense. Yunchi passes through the shields at an absurd speed and applies the blade of deterioration, slicing the enemy and stating that he was too slow. Dominated by a deep hatred, Yunchi charges with his shining sword and demands that the traitor meet his end once and for all. The devastating blow hits Yunchi dead on. With the impact, a massive wave of blood and magic tears through the enemy captain's body. Suffering from the lethal wound, the fake hero is in absolute shock as he feels the overwhelming force of that relentless charge. Just then, the supreme monarch Luolan appears, walking calmly through the battlefield and wishing the injured veteran a good day. Completely perplexed by the sudden arrival, the young Lu Wei stammers, trying to understand what His Majesty was doing there. The memory brings back the moment of the escape, where the blonde boy tells his ally to hurry up, as they wouldn't make it in time. Unable to keep up the pace properly, the young man apologizes for his slowness while struggling to maintain the nightly run. Returning to the present, the tyrant scoffs at his ally's speed and lets out a cynical chuckle, staring at the current situation. Nearby, the protagonist stands firm, holding his shining weapon, while his traitorous brother bleeds, kneeling, spitting a lot of blood on the destroyed ground. The defeated captain screams, desperately calling for his own king's help. Taking advantage of the opening, Yunchi prepares his combat stance, feeling the weight of the new threat that has just arrived. A colossal explosion of energy marks the Emperor's violent entrance, kicking up dust throughout the stone basin. Devastated by the humiliating defeat, Yunchi bitterly laments that the monarch himself had to intervene to save him from his end. Enveloped in golden lightning, Luolan ironically comments on his lackey's state and sarcastically notes that his old friend had really aged. The hero's eyes widen, brimming with murderous fury. He angrily questions how the enemy had returned if he had already left. Kneeling and in great pain, the captain apologizes to the tyrant, confessing that he had completely failed to do his duty. The monarch retorts with contempt. He throws it in his face that the lackey used the granted treasure and still lost to a mere rookie. Staring at the king's coldness, Yunchi stammers, calling for His Majesty and tries to suggest that he would need to find another escape solution. Cutting off the excuse, Luolan curtly announces that the only thing he would need to look for now would be a new captain. In the dust shadows, Yunchi watches that bizarre interaction, maintaining a gaze completely filled with murderous instinct. The armored giant turns his face toward the hero. He calls the boy by name, confirming the identity of the stealthy intruder. Flashing a cynical smile, the Emperor extends his hand in a false friendly gesture and offers the captain's position to the boy. The villain maintains the absurd, unwavering proposal. He invites his enemy to lead the Shadow Guard as if nothing had happened. Completely perplexed by the audacity, the protagonist assumes a combat stance, wanting to know what kind of madness this was. Consumed by lethal fury, the warrior bellows indignantly, questioning how the tyrant could be so shameless. Lowering his hand, the king notices the boy's anger. He coldly warns that this generous offer was already the only possible way out for him. Sporting a sick gaze, Luolan scoffs at the other's revolt and suggests that the boy take that invitation just as a joke. Suddenly, a mind control spell hits the warrior's mind. The magical impact paralyzes his body in mid-air on the spot. Suffering from the technique's pressure, Yunchi tries to break free as the monarch warns that he would never allow an escape while he was so close. The submission magic pushes the hero's muscles to the limit. He clenches his fingers, desperately fighting to regain his own movements. The mind control forces the protagonist's consciousness to its limit. He clenches his teeth, trying to resist that relentless domination. Trying to move, the boy deduces that the enemy had only used a basic spiritual manipulation to bind the surrounding objects. Breaking into a cold sweat, the warrior understands that the paralyzing effect only reached that absurd level because of the colossal difference in strength. Manipulating the magic with just one hand, the monarch finds his opponent's resistance amusing and praises the useless energy he was wasting. The system announces that the gravity spell has been activated. With total authority, Luolan simply orders the boy to kneel. The invisible pressure brutally crushes the warrior. He spits blood, noting with shock that the tyrant had become even more dangerous. The villain questions the reason for so much silly resistance. He cynically asks the boy to bow and beg forgiveness for the demise of his useless lackey. Walking with arrogance, the Emperor comes across the sacred protection of the celestial bell enveloping the environment to defend the hero. Observing the luminous manifestation, the tyrant notices the wings forming and lets out a surprised murmur upon recognizing a divine angel. With a simple gesture, the enemy shatters the light butterflies. He praises the defensive technique, guaranteeing it was an interesting shield. The sacred barrier is obliterated by the monarch in the same instant. He decrees that S-rank invincibility was nothing more than cheap decoration. Being pushed by the overwhelming gravitational force, Yunchi falls to his knees and cracks the stone ground, trying to withstand the heavy impact. Flashing a sadistic smile, the king announces that this punishment was to avenge all the soldiers and guards sacrificed in the past rift. The hero supports his hand on the ground, trying to get up again. The absurd pressure breaks the rocks as he fights against the dominating spell. The panel announces that gravity has suddenly multiplied. The warrior admits with frustration that not even in his past life did he possess that level of strength. An entire legion of undead warriors charges relentlessly to try and attack the monarch and save the protagonist from brutal execution. Emitting golden rays from his imposing body, Luolan calls the dark troop useless scum and prepares to annihilate the attack. A colossal rock is thrown at the tyrant by the souls, but he destroys the stone with an overwhelming energy blast without effort, maintaining the divine aura activated in the ruins. The villain sadistically warns that he had already alerted about not letting the boy escape again. The Emperor manipulates the area's crystals, deducing the intruder's stealthy weakness. He states that he has broken all the mirrored exits there. Staring at the king's absolute superiority, the warrior mentally admits that his current strength was still far from going head to head. With no chance of a clean defense, the hero's body is brutally pierced by dark spikes that emerge from the ground, tearing through his flesh. The system alerts that gravity has tripled its own weight. The boy bleeds heavily as he fights to maintain consciousness amidst the pain. Away from the victim on the ground, Luolan cynically guarantees that this multiplied torture was to avenge his dear, slain brother. Suddenly Yin and the paladin Shaya leap from the shadows, delivering a joint attack aimed directly at the Emperor's back. The combined charge generates a gigantic luminous explosion that sweeps through the courtyard, trying to pierce the divine defense of the untouched main target. The silver-haired heroine conjures an overwhelming heavy-pressure magic, putting all her mana into the blow to try and finish off the monarch for good. Spitting blood from the extreme brutal strain, Shiai charges with great aggression, betting everything on that suicidal assassination attempt. The protagonist's eyes widen, brimming with panic and desperation. He bellows the names of his two allies, knowing the extreme danger they were in. Floating unharmed in the clean air, the villain repels the warriors with extreme ease. He scoffs, telling them to calm down, as he would take them both out soon enough. Smiling with extreme sadistic cruelty, the tyrant extends his hand, announcing that he would apply the final punishment to end that pathetic show. The gravity magic multiplies 5 times over the injured hero. The villain demands the boy beg for forgiveness for having deceived the young princess. Noticing the intruder's unyielding stubbornness, Luolan adjusts his coat, noting that his personality was identical to the old master's. Exuding an intense shining aura, the monarch admits he would have hired the young man as a henchman if he hadn't taken out so many important people. With his red eyes filled with pure murderous fury, Yunchi repeats all the names of the people the monarch claimed to want to avenge in the battle. Kneeling and with his health almost completely zeroed out, the boy accuses the king of cynicism. He throws it in his face that he didn't care about anyone and was just acting. The protagonist lifts his head, remembering the guard captain's excuses. He deduces that the king's delay in delivering the final blow hid a dark motive. Sporting a very threatening smile, the warrior questions what would force the invincible monarch to need to intervene at a later moment on purpose. The pointed question leaves Luolan in immediate total silence. The villain glares at the panting boy, not knowing how to answer that dangerous deduction. Bathed in an unreal intense energy, Yunchi understands the sick strategy. He concludes that the entire public execution served only as bait to lure him. A colossal explosion of magical power tears through the scene, freeing the boy for good. The system confirms that the enemy's gravitational paralysis has been removed. Breaking into a cold sweat of surprise, the tyrant flashes a forced, cynical smile. He admits there were accidents but celebrates having caught his target using the fake legend. Suddenly, a heavily armored veteran with a dark cape appears imposingly in the destroyed location, soon recognized by the monarch as Master Shaiwan. Injured on the courtyard stones, the paladin looks at the newcomer. She calls the man father, and confesses that she really needed his rescue in the end. The old swordsman warns with pure rancor that he did not recognize him as a disciple, telling him not to call him master. Old Shaiwan glares coldly at the emperor, warning that he only accepted a single disciple in his entire life to honor a good friend's request. Enveloped in magical flames, Yunchi hears the veteran's voice and calls him master. Completely surprised by this sudden appearance, the memory goes back decades into the past, showing a young, exhausted, and panting boy holding a wooden sword in the courtyard. Enraged by the situation, the boy curses the swordsman, stating that this famous master was nothing special. Staying calm, the veteran holds a tree branch and challenges the boy to fight on equal terms, calling his attitude cowardly. With a focused and serene gaze, the swordsman warns that he would only use that piece of wood in the combat from then on. A swift and brutal blow hits the boy's face dead on, throwing him violently against the dirt ground. Fallen and feeling the impact, The boy hears the old master calmly question if he could still handle the training. Refusing defeat, the kid grumbles, annoyed, trying to gather the strength to get up from that beating. He charges again, guaranteeing that it was just a light wound, completely indignant at the old man's absurd strength. But the veteran soon assumes an imposing posture and repeats the same question, wanting to test the apprentice's limit. Unable to stay on his feet, the young man's body collapses heavily onto the dirt, feeling total exhaustion. Even injured, he swears it's just a scratch, proving to the master that he wasn't a completely lost cause of indiscipline. Observing the boy's stubbornness, Shaewon admits that at least his perseverance and ambition were very good. At that, he decides to accept him as an official disciple, while the fallen kid mentally confesses that he never wanted a grumpy old man as a master. The tough training continues with the young boy tirelessly striking the ground until dusk. Explaining the rules, the old man warns that his legacy would be passed down to a single student. The boy deduces that their relationship would be like that of a father and son. Sitting near the fire at night, the apprentice confesses with a distant look that he didn't feel much respect for his own father. With a very gentle smile, the mentor promises to take responsibility and train him correctly in all aspects of life. The veteran turns his back and guarantees that he would protect the boy with his own life until he was fully grown. In the present time, the swordsman points his weapon and tells Lu Wei not to call him master, denying any bond with him. Completely cold, the old man reinforces that he only honored a friend's request and that he has only one legitimate disciple. Turning his face, he asks if Yunchi could still handle the fight, leaving the hero amazed to see his true master again. Assessing the boy's deplorable state, Shaewon calmly comments that his apprentice was still falling very short. Overcome by a great emotion, the protagonist reflects that he believed he had lost all his loved ones from the past. Enveloped in luminous magic, he insists it's just a light wound. The hero perks up, realizing that his master and the paladin survived. Bothered by the reunion, the emperor ironically notes that the old man had been his teacher in the past, and yet only acknowledged the intruder. Sporting a sadistic and arrogant smile, the tyrant calls his former mentor's attitude something completely heartless. Consumed by fury, the monarch charges a colossal golden attack, decreeing that since the swordsman was there, he would settle everything at once. Displaying a savage expression, Shaewon agrees on the spot and proposes they no longer waste time dealing with the trash around. Agreeing with the veteran, the Supreme Emperor accepts the combat proposal, assuming a lethal posture. Gigantic rocks begin to levitate around the monarch, who announces the immediate start of the deadly confrontation. Taking advantage of the distraction, the master orders Yunchi to flee with the two girls at once, guaranteeing that the paladin knew the safe heading out. Cutting off the boy's refusal, the old man warns that it was impossible to defeat the current tyrant, even if everyone there joined forces. With a smile on his face, the swordsman alerts his student not to forget to enter the mirrored dimension first. The warrior freezes, completely shocked by the warning. The mentor advises him to capture the dead captain's soul to discover several secrets. Perplexed by the information, the protagonist stammers, wanting to understand how the veteran knew so many confidential details. Without wasting time on explanations, the old man throws a shining item, guaranteeing that the boy would need it a lot in the future. Holding the luminous sphere, the hero discovers that the magic stone was a matter crystal charged with pure spiritual energy. Suddenly, a colossal golden lightning bolt falls, shattering the scene, marking the brutal clash between the monarch and the old master. Being pushed by the shockwave, Yunchi wonders how his mentor knew about the ability that only awakened after his demise in the past. Pulling the boy, the paladin snaps him out of his trance and demands they escape that battlefield at once. Staring at her ally's hesitation, the woman promises that she would explain the rest of the whole story as soon as they were completely safe. With a gentle look, Shaya confesses she didn't imagine he could be resurrected, asking the hero not to meet his end so easily again. Turning her back and taking the lead, the silver-haired heroine starts running through the debris, telling everyone to follow her quickly. Obeying the command, the protagonist activates his supreme magic and walks through the mirrored world, surrounded by the crystal statues. Observing the traitor's spirit, he reflects that he used to believe his own rebirth in this era had been just a bizarre coincidence. Taking advantage of the temporal gap, the boy reappears in reality right in the middle of the war-torn scene. He quickly collects the macabre soul of his former brother, admitting that the current enemies were frighteningly powerful and relentless. A massive detonation happens right behind him. The memory of his families and old friends' betrayals deeply hurts his mind. Running through the debris, the hero feels the weight of having to fight an entire kingdom that had spent decades evolving its own strength alone. Upon spotting his allies, a relief takes over his heart. It becomes very clear that, despite everything, he wasn't fighting alone. The paladin activates a large magic circle on the ground, excitedly announcing that her own father had left that escape route prepared there. Protected by the luminous barrier, she guarantees they just needed to hold on until the Matrix fully charged to get out of there. The Supreme Emperor notices the teleportation energy glowing in the background and turns his head, his eyes brimming with murderous fury. Firing a rain of lethal spells, the tyrant bellows, ordering the group not to even think about escaping his grasp again. The impact obliterates the ruined ceiling, causing gigantic stones to plummet like meteors directly toward the escape circle. In a swift move, the paladin delivers an overwhelming golden slash that shatters the boulders before they hit the target. The teleportation matrix finally reaches full charge, enveloping the allies in a column of pure blue light and concentrated magic. Sucked into the dimensional vortex, the fugitives are thrown through space at an unreal speed, leaving the battlefield behind. Landing in a dark hideout, the paladin orders the local combatants to lower their weapons, guaranteeing that they were just arriving allies. Shortly after, she gently asks the protagonist to also deactivate his own offensive posture to avoid misunderstandings there. Walking through the crowded warehouse, the silver-haired woman makes a point of introducing the boy to that entire legion of rebels. She proudly reveals that these warriors were comrades gathered over several decades, fighting bravely against the Empire. Extending a welcoming hand, the veteran steps forward a bit and announces the true purpose of that entire impenetrable fortress. The view expands, revealing a gigantic underground city bathed in light and fire, duly presented as the Grand City of Embers. Staring at the boy, the paladin admits she doesn't know what he had been through but promises that he was completely safe from that moment on. Sporting his shining blade in his hands, the hero absorbs the visual impact of that immense resistance base built in the shadows. The veteran smiles comfortingly and swears with great firmness that the young warrior would no longer have to fight the world alone. The system confirms the deactivation of the berserker body, making the demonic energy and the boy's glowing hair vanish on the spot. Flashing a light and genuine smile, the protagonist finally relaxes his muscles and agrees, feeling peace take over his heart.